In his second year, Harry Potter acquired Tom Riddle's diary, which set his destiny on a divergent path. He personally resurrected Voldemort, becoming the Dark Prince among the Death Eaters, yet found himself entwined in a profound bond with the Tom from the diary amidst the shadows. Torn between familial betrayal and the tenderness found in darkness, Harry grapples with the dichotomy of love and sin. For you, I would willingly plunge into the abyss. Chapter 1. The Growth of Childhood 1. In July, James and Lily welcomed their first child, Harry Potter, fulfilling the prophecy regarding the child. Godric's Hollow. Sirius, are you certain? James, cradling Harry, gently swayed him while gazing at his worried friend. Indeed, for Harry's sake and your safety, the secret keeper shall be changed to Peter, while I will continue to be declared as the keeper to the outside world, Sirius remarked nonchalantly, sipping his cup of red tea. You are placing yourself in great danger. Lily vehemently opposed his perspective. This is the most prudent course of action, Sirius asserted, taking Harry from James and poking his godson's face. What does Dumbledore say? Lily swatted away Sirius's mischievous hand, primarily concerned that Harry's face was turning red, nearly on the verge of tears. Dumbledore has already consented. Evans, could you not be so rough? Sirius rubbed his hand, which had been smacked by Lily, wearing a look of grievance. You are on the verge of making the child cry. Lily scoffed disdainfully. Ha! James laughed mercilessly at his friend's predicament. James, while you continue to laugh, perhaps you should manage your wife, Sirius said, feeling somewhat dejected. I beg you, do you think I can control her? Also, Sirius, shouldn't you be considering marriage yourself? James observed Sirius's serious demeanor. James, why do you sound like an old woman pressuring me to marry? Oh wait, I digressed. Since Dumbledore has agreed, what is your response? Sirius, realizing the topic had strayed, forcibly redirected the conversation. If Dumbledore has given his approval, we have nothing more to discuss. However, Sirius, your ability to change the subject has shown no improvement, James remarked, provokingly. While unfazed by Sirius's murderous glare, he draped his arm around Lily's shoulders. Sirius, James, you truly lack humanity. James, who told you not to have a wife? Sirius, James, let us duel. The matter of changing the secret keeper was settled amidst their playful banter, with the secret keeper now being the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, while still publicly declaring Sirius Black as the keeper. The Longbottom secret keeper was an Auror, Sirius Robert, who assumed the role. Unexpectedly, 2 months after the change of the secret keeper, Moody and his associates discovered Peter Pettigrew's anomalies. During one of his attempts to relay information to the Dark Lord, he was apprehended. Peter, I truly did not foresee this. Though you are timid, I never imagined you would betray us. James exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face, overwhelmed by the sorrow and anguish of his friend's treachery. I nearly endangered you and Lily. Peter, how could we have placed so much trust in you? Sirius's wand was pointed menacingly at Peter. James, Sirius, silence. You traitor, Sirius bellowed. An owl. Remus spotted the owl that was about to take flight. An owl is coming. Moody and Dumbledore arrived just in time to intercept the owl. Let's first take him to the Order of the Phoenix. Azkaban is currently unsafe. The group nodded in agreement with Albus Dumbledore's suggestion, and Dumbledore waved his wand to take Peter away. Just as everyone lowered their guard, believing that the crisis had been resolved, unbeknownst to them, the Dark Lord received another piece of intelligence. As Christmas approached, families gathered in celebration, and the members of the Order of the Phoenix were granted a rare respite. It was during this festive time that the Longbottom family encountered an unwelcome visitor, Lord Voldemort. The Longbottoms were brutally murdered, yet ancient magic protected Neville. The Dark Lord fled in defeat, and Neville emerged as the savior, the boy who lived, bearing the mark of the Dark Lord, a lightning-shaped scar. Due to Mrs. Longbottom's late return home, she narrowly escaped doom, and Neville would be raised by her. Chapter 3. The Growth of Childhood 2. In April of the following year, James and Lily welcomed their second child, Horn Potter, and appointed Remus Lupin as his godfather. Remus, just agree. It's not like Sirius is making a fuss about it, James insisted. Let go of me first, James. Remus was firmly grasped by James, who was determined not to relent until he received agreement. Sirius, lounging in a chair, was laughing heartily, completely shedding any semblance of an Auror seriousness. while Lily covered her face with one hand, unable to bear the sight. Little Harry, meanwhile, curiously peered from his crib. You must agree. You know my situation, James pressed. It's perfectly fine. After all, Sirius and I are here, he added. Although Remus was swayed, he still hesitated. Ultimately, after much persuasion from James's eloquent tongue and Lily's piercing gaze, Remus consented. Thus, Horn gained a werewolf godfather in Remus Lupin. Lily, this is truly embarrassing, she lamented. James, my dear, you cannot speak of me like that. It's quite unfair. Remus and Sirius exchanged speechless glances. Remus, Sirius, how do you tolerate him? Sirius quipped. I haven't tolerated it. I just hit him. Good idea, Remus replied. Sirius, James. Duel. James. Lily fretted, concerned about the potential consequences for the children. James, realizing too late that he had been unceremoniously cast aside by his wife, found himself in a predicament. Life was tranquil and beautiful. Harry's sister was born when he was 3, and Lily named her Margaret, Little Daisy, following the family tradition of naming children after flowers. Perhaps it was because Harry was aware of his status as the eldest brother, but since he turned 2, he rarely cried, much to Lily's relief. At 6, Harry began assisting his mother in caring for his sibling, while James and Sirius imparted to him various magical skills and combat techniques. Initially, Lily objected, believing Harry was too young, but upon seeing the sparkle in his eyes, she could not bring herself to refuse. Harry exhibited remarkable talent, adeptly mastering what James and Sirius taught him, inheriting Lily's aptitude for potions, and even managing to bruise some, though with caution, given the inherent dangers. The bond between Harry and his younger siblings, Horn and Margaret, was strong. Horn was a mischievous replica of James, always up to trouble and brawling, and together, the trio was capable of conjuring up all sorts of antics. Harry often served as the strategist among them. The day Horn spoke his first word, James felt a pang of disappointment. After much effort in teaching Horn, the first word uttered was Harry. Indeed, Horn adored his elder brother, which left James feeling somewhat crestfallen. Harry had called for Lily at that moment, and despite his sadness, he went on to teach his daughter. Let it all burn, James exclaimed. Sirius burst into laughter. Margaret also called for Harry. That afternoon, while teaching Harry, James intentionally selected a spell that was quite advanced for Harry's age, resulting in his self-esteem being shattered. Harry? What's the matter with Dad? Harry inquired, observing his father's distress. Oh, nothing, just a bit disheartened, Sirius replied, his lips twitching. P.S. only 4. That's third-year magic. Chapter 4. The Journey to France, 1. Harry was 9, Horn 8, and Margaret 7. During the summer holiday, the Ministry of Magic granted the Aurors a rare week off, coinciding with a Quidditch match in France. The family, along with Sirius Black, decided to embark on a trip to France. Remus Lupin declined to join due to the full moon that week. The idea of the trip was proposed by Sirius, who also covered the expenses. A trip? To France? Indeed, there's a Quidditch match between Albania and Belgium. Is that for real? James exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It is. But the expenses are too high, Lily interjected, causing James's enthusiasm to wane immediately. I will cover the costs. It's been ages since your family has had an outing, hasn't it? Let us go together, Sirius urged in a bid to salvage the situation. That's far too extravagant, Lily began to protest, but was interrupted by Harry, who had just emerged from the study with a potion book in hand. Godfather? What brings you here? Mum, where are Horn and Margot? Horn is Horn's nickname. Margot is Margaret's nickname. They're playing in the garden. I'll go find them. Wait, Harry. Come here for a moment. Sirius called as Harry was about to leave. Harry, tell your godfather how much you know about Quidditch. At the mention of Quidditch, Harry's eyes lit up. Having been influenced by his father and godfather from a young age, he was quickly becoming a Quidditch enthusiast. Harry rambled on about everything from history to various teams, almost lulling Sirius to sleep until Harry's excitement roused him once more. So, Evans, you ought to agree. This will be their first trip together. Sirius continued to persuade Lily with renewed vigor. A trip? Harry caught the sensitive word. Yes, there's a Quidditch match in France. Albania versus Belgium. Really? Harry's enthusiasm soared. Of course, but unfortunately, your mother disagrees, Sirius noted, observing Harry's crestfallen demeanor. At that moment, Harry's little tuft of hair drooped along with his spirits. Lily, seeing Harry's expression, sighed as she recalled how rarely he displayed such exuberance. Her heart softened, and she ultimately acquiesced. Sirius finally breathed a sigh of relief. James was asleep. Lily, get up and pack, she exclaimed, promptly yanking James by the ear. Ouch, that hurts. What are we packing for? He mumbled, still half asleep. Packing. If you don't hurry, you won't be going at all. I understand now, he replied, finally waking up. Harry, what is wrong with Dad? Never mind him, just be good and don't be like him. It's embarrassing, Sirius advised. Harry? Oh, Harry replied, his little mind filled with confusion. What Godfather says is right. Don't be like Dad. An unexpected reliance on Sirius? Sirius was determined not to have Harry emulate James. It would be far too embarrassing. What if he corrupted his beloved, brilliant, and talented godson? Who would he hold accountable? A single word, indulgence. James, are you being polite? Is he your son or mine? Lily, be quiet and hurry up. James protested. Ouch. Lily, dear, be gentle. Oh dear, Lily muttered as she went about her tasks. This is so hard, James lamented. Wasn't he at Sirius who spent lavishly? Why is it so difficult for me? Oh right, James conceded. Chapter 5. The Journey to France, 2. After Lily agreed to the trip to France, James went upstairs to pack. While Sirius returned to gather his belongings and called upon Regulus, Regulus had long since betrayed the Dark Lord and was working with the Order of the Phoenix to avoid retribution. Hence he was safe. He was unaware of the Horcruxes as he had defected before that revelation. Thus, the relationship between the brothers was not as strained, and they maintained a relatively amicable rapport. Harry stepped outside to summon Horns and Marguerite, brushing the dust off their clothes. Upon hearing about the Quidditch match, Horns' excitement surged, a thoroughly devoted Quidditch enthusiast, while Marguerite eagerly anticipated the enchanting scenery of both the magical and muggle realms of France, expressing her desire to see Paris, the city of romance. Oh, Sirius, prepare to be inundated with affection. Sirius, do not forget about the travel expenses I covered. So he. James, upon arriving at the inn, James? What do you mean you didn't book a room for me? Sirius Black. In the end, poor James Potter had to use his own savings to secure a room. Crozon Hotel. The Crozon Hotel, an ancient establishment, is rumored to have been constructed by a wealthy muggle. Curiously, this muggle chose to build his hotel within the magical realm of France, harboring a profound obsession with the wizarding world. Many have sought information about him, yet the conclusion drawn is that neither he nor his ancestors ever had any connection to magic. Indeed, not a single one. Yet he discovered the magical community of France and erected the Crozon Hotel. The reason remains a mystery. With his passing, the secret has been buried deep. But perhaps the arrival of Harry and his companions will bring this enigma back to light, though the future remains uncertain. As night fell, Harry inexplicably chose not to join Horns and the others for a stroll, but instead retreated directly to his room. Everyone assumed he was merely fatigued and didn't think much of it, informing him before they all set off together, while Regulus also remained at the inn. Harry himself was unsure of what ailed him. Upon entering the inn, he felt fine, but as time passed, discomfort set in, as if something within the place was summoning him. After dinner, this sensation intensified, prompting Harry to decline Sirius and Horn's invitation to walk. I'm sorry, Godfather Hall. I'm a bit tired. I'd like to rest in my room, and we'll skip the walk. All right, take a good rest, Harry. If anything comes up, you can find Regulus. He's in the room next to yours reading. I must say, he is quite cautious, Sirius remarked, teasingly. Regulus, you haven't betrayed the Dark Lord. There's no need to be so mature to avoid his and his Death Eater's wrath. Sirius retorted, true. But they've been defeated, and most of those radical ones have been sent to Azkaban by James and me. Besides, we are in France. His influence hasn't expanded so far yet, has it? It should still be confined to Britain, right? You haven't caught them all yet. Some have fled to other countries. It's always prudent to be cautious. All right. If you're so keen on preserving your life, then why the betrayal? Regulus quipped. It's easier to be silent with the Dark Lord, Sirius replied, exasperated. Back to Harry. Upon returning to his room, he felt dizzy. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he lost consciousness. When Horns returned, he assumed Harry was already asleep and quietly climbed into bed. Chapter 6. A Journey to France, 3. Secrets Unknown, an Era Eternal. The night at the Crozon Hotel was remarkably tranquil, apart from the occasional hoot of an owl. Nothing disturbed the silence. The next morning, the seven gathered in the dining area, with Lily inquiring, as usual, about the children's sleep quality. How was it? Did you sleep well? The children responded in unison, we slept splendidly, Mom. Marguerite was her usual lively self, while Horns nodded in agreement. Lily glanced at Harry, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, indicating he and rested well the previous night. A hint of concern crossed her face as she gently ruffled Harry's hair. Harry, are you all right? Did you not sleep well last night, dear? You still look quite fatigued. I'm fine, Mom. I just had a nightmare last night. Harry replied with a yawn. Oh dear, that hardly seems a simple nightmare. It looks as though you've not slept at all, Sirius remarked, equally worried. I'm okay. Godfather, I'm just a bit tired. Harry shook his head. All right, if you feel unwell, do let us know, okay? Don't push yourself. James comfortingly patted Harry's shoulder. Okay, Dad, Harry nodded. All right, lads and lasses, we're off, Sirius declared, taking Harry's hand. How are we getting there? Horns. Ever the curious one, asked. If not for James firmly holding him back, he would have bounded over to Sirius. Apparition, Sirius replied casually, his thoughts solely on Harry, who appeared increasingly weary, as if he might drift off at any moment. What kind of nightmare could leave my dear godson in such a state? Do not let me discover the cause of that nightmare. Otherwise, I shall ensure its demise. Calm down, Sirius, James urged. I can't calm down, Sirius exclaimed. Sirius, you're being a bit too indulgent with Harry, Lily commented. I'm willing to be, Sirius replied. Harry, what happened? The newly awakened boy asked, looking bewildered. Nothing, Sirius said, ruffling Harry's hair again, marveling at the softness. Please stop. I want to grow taller, Harry protested. Reluctantly, Sirius released his grip, hoping dearly that this wouldn't cause Harry to resent him. Don't worry, kids. Hold tight to the adults, Sirius called back, gripping Harry's hand, while his other hand produced his wand. Phantom shift. The group apparat to an open field dotted with tents. Sirius led Harry to the front of a tent, where the Black family banner fluttered nearby. The match would commence in the evening, and Harry could take a nap. During this time, everyone was free to amuse themselves, but they should refrain from wandering too far from the area, as muggle-repelling charms had been placed. Little ones, don't cause me any trouble, Sirius cautioned Horns and Marguerite, knowing Harry would never be a source of concern. In contrast to Harry's maturity, Horns resembled a young James Potter, energetic, lively, and reckless, not to mention his striking resemblance. Severus looked on with disdain. Marguerite inherited her mother Lily Potter's hair color, and it is said that Harry is the sibling most resembling Lily, as only he possesses her eye color. Marguerite, while vivacious, is not reckless and shows great care for her friends and family, remaining close to Harry. Chapter 7. A Journey to France. 4. Not long after Sirius finished speaking, Harry, guided by Creature, found his bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber, indicating just how exhausted he truly was. He slept soundly, from morning until well past 5 in the afternoon. Had it not been for Sirius waking him, he might have continued sleeping until the next day. Fortunately, the Quidditch match was set to commence promptly at 6. Even at night, the wizard's passion for Quidditch remained undiminished. The French Minister of Magic, speaking fluent English, as there were many attendees from various countries in the audience, cast a spell to amplify his voice and began his address. The cheers of the wizards in the stands drowned out his speech entirely, as everyone was swept up in the fervor of Quidditch. When the French Minister of Magic announced the official start of the match, the crowd erupted in applause. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the mascots of Belgium and Albania made their grand entrance. As this was merely a friendly match, certain elaborate formalities were omitted, and the players from both teams took to the field. The referee tossed the quaffle, signaling the official commencement of the game. Harry, what's wrong? The ever-focused godfather, Harry, remained fixated on the unfolding match, barely sparing a glance at Sirius. With a slight grimace, Sirius proposed, how about a wager? Wager on what? Only then did Harry turn his gaze towards Sirius, peering into his eyes, curious about the mischief his beloved godfather might be concocting. Let's bet on the outcome of this match. What do you say? And what would you offer as a stake, dear godfather? Harry smiled faintly, recognizing this playful challenge as Sirius's way of lightening his mood. If you win, I shall gift you the latest broomstick model. What do you think? Deal. Harry agreed without hesitation. Such eagerness. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Of course, I believe I shall win. Haha. Well then, should you lose, you must accompany me to the Black family estate for a month. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair, further disheveling his already tousled locks. James, you're the witness. Honestly, if Lily were here, she would absolutely disapprove. James chuckled, yet still acquiesced to his friend's antics. Harry placed his bet on Albania, while Sirius chose Belgium, both of them intently watching the match. James observed in bemusement, and upon the return of Horns and Lily, they were greeted by this scene, with Lily exasperatedly resting her forehead in her hand. Lily felt drained. Meanwhile, Harry and Sirius remained blissfully oblivious, their focus unwavering on the game. Ultimately, the score concluded at 120-100, with Albania triumphing by a narrow margin, having seized the golden snitch before Belgium. Harry was elated, while Sirius wore a frown of disappointment, though this was short-lived, as Harry excitedly embraced him. Observing his beloved godson, Sirius sighed, ruffling Harry's hair once more, acknowledging his own folly in making such a wager. James, it was indeed your suggestion, he retorted, as James teased. Now you're just making excuses. Sirius, don't run away. Face me in a duel. Chapter 8. The Journey to France. 5. After the conclusion of the Quidditch match, although dawn was approaching, the children remained exhilarated. Harry, despite not overtly displaying his excitement, could not conceal the thrill within, which even his calm demeanor could not mask from Sirius. But was he truly excited? As previously mentioned, Harry was not one to be infatuated with Quidditch. His apparent enthusiasm was merely a guise to reassure Sirius and Lily. Upon returning to the Croon's Hotel, Harry stepped inside and instantly felt that peculiar sensation again, a strange calling that intensified, as if sensing their imminent departure. That night, Harry lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber no matter what he tried. The feeling grew more potent, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Come here, child. Come to me. I need you." Ultimately, Harry could not sleep, as the voice continued to beckon him to seek it out. For the sake of his own rest, he resolved to investigate. He rose from his bed and retrieved the invisibility cloak that James had gifted him on his 8th birthday. Standing before the mirror, he donned the cloak, watching himself gradually fade from view. Satisfied, he quietly opened his door, glancing at Horns, who was blissfully asleep, before gently closing the door once more. Holding a candle, Harry traversed the corridor, which was eerily silent at night, devoid of sounds, even the distant hoots of owls outside. The darkness enveloped the hallway, and Harry was grateful for the candle he had taken with him. The voice in his mind persisted, guiding him along until he reached the corridor's end, where an odd painting hung. The voice continued to resonate within him. Harry examined the painting and prodded it, triggering a question to materialize. "Who are you?" Harry attempted to answer, "Harry Potter," and as he spoke, a section of the painting shifted, revealing a second question. "Who are the founders of Hogwarts?" There were 4 in total. Did he need to answer all 4? Drawing upon his extensive knowledge, he successfully responded to the second inquiry. "Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff." The third question followed. "From which word is the name Hogwarts derived?" Wild boar. The fourth and final question soon appeared. "What is the emblem of the Slytherin family?" A serpent, in silver and green. The moment Harry uttered his response, the last segment of the painting turned, and the figures within became clear. In the painting were 2 wizards. The one on the left bore golden hair that shimmered in the candlelight, his right hand resting on the shoulder of the other, who had short black hair and emerald green eyes, looking at the other with an expression of exasperation. Harry did not recognize the figures in the painting, and as he pondered, the painting gradually shifted aside, revealing a dark passageway behind it. As he gazed into the inky darkness, the voice in his mind grew clearer and more insistent. Where would this passage lead? Harry wondered, but having come this far, he could not simply halt. Thus, he resolved to press forward, eager to unravel the secrets that lay within. Chapter 9. The Journey to France. 6. The dim passage descended further, winding stairs that nearly disoriented Harry. After nearly 5 minutes, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Beyond the staircase lay a straight corridor. What on earth could it be, hidden so deeply? Harry muttered, feeling fatigued. After all, he was only 9 years old and not yet endowed with great stamina. Extinguishing the candle, as it was no longer needed, he noticed torches affixed to the walls igniting as he approached. Continuing onward, he soon encountered an ornate door. A lavish door? Yet Harry was not overly astonished, having seen even more opulent sights in his youth. At the age of 5, during his first magical outburst, while Sirius turned around, James grabbed a book, and Lily poured a glass of water. Harry had inexplicably vanished. The trio had searched frantically, while Harry had suddenly found himself in Malfoy Manor, facing an exquisitely grand door. Draco was playing in the garden, leading to an exceedingly awkward encounter. The dark-haired, green-eyed Harry, having appeared due to his magical surge, startled both Potter and the blonde-haired, gray-eyed Draco as they locked eyes. The sight of the limited edition platinum bundle startled Draco, and when Narcissa and Lucius emerged, they beheld this peculiar tableau. Draco stood clutching a toy broom, while Harry curiously peered around, even offering a courteous noble bow upon noticing Lucius and Narcissa, prompting Lucius to sigh at his son's incredulity. "People are indeed frustrating," Lucius lamented. Narcissa consoled Draco while Lucius engaged in conversation with Harry. To Lucius's astonishment, the words of the 5-year-old Harry were remarkably coherent. Although they could not be deemed flawless, they ensnared Lucius in a web of thought, deepening his frustration with Draco. Unaware of the underlying reasons and ignorant of the whereabouts of the Potter family, especially since the new secret keeper was now Sirius, Lucius took Harry on a trip to Hogwarts, delivering the magically agitated young boy to Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore? Harry Potter? Lucius Malfoy realized he must intensify Draco's education. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Draco Malfoy, still frolicking in the garden with Narcissa, remained blissfully unaware of the impending arduous study awaiting him. Left alone, Harry and Dumbledore exchanged puzzled glances. Albus, what was happening? Harry pondered. After being sent back by Albus, the matter of Harry's magical outburst was never mentioned by either Dumbledore or Harry, leaving it unresolved. Naturally, the entrance was not easily accessed. Harry felt exhausted and overwhelmed, lamenting, "Why must I endure this at just 9 years old?" 3 inquiries loomed before him. 1. Who is the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw? 2. Among the 4 founders, who was the Dark Wizard? 3. What relics did the 4 founders leave behind? As he faced yet another set of questions related to the founders of Hogwarts, Harry almost believed he was still in the realm of the setting sun. However, this also sparked a hypothesis. Could this be connected to Hogwarts, or rather, to its 4 founders? Chapter 10. The Journey to France. 7. It must be said that extensive reading yields benefits, for these questions were rather simple for Harry. Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter is Helena Ravenclaw. Among the 4 founders, Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw were the Dark Wizards, while Godric Gryffindor and Helga Hufflepuff were the Light Wizards. Salazar Slytherin bequeathed the Slytherin locket, Godric Gryffindor left behind the Gryffindor sword, Helga Hufflepuff the Hufflepuff cup, and Rowena Ravenclaw the diadem of Ravenclaw. As Harry's answers resonated, a crevice opened in the door, allowing him to enter. Inside lay a warmly decorated bedroom, with a walnut box adorned with camellias exquisitely placed upon the central table. As Harry approached the table, the voice in his mind grew increasingly distinct. Open it, open it. He stepped forward and lifted the lid of the box, revealing a silver pocket watch in a striking green and silver hue nestled within crimson fabric. Harry examined it closely but could not discern its significance. Determined not to leave empty-handed, he tucked the watch into his pocket. Simultaneously, the peculiar voice that had plagued his thoughts vanished, along with the strange sensation, as if it had never existed. Just as he prepared to depart, he glanced back at the box and noticed it was an alchemical creation, a masterwork, marked with the insignia of an eagle. By Merlin's white beard, a true Ravenclaw creation, he marveled. Was a long-forgotten soul contained within this pocket watch? Harry carefully stowed the box, recognizing the protective enchantments and storage spells inscribed upon it as invaluable. Elated with his newfound treasure, Harry returned to his room. Glancing at the time, to his dismay, it was already past 4 in the morning, leaving him with only 4 hours of sleep. Yet, filled with joy, he did not succumb to slumber until nearly 6. The following morning, he descended the stairs sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, startling Lily and Sirius. "Where's James Potter?" they inquired. "Oh, he's still sound asleep," came the reply, leading to a scenario where, upon waking, James found that everyone had already tidied up and was preparing to return home, with Harry asleep on Sirius's back, deep in slumber. The group safely returned home through the Flu network, and the jostling of travel roused Harry from his inadequate rest, leaving him looking rather haggard. "Oh dear, don't move. Let me freshen you up," Lily said, waving her wand to remove the dust from Harry's clothes. "Thank you, Mom," Harry yawned. "You can return to your room for a bit of rest. Emma, the house elf, will come to wake you for lunch." Lily gently tousled Harry's hair. "All right," Harry replied, retreating to his room, placing the box obtained from the Croon's Hotel on the shelf, and placing the pocket watch on the table before flopping onto his bed, surrendering to a deep sleep. As for what would transpire upon waking, that remained to be seen. Chapter 11. A letter from Hogwarts in the darkness of dawn. The twins existed, a balance of light and shadow. Without completeness, darkness would descend, heralding a time of shadows. Time flew swiftly, and on the day following Harry's 11th birthday, he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. "Oh, Merlin, Hans, let go of that poor owl, and hand me your brother's letter," Lily exclaimed as she returned to the living room, spotting Hans clutching an owl while hastily concealing something behind him. Upon hearing Lily's words, Hans released the owl, which, with a few pitiful hoots, flew to perch upon Lily's shoulder. She offered the little creature some food and water before allowing it to take flight. "Now, Hans, that belongs to your brother. You will be starting next year, so please hand the letter to Mom," Lily patiently coaxed her second son. "I don't want to. I want to start with Harry," Hans protested, on the verge of tears. "Mom, what is going on?" Harry asked, emerging from the potions room, where he had been practicing the potions he would learn in his first year. Despite already knowing them, he had never had the opportunity to practice until now. Due to Lily's concerns about safety, which had only recently been alleviated with his 11th birthday, but supervision was still required. You might ask who was supervising? Naturally, it was James, who was home for the holidays. Lily and James emerged from the potions room, looking somewhat astonished. "Oh, Merlin, what is wrong, James? I believe we may have another potions master in the making. Harry has perfectly inherited your talent for potions," James remarked with awe. "That is wonderful. By the way, what just happened?" James inquired. Lily succinctly explained the situation, and upon hearing it, Harry sighed, approached Hans, and gently ruffled his brother's hair. "All right, Hans. How about you give the letter to your brother? I promise to come back and spend time with you during the holidays, okay?" Harry reassured Hans, indulging his younger brother as any loving sibling would. Harry sighed inwardly. Yet another day of soothing my brother. Even though Hans was reluctant, he had no choice, especially since Harry had promised to return. Ultimately, with Harry and Lily's encouragement, Hans reluctantly produced Harry's acceptance letter. Failing to do so would surely earn him a scolding from Lily, which would inevitably require Harry to placate him afterward. Thus, for the sake of his own peace, Harry was determined to prevent such a scenario. Harry carefully unwrapped the letter, drawing forth a piece of parchment inscribed in a rich emerald ink. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Chairman of the International Wizarding Federation. Sir Merlin's Order First-Class Sorcerer, Chief Sorcerer of Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your OWL's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Along with the acceptance letter came Harry's book list and a list of items to be purchased. Harry took out the parchment and sent off a reply with his owl. Chapter 12. Departure to Diagon Alley. Harry retrieved the book list that accompanied his acceptance letter. First-year entrance supplies list. Uniforms. 1. 3 sets of plain black robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, made of dragon hide or a similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak with silver fastenings, black. Please note that all student garments must bear name tags. Textbooks. All first-year students are required to procure the following texts. The Standard Book of Spells. Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Arts. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other items. 1. 1 wand, to be purchased from Ollivanders. 2. 1 standard size 2 pewter cauldron. 3. A set of glass or crystal vials. 4. 1 telescope. 5. 1 brass scales. Students may bring either an owl, cat, or toad. A special reminder to parents. First-year students are prohibited from participating in Quidditch and may not bring their own broomsticks. Alright, now we must head to Diagon Alley, Deerhorns. Please summon your little sister. She is upstairs. Tell her to hurry down, for her brother has many things to purchase. Lily affectionately ruffled her second son's hair, sending him upstairs to find Marguerite. Soon, the family was ready. James and Lily, accompanied by their 3 children, disapparated to Diagon Alley. James was tasked with taking Harry shopping, while Lily took the other 2 children to the sweet shop. Harry and James planned to split up to expedite their errands. James handed Harry a portion of galleons, instructing him to buy the cauldron and other small items, while Harry tucked away the coins and made his way to the wand shop. A wand is the wizard's instrument. Thus, a wand that suits its wielder can facilitate the casting of spells with greater ease. Ollivander's Wand Shop, a venerable establishment of indeterminate age, has been crafting wands for generations. Here, every discerning young wizard can find a wand that belongs to them, and Harry was no exception. Ah, hello, dear child. You have come to acquire your wand, I presume? Ollivander emerged from the back. Harry's impression of the shop was one of delightful chaos. Oh, indeed, sir. He stepped forward as Ollivander took out a measuring tape to size him up, though I personally feel this detail may not have been mentioned in the original text. I can't quite recall, and I might need to reread it a few times. Turning, Ollivander retrieved a wand for Harry to try. As Harry waved it, the window shattered. Well, it seems the window has grown weary. How many times has it been broken now? No, not this one, Ollivander remarked, producing several more wands. Yet none seemed fitting. Ah, this one should do. Ollivander returned with a box in hand. Give this a try. Harry took it and waved it gently. A surge of magic flowed forth, clearly indicating a perfect match. Hawthorn, 11.5 inches, with a phoenix feather. It suits you well, sir. How much is it? 7 galleons. Chapter 13. A chance encounter with Malfoy. After exiting Ollivander's shop, Harry proceeded to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. He soon spotted. Well, the platinum blonde head was indeed quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. Harry thought to himself, oh, dear, please hold on a moment. I'll be right with you. Madame Malkin, preoccupied with her tasks, attempted to engage Harry in conversation. Not wanting to rush her, Harry took a seat, silently appreciating that Sirius had finally imparted some useful knowledge to him. Although James and the others were not particularly concerned with etiquette, it was still important to learn. You are Harry Potter? A voice called from above. Mr. Malfoy? What a coincidence to encounter you here. Harry rose to greet Lucius, observing Harry's decorum. Lucius felt a sudden itch to provoke, for seeing others excel can be quite irksome. Not particularly coincidental, merely accompanying my son to procure his school supplies. Lucius glanced in Draco's direction, who was seized by a sense of foreboding. As the two fell silent, Narcissa approached and beckoned Lucius away, leaving only Harry and Draco in their midst. The platinum-haired young master distinctly remembered when Harry had unexpectedly appeared at the age of 5, after which his father had sent him away, causing his own studies to unexpectedly intensify, with his father frequently lamenting Draco's plight. Harry, how could you possibly feel aggrieved? Draco, while harboring resentment towards Harry, was constrained by his family ties and Harry's father, James Potter, who may also be referred to as James. James Potter, currently the Minister of Magic's Auror Department. I believe that's the full title. It's the position Harry eventually held in adulthood. After all, Lucius was a Death Eater and thus preferred to avoid entanglements. Other Death Eater families likewise steered clear, having encountered the Dark Lord thrice without consequence. Hello there, Harry greeted Draco. However, the young master disregarded him entirely, for he was exceptionally vindictive. Harry, there you are. Just then, James located him. Father, have we acquired everything? Harry approached James, as Madame Malkin had prepared his required robes. Indeed, there remains but one final item, which you must select yourself, James proclaimed mysteriously. Harry sighed, already anticipating what it was, yet he did not wish to dampen his father's spirits. Notably, after James had stepped out, Harry recollected the incident from when he was 5, fully aware of what Lucius was capable of. Thus, he approached Draco, placing the box of sweets he had just received beside him, uttering an apology before departing. Note, this is merely a friendly gesture, as this narrative portrays their relationship as one of classmates rather than friends. Chapter 14, The Owl, Hedwig. Harry, come quickly. James stood at the entrance of Elop's Owl Emporium, his face beaming with joy. One might wonder who the true child was. As Harry remained composed and collected, the contrast stark against the exuberant and mischievous demeanor of James. Harry approached and followed James into the shop. Come on, choose an owl. I trust you wouldn't prefer a toad or a cat. James encouraged Harry to select one from a collection of owls. A flock of owls regarded Harry, and a pure white snowy owl alighted on his shoulder. For reasons unknown, Harry was enveloped by a profound sense of sorrow, akin to the grief one experiences when a cherished companion passes away. Heavy, dark, oppressive. Dad, I'll take this one, Harry ultimately decided, purchasing the snowy owl. Have you thought of a name? James ruffled his son's hair. Hedwig. Strangely, as James inquired about the name, the word Hedwig suddenly flashed in Harry's mind. It feels as though my brain just jolted. This void cannot be filled, alas. By the way, feel free to speculate on Hedwig's fate. You can cast your votes. Hedwig is a mythical guardian of children, and the owl represents protection and loyalty, a resilient girl. Hedwig, is it? A splendid name, James smiled. Harry. Hans rushed over, still clutching an unfinished ice cream cone. Well, more accurately, still having some on his face. Hans, wipe your mouth first, Harry said with exasperation. Got it. Hans replied, taking the handkerchief Harry offered and wiping clumsily. What does your wand look like? Hans grasped his beloved brother's arm, determined not to let go until he got an answer. With a resigned smile, Harry revealed the wand he had kept hidden in his robe sleeve. Wow, what is it made of? Hans inquired, his curiosity piqued. 11.5 inches, holly wood, and a phoenix feather, Harry explained, tousling little Hans' hair. Oh, Lily James. How are you? A cheerful, somewhat nasally voice called out. Oh, Hagrid. It's been a while, James greeted Hagrid warmly. Oh, Hagrid, what brings you to Diagon Alley? Dumbledore sent me to collect something. You know how it is with Gringotts. He trusts me implicitly. That is true. Are these your children? This is Harry, our eldest son, Hans. Our second son, and Marguerite, our little daughter. James introduced the children. This is Hagrid, the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds. Harry, you'll see him again at the start of term. Hello, Hagrid. His eyes are just like yours, Lily, Hagrid said, patting Harry's shoulder, causing him to sway slightly. Oh, sorry. No worries. I should get back to Dumbledore now. It's about time. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, the family returned home and had barely set their things down when an owl swooped in, delivering a large package to Harry before flying away. Oh, who is it from? Harry glanced at the signature. It was from his dear godfather. As he opened the package, he discovered a brand new Firebolt 2000. The Firebolt 2000. Hans exclaimed loudly. Sirius really splurged on this. The latest broomstick, James remarked with a hint of envy. I'm not envious, Harry retorted. Do you expect me to believe that? Sirius interjected. A godfather spoils his godson, after all, and it's merely a broomstick. Chapter 15. The Hogwarts Express had first-year students not been barred from participating in Quidditch and bringing their own brooms. Harry would undoubtedly have brought the Firebolt 2000. Are you ready? Lily asked. Of course. Don't be nervous, Harry. Just close your eyes and dash through, Sirius encouraged from the side. Godfather, I think you're the one who's nervous. How could that be? I graduated ages ago. Harry was unconvinced. Sirius, that stings a bit. The Crimson Steam engine came to a halt at the platform, where farewell gatherings filled the air. After hugging everyone, Harry boarded the train. As he turned, Hans shouted from behind, reminding Harry not to forget their promise. Harry waved as he stepped onto the train. After a lengthy search, he finally found an empty compartment. Just as he settled down with a book on potions, the door swung open. Was it really so difficult to find a moment of peace to read? Hello? May I sit here? Everywhere else is full. A boy with short red hair and freckles asked from the doorway. Please do. Harry gestured for him to take a seat. The red-haired boy settled beside him. Hi, I'm Ron Weasley. Hello, I'm Harry Potter. The interruption shattered Harry's interest in reading. I know you. Your dad is a fantastic orator. Oh, my dad has mentioned yours. They seem to get along quite well, Harry replied somewhat distantly. Ron kept chatting away, while Harry offered only half-hearted responses, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Oh, hello? Has anyone seen Neville's toad? A girl with slightly frizzy hair pulled open the compartment door. Neville? You mean Neville Longbottom, the boy with the unfortunate luck? Ron exclaimed, jolting Harry back to reality. I'm sorry, we haven't seen it. I'm Harry Potter. Hi, Harry. I'm Hermione Granger. Nice to meet you. And this is Ron Weasley. Hello. Hi, I'm Neville Longbottom. We know. We've grown up hearing your stories. You're quite remarkable, facing Voldemort and all, Hermione said. All right, Ron, I think we should get ready. We must be almost there. Harry urged Ron. Indeed, as he said, the train came to a stop shortly after they changed into their robes. While changing, Harry discovered the silver-green pocket watch he had once acquired during a midnight adventure at the Crans Hotel in France when he was 9. It had somehow reappeared in his pocket, despite having left it in his room's drawer. Harry blinked, puzzled, but with the students disembarking, he didn't dwell on it, and quickly exited the train. Thus, his journey at Hogwarts was about to begin. Extra 1. Hopeless love, buried deep within Hogwarts. First-year potions class. Gryffindor and Slytherin together. Take down your cauldrons, add the porcupine quills. Cough, cough, cough. Ms. Brown. Harry was guiding the students below, but he coughed continuously. This time, however, he coughed up a few petals, yellow petals stained with blood. Although Harry quickly cleared the petals away, they did not escape the keen eyes of his niece, Heisenly Potter. Wait, is she a niece? Remembering her father's admonition, Heisenly penned a letter after class and had Sasser, the owl, deliver it to honors. At that moment, Hans was at St. Mungo's, alongside Draco and Marguerite. After reading the letter from his daughter, Hans felt perplexed and handed it to Draco and the others. Ugh, it's the flower sickness, Draco frowned. There's likely no hope. Once the flowers bloom, 17 in total, he will perish. It's an ailment born from unrequited love, unless he finds the one he loves. There's no remedy, Draco stated in one breath. How could we possibly know that Horns was experiencing a headache? Thus, it was deemed unsolvable. The yellow flower, if I am not mistaken, signifies that hopeless love. Must we simply watch him perish? It was a struggle for Marguerite to hold back her tears. There was no other option, unless that person could be found. In truth, Harry was aware of his illness, yet the only resolution awaiting him was death. The one he loved had long vanished before the Great War, leaving no trace behind. Harry ventured to the headmaster's office, where he encountered Dumbledore and Severus. During their conversation, he began to cough again, but this time, a flower had formed, a yellow rose, quietly resting in the palm of Harry's hand, adorned with droplets of blood. Startling even Severus, Dumbledore proceeded to the infirmary, summoning Madame Pomfrey. Alas, even she was powerless to help. Harry knew that after 17 flowers, he would depart this world. But he was indifferent. Perhaps in death, he would once again see the one he loved. To him, death was a release. This sinner should have perished long ago rather than linger on. Not only did Heisenly notice the anomaly in their potions professor, but even the other creatures sensed something was amiss, unable to fathom the fragility of their typically formidable potions master. Presently, Harry resembled a flower on the verge of death. Wilting away, after he coughed up the 11th flower, he resigned from his position, relocating to Godric's Hollow. After Christmas, when Horns and the others came to visit, he had already passed, leaving this world behind. For you, I would sacrifice everything, including my life. This was the last note he left behind. No one knew the identity of his beloved, no one at all. Extra 2, the path of the lost. Alas, am I not at home? Where's this? Hogwarts? Draco, just awakened, wore a bewildered expression. One moment, he had been snuggled up with his boyfriend, and the next, he found himself inexplicably in Hogwarts, seemingly invisible to others. Fortunately, a certain young master, seasoned by countless storms, quickly regained his composure. Draco contemplated that since he was here, he might as well seek out his childhood friend, Harry, and made his way toward Gryffindor Tower, able to walk through walls. In the common room, however, Draco did not find Harry. The boy who should have been with Hermione and Ron was inexplicably transformed into another person, Horns Potter. Through snippets of conversation, Draco gleaned certain truths. In this world, His Harry was not the savior. The true savior was Neville. Harry had been sorted into Slytherin, and his relationship with Hermione and Ron was merely that of ordinary classmates. Furthermore, Harry had a brother and a sister. He should be quite happy, Draco mused, and he proceeded to Slytherin, where he discovered Harry's bedroom. The dark-haired boy was scribbling something down, and as Draco approached, his pupils dilated in shock. The notebook in Harry's hands was no ordinary one. It was the diary of Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, a Horcrux. Draco attempted to seize the diary, but found himself unable to do so. He could only watch in anguish as Harry became increasingly ensnared. Manipulated by Riddle to open the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk. Everything was different. He observed Harry being ostracized by everyone, entranced by Riddle. During their third year in Hogsmeade, he witnessed Harry resurrect the Dark Lord. The blood was insufficient, and he watched helplessly as Harry slashed his wrist to fill the chalice with his own blood. Draco, in a frenzy, yearned to intervene but was powerless. Watching as Harry fell, his heart felt as though it had been pierced. He longed to catch the collapsing boy, yet he passed right through him. Witnessing his beloved suffer and endure such torment, he could only stand by, the feeling of helplessness threatening to tear him apart. He saw Harry join the Death Eaters, endure agonizing torment, and consume the draught of living death, watching as his once bright green eyes dulled into emptiness. Witnessing him turn against James, Draco's heart ached for Harry. His Harry had embarked on an irrevocable path. All he could do was accompany his boy during the late hours of the night. For an hour, Draco could manifest and interact with the world. Year after year passed, and with the arrival of their 7th year came war, the Battle of Hogwarts. He watched as his boy perished at the hands of the Dark Lord, succumbing to the killing curse, dying in Lily's embrace. Draco was on the brink of collapse, despite knowing this was not his world. Despite the fact that this Harry loved Tom and not him, he was still Harry, and at times, Draco felt utterly helpless. Just as he crouched on the ground, head in hands, unable to bear the sight of Harry's corpse, a force pulled him in. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in St. Mungo's, and Harry, seeing him awake, breathed a sigh of relief. Draco immediately embraced Harry. I had a nightmare. In it, you were not the savior, but he could not finish. Fear gripping him, Harry gently patted his back, soothing his boyfriend. Thank goodness, it was merely a dream, Draco thought. Extra 3, love across the divide of two worlds. Harry, are you certain? His soul was fragmented, and what you seek is but a fragment of a soul, nearly extinguished, with only a whisper of existence remaining. Using the forbidden arts would pose great danger to you. The man with hair transitioning from black to white sat opposite Harry, holding a cup of Keemon tea. His expression grave. Mr. Lestrin, I understand. Harry paused. I do not care. I merely wish to see him once more. For him, I would give everything, including my life. With a sigh, Curson Lestrin regarded Harry's determined green eyes and relented. You young ones truly disregard your own well-being. As you wish, child. Come with me. Thank you. Harry rose to follow Curson into the Lestrin family's secret chamber. The Lestrin family, an ancient and mysterious lineage, renowned for their mastery of soul and time magic. It is said that each generation's head is a reincarnated being, synonymous with ancient power. Many seek to uncover their secrets. Yet the Lestrin family yields to no one, not even Salazar. They assist only those they deem worthy. The magic circle has been activated. Now, your blood is required. From here on, it is solely you. I cannot oversee you. Take care, Curson instructed before exiting the chamber, leaving behind a silver dagger and some potions for replenishment and healing. Following Curson's guidance, Harry used the dagger to cut his palm, crimson blood flowing from his pale, bony hand, dripping into the magic circle on the ground. The circle emitted a dazzling red light, a faint white glow coalescing into a small orb of light, gradually forming a silhouette. Tom. The figure slowly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Harry, there was a moment of shock. He surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow as he grasped the situation. Harry, why would you do this? Do you have any idea how much this could harm you? Tom, visibly angered, understood the magic circle's purpose and dangers, feeling incensed by Harry's reckless actions. I am aware, Tom. This action poses great risk to me, but I do not care. The Dark Lord is preparing to assault Hogwarts. A great battle is imminent, Harry replied, seated on the floor, engaging Tom in casual conversation. Do you regret it? Regret, Tom. Did you not claim to know me better than anyone else? I have never regretted my actions, nor do I possess a path of retreat. Upon encountering me within this magical array, what is your intention, boy? I merely wish to witness your battle. I am fully prepared for death. Tom's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that Harry harbored no desire to survive. What foolishness are you uttering, boy? You are aware of this. I know it vexes you, yet Tom, I am truly weary. With your disappearance, my life was once again plunged into darkness, and I can no longer endure it. It is not worth it. I am aware of your manipulation, yet I willingly acquiesce to it, as Tom is on the verge of vanishing, and he hears Harry proclaim this. For you, I willingly submit. In the fourth side story, The Roses of Midsummer, Grindelwald, why are you trespassing in my estate at such an ungodly hour? Have you not dismantled my defensive enchantments? Kieran expressed his disbelief towards an old friend, appalled that one would intrude upon another's home and obliterate their protective wards in the dead of night. Would you not be infuriated? I shall restore them. However, I require your assistance. Kieran regarded his old companion, pondering what had transpired to transform the once mighty Gellert Grindelwald, who commanded countless followers, into this disheveled figure. You know Albus is dead. Indeed, I am aware of the greatness he embodied for his golden boy and the wizarding world. Is that not so? You know I do not wish to hear this. Well, Gellert, speak. You cannot have come merely to discuss Albus's demise at this hour, Kieran remarked, taking a sip of his red tea. I must return. You cannot be serious? Return? Do you believe the cost is trivial? One misstep leads to another. I understand. Kieran observed Gellert's resolute demeanor, massaging his throbbing temples. You resemble a younger version of yourself, marked by the same tenacity, the only difference being he is prepared for death. Will you assist me? Help, help, help. I owe you that much. I have warned you. One misstep leads to another. I hope you achieve your desires. Kieran ultimately relented. If either of you had a semblance of romantic sensibility, it would not have escalated to this point. Kieran sighed. Thank you. A blinding white light flashed, and upon opening his eyes, Grindelwald found himself in the familiar surroundings of his dear aunt's home. Gellert, hurry down. Albus is here for you. Albus, wait a moment. Gellert, I shall go find him. Very well. Albus ascended the stairs and was met with an embrace as Gellert opened the door. Al, I have missed you so. Albus, bewildered by the sudden embrace, patted the person before him. Gellert, kindly release me. Gellert pulled Albus into the room. Gellert, what was it you wished to tell me yesterday? I have discovered a method to heal Ariana. Gellert observed the spark in Albus's eyes and smiled. Really? She truly, of course. Thank you, Gellert. Let us set that aside for now. I had a question for you earlier. Albus hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject after Gellert's earlier confession. Looking at the golden-haired boy, Albus nodded, only to be embraced once more by Gellert. With their relationship now defined, Gellert, recalling memories from a previous life, brewed a potion. And Ariana's condition improved day by day. Albus and Gellert shared a strong bond, save for Albus continuing to harbor some discontent towards Gellert. Otherwise, all was serene. Al, this time, I shall not let you push me away. In the serene midsummer of Godric's Hollow, the vibrant red roses bloomed gloriously. Chapter 16, Hogwarts. Harry disembarked the carriage. The night sky already enveloped in darkness. First years, follow me. Watch your step. It was Hagrid, responsible for guiding the new students to Hogwarts. The young witches and wizards trailed behind Hagrid along a winding path until they reached the edge of a lake, its depths obscured by the inky night. Now, two to a boat. Hagrid took one for himself, considering his considerable size. Ron had initially intended to share a boat with Harry, but was politely declined. He seemed to prefer solitude over companionship. Thus, Ron partnered with Neville, while Harry found himself alone in his own boat at the rear of the line. Hagrid's boat forged ahead, the tranquil waters of the lake rippling gently, the flickering lights of the oil lamps casting reflections upon the surface. Was it merely Harry's imagination? Or did he glimpse a mermaid? I hope I am just seeing things. Merlin's pants. That mermaid is quite unattractive. Mermaids? Are you not polite? Naturally. Let us bypass this triviality and continue. The stars twinkled in the dark night sky, yet one dimmed imperceptibly, as if foreshadowing an individual's fate. In the distance loomed a magnificent castle. This would be their abode for learning and growth, though the path would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Hagrid led them to a grand oak door, knocked, and it swung open to reveal a stern-looking witch in a green robe. First years, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid said. And McGonagall ushered the young wizards into the castle. They traversed a series of staircases and passed the Great Hall, arriving at the opposite side. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House, and your future Transfiguration Professor. After McGonagall departed, the young witches and wizards began to chatter excitedly about the sorting process, sharing various rumors about battling trolls or completing lengthy exams, an array of absurdities that seemed entirely ludicrous. Though Lily and James had never disclosed the specifics of the sorting to Harry, reflecting upon the intentions of the four founders who established Hogwarts, he surmised that it could not possibly involve any perilous trials. The school would never subject an 11-year-old, untrained in magic, to confront a troll or similar creature. After all, such encounters were indeed dangerous. As Harry stood lost in thought, the platinum blonde peacock faced social failure, yet again, due to Ron. while the two successfully clashed. Albeit this time without Harry. Silence fell as Professor McGonagall returned, indicating that the sorting ceremony was about to commence. She led them to the Great Hall, where a high stool awaited in the center, atop which rested an ancient wizard's hat, patched and worn, betraying its considerable age. Harry mused that Lily would never allow such a tattered hat to grace their home. Chapter 17, The Sorting. Harry, lost in thought, suddenly heard McGonagall call out, "Neville Longbottom." As she spoke, the hall erupted in murmurs, Albus Dumbledore casting a glance toward Neville. "Neville? Neville Longbottom, is that the same Neville?" Silence. As McGonagall's voice cut through the chatter, the hall fell into stillness. Neville stepped onto the platform, and the sorting hat, barely touching his head, exclaimed the answer. "Gryffindor." The Gryffindor table erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, celebrating the arrival of the chosen one. Subsequently, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, without exception, followed suit into Gryffindor. "Professor McGonagall, why are there so many people in Gryffindor this year? Could it be the halo of the chosen one?" "Albus Dumbledore, I do not know." "Harry Potter." As Harry ascended the platform, the sorting hat was placed upon his head, and he heard a wizened voice. This is quite challenging. You possess no lack of courage and are eager to prove yourself. You are intelligent, ambitious, yet your heart is not corrupt. Perhaps Slytherin would suit you well, after all. With a single thought, Slytherin could lead you to greatness. If that is your inclination, sir, I have no objections. Harry blinked. Well. So Slytherin. A hush fell over the crowd, and Severus Snape visibly froze at the announcement, glancing towards Harry, who sat bewildered at the table, unsure why everyone had suddenly quieted. "The Potter heir in Slytherin," someone exclaimed, and the great hall erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. How could he be in Slytherin when both his parents and godfather were Gryffindors? His relatives were all Aurors. How could he belong to a house rife with dark wizards? Wasn't the Potter family a lineage of Gryffindors? The whispers grew louder, leaving Harry feeling at a loss until Albus Dumbledore intervened to restore order. The highlight of this year's sorting ceremony was undoubtedly two events: the chosen one Neville Longbottom entering Gryffindor, and Harry Potter entering Slytherin. The Potter heir in Slytherin. Dumbledore shared a few remarks and emphasized the prohibition against students venturing to the fourth floor. Fools. Crybabies. Rascals. Though it was evident that few understood Dumbledore's final statement. Harry comprehended it. Latin. "May Merlin bless you," Harry murmured. As he was the last to be sorted into Slytherin, he was fortunate enough to secure a single dormitory. Is this a case of misfortune turning into fortune? The platinum-haired young lord expressed his discontent, sharing a dormitory with Zabini. Given that Slytherin students were already few in number, it was quite natural for the two of them to share a room, and Harry was merely the odd one out. Chapter 18, The Contest for Head Boy. Well, Severus stood upon the Slytherin Common Room's platform, addressing a group of newly sorted young wizards, or perhaps young aristocrats. "I presume your parents have spoken to you about the competition for head boy, and you should be familiar with the rules." His mellifluous and sophisticated British accent resonated with the elegance of a cello. "The ultimate victor shall become this year's head boy." Severus waved his wand to clear space, making the once crowded common room feel significantly more spacious, mainly due to the excess of tables and chairs. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, please commence your performances." It was showtime. Blaise Zabini was eager to take the stage. Mr. Malfoy, a boy with dark hair, stepped forward, challenging Draco Malfoy to a duel. "Well, you dare provoke a Malfoy?" chuckled Ethna Earthly, cunningly aware of the implications of such a challenge. The onlookers parted to create space for the duel, while Harry found a discreet spot for himself and cast a concealment charm, quietly observing from the sidelines. Relatio. Ethna initiated the attack. Protego. Ricta Sempra. Locomotor Mortis. Densaggio. Although both combatants demonstrated equal prowess, Draco ultimately outmatched Ethna, who had no choice but to retreat. The proud platinum-haired peacock stood upon the platform, surveying the crowd with disdain. Ethna's skills were among the most remarkable of the first-year students, excluding our prodigy Harry, and her defeat naturally dissuaded anyone else from challenging Draco Malfoy. No noble would dare provoke a Malfoy, well aware of the family's fierce protectiveness. Thus, Draco Malfoy seamlessly ascended as the new head boy of the first-year class. Do not question why Harry did not vie for the position. He was utterly exhausted and preferred to avoid undue attention. The following morning, Harry was at the table for breakfast, having arrived early. A good routine aids in intellectual growth. Hedwig swooped in with a letter, nearly colliding with Harry's goblet. "Merlin." Harry chuckled, setting Hedwig down beside him and offering her some cranberry biscuits. He opened the letter, which was from Lily. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. Oh, dear Harry, I wonder how you are adapting to the school. Severus wrote to me yesterday to inform me that you were sorted into Slytherin. To be honest, dear, your father and Sirius were utterly incredulous upon hearing this. Regardless, we will support you. Hans and Marguerite miss you dearly and hope all is well at Hogwarts. Love. Your mother, Lily Potter. Chapter 19. Transfiguration Class. Harry rummaged through his bag for a quill and a piece of parchment, munching on a slice of toast as he began to reply to his beloved mother. Dear mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Please do not worry. Slytherin is quite agreeable, and I am well, though I am unsure why everyone is so astonished. I suppose I am beginning to understand. Hogwarts is fascinating, and I am thriving. Please extend my regards to Hall and Sirius. Your son, Harry Potter. Harry secured the letter to Hedwig's leg. All right, my dear girl. Off you go, and return swiftly. Hedwig nuzzled Harry's hand before taking flight. After breakfast, Harry consulted his schedule. The first class is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. Fortunately, he had reviewed the map in advance. The stairs did not lead him astray, and he successfully located the classroom. On the podium lay a tabby cat, its yellow eyes fixed upon him. While others may not have recognized it, Harry, having witnessed his father and godfather transform into animals from a young age, understood it was Animagus. So Professor McGonagall's Animagus is a cat? Harry pondered. This year's Transfiguration class was shared with Hufflepuff, not that he knew which house it originally was. But it certainly was not Gryffindor, a group of innocent badgers paired with a collection of proud snakes. As expected, the familiar lesson began with the transformation of a needle. Harry had mastered this transformation spell in his youth, despite McGonagall's assertion that transfiguration was challenging. It did not deter the other young animals from gazing at Harry with wide-eyed admiration. Harry successfully transformed a matchstick into a beautiful embroidery needle. Well, Slytherin gains 10 points for a remarkable transformation, McGonagall commended. The other young animals, inspired by his success, eagerly began to attempt their own transformations. Though many badgers struggled to grasp the technique, their faces contorted in frustration. Harry, could you teach me? A little badger approached him earnestly, seeking guidance. A small snake interjected. Did you get your home stolen? With the first little creature leading the charge, a swarm of badgers quickly surrounded Harry, leaving a snake encircled by a throng of badgers. Much to Harry's bemusement, it wasn't until the end of class that the group of badgers finally relented. The unknown feelings of the Slytherin snakes were overshadowed by Professor McGonagall's delight, as aside from Harry and Draco, very few succeeded from Slytherin, while several from the badger group triumphed under Harry's guidance. In light of this, Professor McGonagall awarded Slytherin an additional 10 points for Harry's helpfulness. Over the course of the lesson, Slytherin accrued 30 points, 20 attributed to Harry and the remaining 10 to Draco. Hufflepuff gained 15 points, and it was evident that Harry had successfully inherited his father James's talent for transfiguration. Of course, the Hufflepuffs were exceedingly friendly, and that day, Harry received an abundance of snacks from the little badgers he had assisted, all of whom had come to know his name, which spread throughout Hufflepuff. To his surprise, even second-year badgers approached him for advice. Harry was somewhat taken aback upon seeing the older badgers. Hey, even though you're from another house, it doesn't stop me from seeking your wisdom. Home stolen. Harry shrugged in exasperation. Chapter 20. Flying Class. One could say that Harry's school life was quite eventful. Though he was raised by two prominent figures from the Marauders, James Potter and Sirius Black, being the eldest son necessitated a certain level of composure. Incidentally, Mrs. Fig held a fondness for Harry, especially since he spent so much time in the library, where he befriended the academically gifted Hermione Granger from Gryffindor. However, the crux of the matter was that today was Thursday, which meant they were about to embark on their first flying lesson. As a Quidditch enthusiast, Harry had long anticipated this moment. His love for flying ignited from the moment his godfather Sirius gifted him his first toy broomstick as a child. This year, the flying class was conducted alongside Gryffindor, inevitably leading to some rivalry between the houses. Harry arrived early at the field, where several Gryffindor lions were animatedly discussing amongst themselves, while Slytherin remained notably calm. The arrival of Madame Hooch signaled the commencement of the lesson, and a chorus of "Up" rang out across the field as Harry and Draco's brooms rose into their hands, both rather old models from the Clean Sweep series. Among the Gryffindors, Ron Weasley was the first to grasp his broom, and just as everyone prepared for Madame Hooch's whistle, Neville unexpectedly soared into the air, startling everyone. Neville, Hermione gasped, taken aback by her friend's sudden ascent. As Neville's broom began to wobble, he was subsequently thrown off. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry's wand slipped into his hand as he cast a levitation charm. Unfortunately, one person's strength was limited, and Neville still ended up spraining his wrist, prompting Madame Hooch to escort him to the hospital wing. Oh, what is this? Draco held up Neville's fallen memory ball. Malfoy, hand it over, Harry frowned, his impression of Neville remaining positive. I'll place it in a tree for Longbottom to find himself. Draco mounted his broom and began to rise. Malfoy, bring it here. Harry called out once more. Want it? Come and get it yourself, Draco taunted, initiating a chase. The Gryffindor lions rallied to cheer for Harry. despite him being from a different house. Don't worry, Harry is much better than Malfoy. Isn't that our house ball? Catch it if you can. Draco tossed the memory ball from the air, and Harry maneuvered his broom into a rapid dive, catching the ball just a foot from the ground. Upon returning to the ground, Harry handed the memory ball to Hermione, but before the Gryffindors could celebrate, Professor McGonagall approached. "Mr. Potter, come with me," she beckoned. Leaving the others in confusion, McGonagall led Harry to the dungeons, indeed, Snape's office. "Severus, Minerva? What has Potter done now?" Severus frowned, displeased at the interruption during his potion brewing. McGonagall recounted the events. "He would make a splendid seeker, Severus. I do not wish for talent to go unrecognized," she expressed, hoping to persuade Snape to allow Harry to join the team. "Why is he not in Gryffindor?" "Ah, jealousy. Joining the team? Isn't it a bit too soon, Minerva? He is only 11, and Quidditch selections begin in the second year." It was evident that Severus would not agree to let Harry join the team prematurely. Professor McGonagall, recognizing the constraints, refrained from pressing further, considering he was not a student of her own house. "And Mr. Potter, you and Mr. Malfoy will serve 2 days of detention," Severus added, imposing punishment on the two. Harry felt disheartened. Chapter 21, Potions Class. On Friday, there was a potions class, and had it not been for the detention, Harry might have felt a bit more cheerful. He sensed that their headmaster did not particularly favor him. Of course, he had inquired with Sirius and James. Piecing together a fact from their snippets of conversation, his dear godfather, father, and Uncle Remus had quite the tumultuous relationship with their headmaster during their school days, and he resembled James too closely. "So, should I pay for my father's debts? Dear old dad, you've truly made a mess for your son." Harry made his way to the potions classroom alone, having successfully created a rift with Malfoy due to the detention. The other Slytherins also kept their distance from him. Potions class was attended jointly with Gryffindor, and thanks to the flying lesson, the lions were somewhat amiable towards Harry. Just moments before, the little creatures had been chattering away, but the arrival of Severus Snape silenced them instantly. "Potter, tell me, if I wish to find a piece of dung, where would you suggest I look?" Unsurprisingly, he targeted Harry. "In the stomach of a goat or cow, sir." Snape raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback. "What would you obtain by adding powdered daffodil root to a mugwort infusion?" "A potion of life and death, sir." "Well, for the last question, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" "They are indistinguishable. They are both aconite, sir." Harry's response was flawless, leaving Severus without retort. Slytherin earns 5 points. "I hope you do not let this go to your head, Mr. Potter." "I understand, sir. Why don't you take notes?" The entire class was rather uneventful. Neville had a rather unfortunate experience. For Harry, first-year potions were not particularly challenging, and crafting a potion of perfect quality was not difficult. Thus, upon returning to the dungeons, Severus remained quite flustered over Harry's flawless potion, knowing full well that, with a little guidance, Harry Potter would undoubtedly become the second youngest potions master, perhaps even surpassing him. Severus fell into silence. Meanwhile, our Harry was enduring a defense against the dark arts class. Although Harry had a fondness for this subject, the overwhelming scent emanating from Quirrell was unbearable. Despite sitting at a considerable distance, the pungent odor of garlic lingered heavily in the air. Additionally, Harry could always sense an exceptionally potent aura of dark magic surrounding Quirrell, perhaps due to the presence of the Time Turner. After all, he had noticed that whenever he felt the dark magic, the Time Turner was always in his possession. Nonetheless, Harry had yet to discern any other function of the Time Turner apart from telling time and sensing dark magic, but he refrained from sharing this with others. Remaining vigilant around Quirrell. As a Slytherin, one must learn the art of concealment and discernment. It is the way of survival. Time flew by, and before long, Halloween arrived. Although it is typically a joyous occasion, Harry was perplexed. His eyelids had been twitching throughout the day. Fortunately, it was Halloween, and few creatures were in class. Leaving Harry undisturbed, a sense of foreboding loomed over him, as if something significant was about to transpire. Chapter 22, The Trio and Harry. Harry was at the dining table when Quirrell suddenly appeared in the Great Hall. "A troll. I think it's necessary to inform you all," Quirrell proclaimed before fainting. Instantly, the Great Hall erupted into chaos, with the students displaying expressions of sheer terror. "Silence. All students return to your dormitories," Dumbledore commanded, finally restoring order as the students followed the prefects back to the common room. Ron and Neville set off to find Hermione, a scene reminiscent of the original tale, with Harry taking Neville's place, which I shall not elaborate upon. The following morning, Harry learned of the incident from Hermione, who introduced him to Ron and Neville. "You have a Slytherin friend," Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "So what? Harry's not a bad person. He helped Neville retrieve his Remembrall last time," Hermione retorted, somewhat displeased with Ron's tone. I know. His reputation precedes him in other houses. My dad mentioned your family is quite respectable, Ron mumbled in response. I really appreciate your help last time, Harry, Neville said shyly. No need to thank me, Harry replied, scratching his head. Thus, the quartet formed a friendship, transforming what was once a two-person study group between Harry and Hermione into a four-person alliance, with Ron continuing to copy homework. No longer limited to Hermione's work, but also Harry's. Though Harry had forged friendships with Hermione and the others, he remained a Slytherin at heart, a serpent among a pride of lions, which was not beneficial for him within Slytherin. He grew close to the Gryffindor trio, often finding himself at odds with Draco Malfoy, whose standing in Slytherin was formidable. Gradually, the Slytherin snakes began to distance themselves from Harry. Although they maintained a facade of cordiality, Harry found this situation increasingly distressing. He refrained from confiding in Hermione, nor did he share his troubles with James, Lily, Sirius, or Regulus. He had long since learned to spare his parents and friends from unnecessary burdens, choosing instead to silently endure, leading to a growing estrangement from his trio. During the Christmas holiday, as James and Lily took Harry's younger siblings to Germany, Harry found himself compelled to remain at Hogwarts. Originally, Sirius had intended for Harry to join him, but Harry did not wish to trouble his hard-working godfather and chose to stay behind to assist Ron and Neville in investigating the Philosopher's Stone. I still think Snape is up to something, Ron remarked. However, Harry disagreed with his assessment. No, the headmaster wouldn't do that. He wouldn't jeopardize the wizarding world. Harry countered, leading to a disagreement between them. Neville, ever the peacemaker, attempted to mediate, but they parted on unfriendly terms. Not long after Christmas, Hagrid inexplicably acquired a fire dragon. Hermione informed Harry of their intent to relocate the dragon, and Harry generously lent them James's invisibility cloak as a Christmas gift. However, upon overhearing Malfoy's plan to inform on them, he ventured out to warn his dear friends, only to be caught by Filch. Slytherin loses 20 points. Gryffindor loses 50 points, exclaimed Filch. Goodness, what is Dumbledore thinking? Professor McGonagall was beside herself with frustration. Slytherin lost 40 points, while Gryffindor lost a staggering 150 points, resulting in all students being confined. Chapter 23. The conclusion of the first academic year. Harry's first Christmas at Hogwarts could only be described as disastrous. In the weeks following Christmas, Harry learned from Hermione about the events that transpired, including Neville Longbottom's miraculous defeat of the Dark Lord, further solidifying the bonds between the trio. The final Quidditch match pitted Ravenclaw against Slytherin, with Slytherin claiming victory. Ron expressed his outrage, as this year's Slytherin team had played quite dirty. Dumbledore announced in the Great Hall the cancellation of this year's exams, which seemed to please everyone except Hermione. Due to the trio's efforts in preventing Voldemort from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor a plethora of points, leveling them with Slytherin, and they shared a toast. The Slytherin snakes were visibly discontent. Dumbledore was indeed biased towards Gryffindor. Harry remained unfazed. After all, he had only lost 20 points throughout the year, while Dumbledore had added a substantial number to Slytherin. With no exams looming, the students returned to their dormitories to pack their belongings, all of which were stowed in their magically expanded trunks. This past year had been perilous for the trio of saviors, but for Harry, it had not been particularly pleasant. Being associated with the saviors often resulted in unwarranted point deductions, coupled with ostracization from his fellow Slytherins. Additionally, being abandoned at Hogwarts by James during Christmas had led Harry to resolve that he would not converse with James easily during the summer. He also intended to devise schemes with Hans and Marguerite to make James taste his own medicine. Harry, I won't be easily appeased. James, why is my back so cold? Lily, get ready to appease our son. I have reason to believe your summer vacation will not be pleasant. James, forget it, let's not dwell on it. Sirius, you deserve it. Laughs as predicted. On the very first day back home, James fell into a hole on his way back, and during dinner, he encountered a dish of extremely spicy peppers, a true trial indeed. He found himself unable to voice his grievances, as expressing them would likely lead to even greater consequences. Ultimately, it was Lily who intervened, putting an end to the pranks devised by Harry and his siblings. Since Harry returned, Hans had been incessantly pestering him for tales of Hogwarts, particularly intrigued by the exploits of the Savior, especially upon learning of Harry's amicable relationship with Neville. However, Hans also sensed that Harry had undergone significant changes. Harry had begun to keep a diary, always locking it away in a cabinet to keep it from Hans's prying eyes. Nevertheless, this did not dishearten Hans, as he would soon be enrolling at Hogwarts, meaning he might very well be in the same house as the Savior, Neville. Although he wished to accompany Harry, he had a hunch that fate would not see them sorted into the same house. Before long, the start of the school year approached, and an owl from Hogwarts delivered Hans's acceptance letter, filling him with excitement that lasted throughout the night. Chapter 24. Diagon Alley and the Diary. The acceptance letter from Hogwarts arrived alongside Harry's book list, which signified that only his sister, Margot, had yet to enroll. However, that would soon change. The family utilized apparition to travel to Diagon Alley. Why not the fireplace? Because none of them particularly enjoyed emerging covered in soot, and besides, Lily and James had become quite adept at this particular form of magic. James, you take Harry to buy his books while I accompany the Horns to procure wands and other supplies. Sounds good. See you at the Leaky Cauldron, my dear. Harry chose to ignore his father's love-struck demeanor and hurried ahead. By the time James realized what was happening, Harry had already put considerable distance between them, prompting James to hasten his pace. As father and son concluded their book shopping, they unexpectedly encountered Lucius and Arthur. Lucius hurled insults at the Weasley family, while Arthur gripped his collar, with Molly intervening. "Oh dear, Arthur. Calm down." James tossed the books in his hands to Harry and stepped forward to prevent a brawl. Harry thought to himself, what a genuine father. During the commotion, Harry was knocked to the ground, his books scattering everywhere. He quickly collected them, and ultimately, Arthur refrained from engaging Lucius. However, James ended up receiving a death glare from Harry. "Oh no, this is a disaster. Son, let me explain. I will not listen." Following this minor altercation, the two made their way to the Leaky Cauldron, where Lily, Horns, and Margot were already awaiting their arrival. After recounting the incident to Lily with a hint of sarcasm, along with James's misdeeds, he realized he had two people to placate. "Lily, my dear, please allow me to explain." "Explain what?" "How you bullied Harry. It truly wasn't like that." James found himself at a loss for words. Once the family returned home, Harry ascended to his room, clutching his belongings, while James continued to pacify Lily. As Harry organized his items, he stumbled upon a diary with a black cover, reminiscent of a birthday gift Horns had once given him. Harry distinctly remembered not purchasing a diary, nor had Horns. He opened the cover to reveal the elegantly scripted name, Tom Riddle. He had never encountered this name at school. Flipping through the pages, he found them blank, which puzzled him. However, as he continued tidying up, he accidentally knocked over an ink bottle, spilling black ink onto the diary. "Oh, Merlin." Harry hastily set the ink bottle upright and inspected the diary, only to find no ink stains upon it. Bewildered, he watched as words suddenly appeared on the page, identical to the elegant script within. "Hello?" The text remained for a brief moment before vanishing. Harry fetched a quill and began to write. "Hello? Is this diary yours?" "Indeed. It is mine. My name is Tom Riddle. What's your name, boy?" "I'm Harry Potter." Chapter 25, Tom Riddle's Diary. "Tom, may I call you that?" "Of course." "Tom, are you also a student at Hogwarts?" "Oh yes, I graduated long ago, from Slytherin, when Professor Horace Slughorn was the headmaster. Then you are my senior." "I am also in Slytherin, though our headmaster has changed. Now it is Professor Snape." "That's truly unfortunate. Now, tell me about your life at the school, Harry." "Once the term begins, I will be a second-year student. I am quite eager for the Quidditch tryouts. To be honest, Tom, I feel that my fellow students seem to ostracize me." As if confiding in an old friend, Harry recounted his experiences at the school in detail to Tom Riddle, who offered timely words of comfort. "Oh, my hand is getting a bit sore from writing." "Sore, you say? I have a solution. I can allow you to enter my memories. Would you like that?" Tom coaxed Harry. "If that's possible." Before Harry could finish his sentence, he felt a pull, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself at the corner of a staircase in Hogwarts. "Hello." A dark-haired boy descended the stairs, clad in Slytherin robes, his calm black eyes resembling mysterious voids. "Are you Tom?" Harry asked uncertainly. Tom smiled in acknowledgement. "How marvelous. You truly are impressive," Harry remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. Tom stood before Harry, ruffling his slightly disheveled black hair. "Nice texture. Shall we head to the library? We can't just stand here, can we?" Harry followed Tom to the library, encountering numerous small creatures along the way, all of which were discreetly observing Tom. "Tom, it seems you are quite popular." Tom merely smiled, saying nothing. In truth, he found himself intrigued by this boy. Upon arriving at the library, they had only exchanged a few words when a Ravenclaw girl approached Tom with a potions assignment, seeking his assistance. Fortunately, within this memory, they were oblivious to Harry's presence. From their perspective, it appeared as though Tom was studying alone. Harry recognized the potion immediately and provided the answer, surprising Tom. "It seems your grades are quite commendable." "Of course. I've contributed significantly to Slytherin's points," Harry replied with a touch of pride. "You seem to have a fondness for potions? Not just potions, but also alchemy. They are fascinating." From Harry's words, Tom sensed his enthusiasm, reminiscent of his own past. "Then why do you claim the others in your house reject you?" At the mention of this, Harry's demeanor visibly dimmed, and he recounted his troubles with the trio. Tom consoled the despondent little serpent. "How about this? I recall the start of the term involves a duel for the position of head boy. I can teach you some spells and potions that interest you, but you must promise me to secure that position. Once your abilities are showcased, they will cease their ridicule. Tom slowly manipulated Harry's thoughts. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, beneath those dark eyes, Harry found himself vaguely agreeing. All right, dear boy, you have lingered here long enough. It's time for you to return. Can I come back? Of course, Tom smiled. Indifferent, he felt an immense curiosity towards the boy with the green eyes. Chapter 26. The Art of Mental Occlusion. Since returning from Diagon Alley, Harry had sequestered himself in his room nearly every day, neglecting to play with Horns and Margot, which left the two little ones somewhat disheartened, as Harry was their favorite older brother. Lily had also inquired about Harry's tendency to isolate himself from his siblings. Harry's response was as elusive as ever. I apologize, Mom. I am practicing new spells and potions, along with some assignments given by the professors. I have been rather busy. Oh, that's fine, dear, but promise me you will venture outside and not remain cooped up in your room all the time, all right? Don't emulate your father's messy habits. Lily, as always, expressed her disdain for James. Of course, I shall not imitate Dad. Thus, Harry successfully convinced Lily, and Horns and Margot refrained from disturbing him. In truth, what he conveyed to Lily was a blend of half-truths, while his studies of spells and potions were indeed genuine. The claim regarding his homework was fabricated. He had completed it long ago, within just a few days of the summer vacation's onset. During the remaining days, he spent his time in the company of Tom. In his memories, Tom was quite knowledgeable, imparting a wealth of spells and wisdom to Harry, and their bond was notably strong. Tom, I'm here. To be honest, Hogwarts is rather overwhelming, Harry lamented as he continued to share his thoughts with Tom. Let us put that aside. What shall we learn today? Harry's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Each new piece of knowledge brought him joy, and he always approached his studies with eager expectation, his emerald green eyes glimmering with brilliance. Each time Tom beheld Harry in such a state, his smile transformed into something genuine. It must be noted that Harry possessed a pair of exceptionally beautiful and rare eyes. As a reminder, their emotional connection began at their first meeting, blossoming over time. You're about to start school soon, aren't you? Yes, in a few weeks. Then during these weeks, I shall teach you a new spell. Focus solely on practicing this one for the remainder of the time. Does that mean it's quite difficult? That depends on you. Have you ever heard of the mind-shielding charm? I know it. It's a spell that prevents others from prying into one's thoughts and memories. The best defense against legilimency. Well answered. I will continuously attempt to invade your memories using legilimency, and your task will be to resist me until I can no longer penetrate your thoughts. I understand, but why practice this? Consider it a form of defense. Shall we begin? Tom ruffled Harry's hair, further disheveling his already tousled black locks. Let us start. I'm ready. As Tom cast legilimency, Harry's expression became one of distress. The sensation of having his memories and thoughts invaded was indeed unpleasant. Tom glimpsed numerous memories within him, but soon ceased, as Harry panted, gradually calming his racing heart. That was bearable, especially for a first attempt. The feeling of being invaded is truly unpleasant. Shall we try again? Of course, this time I will succeed. They practiced several more times, and it became evident that Harry possessed remarkable talent. The mind-shielding charm was taking shape, and what remained was simply diligent repetition. Day after day of practice bore fruit. Harry's mind-shielding charm was a resounding success, to the point where even Tom could no longer easily access his memories. Time flowed steadily, and the beginning of the school year approached. Chapter 27. Lesterlawn. Before the school year commenced, Harry successfully mastered the mind-shielding charm, marking the end of his summer vacation. Elsewhere, at the Lesterlawn Manor, a figure with striking violet-blue eyes and hair reminiscent of black satin interwoven with silver stared in disbelief at the decision made by his friend. No, Albus. I must have misheard. The silver-haired elder smiled, his blue eyes radiating determination. Defense against the dark arts professor? Why would you suggest I take on such a role? While I am adept in both dark and light magic, you are well aware that my proficiency in dark magic surpasses that of light. Hercules was momentarily at a loss, unable to fathom that Albus, his friend, would want him to assume the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Some matters have exceeded my expectations. Albus paused. Is this something Gellert suggested? Fury ignited in Hercules's violet-blue eyes. Albus remained silent, perhaps tacitly agreeing. He truly took my words lightly. Albus, do not even consider attempting to alter it. That would only complicate matters further. I should feel fortunate that you sought me out. Hercules rubbed his temples, which pulsed with irritation. I understand, hence my visit, Albus replied calmly. And I believe Severus will be pleased to see his former mentor return. Albus smiled. Severus? Is he at Hogwarts? Yes, I assumed you were aware. You know I have not been in contact with the outside world for quite some time. So you agreed? Yes. But only for one academic year. That is acceptable. Hercules suddenly regretted acquiescing to Albus, glancing at the throng of starry-eyed girls below him, feeling a sudden headache arise. Perhaps he should have cast a charm to alter his appearance. Let us welcome this year's new defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Heculus Lesterlaun. The hall erupted into applause, for every child raised in the magical realm understood the illustrious contributions and achievements of the individual before them. The Slytherin students were somewhat taken aback. They knew their grandfathers or fathers had been taught by him, though he had previously lectured in astronomy. Harry was, of course, aware that his mother, Lily Evans, had been among his students, learning much under his tutelage. Remembering his mother's praise for this new defense against the dark arts professor, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to acquire new knowledge. Character introduction. Heculus Lesterlaun. Full name: Heculus Closia Haler Clothi Lacison Elizon Clisterlaun. Identity: head of the Lesterlaun family. The youngest master of potions, charms, and alchemy, and former astronomy professor at Hogwarts. Chapter 28. The competition for head boy in the second year. Following Albus's concluding remarks, a feast materialized upon the long tables. Harry continued to dine quietly, his movements graceful and entirely unlike his father. After the meal, the prefects escorted the first-year students to the common room, while the older students returned there with familiarity. Inside the common room, no one sought rest, for they were aware that the competition for the new head boy was about to commence, and many who had aspired to the position the previous year were itching for another chance. The second-year students remained relatively calm, as none desired to contend with a Malfoy for the head boy position. When Draco Malfoy stood upon the platform, a heavy silence enveloped the room. "Go on, Harry. Show them what you can do," someone urged from the crowd. Harry recognized the voice and pondered, just as Severus was about to finalize matters. Harry ascended the platform. Severus raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He too was curious to see what changes a year had wrought in Lily's child. "Potter, how dare you take the stage? Not everyone is afraid of you, Malfoy." "Well then, let me witness your prowess." "Stupefy. Stunned. Duh. Protego. Shield charm. Huh. Expelliarmus. Disarming charm. Huh. Incarcerus. Binding." With two rapid spells, even Draco, moving at lightning speed, could only manage to block one. Almost immediately, he found himself ensnared by the second spell. "Well, I believe the outcome is quite evident. Potter, now dispel the enchantment." Harry waved his wand, silently lifting the spell, allowing Draco to regain his mobility. However, witnessing this, the 6th and 7th year Slytherins wore expressions of discontent. Yes, they were quite displeased. Silent spells were notoriously challenging, yet Harry had already mastered them, though it remained uncertain how many he could wield. Although Harry triumphed in the head boy competition, his standing within the house remained unchanged, perhaps even deteriorating. He felt a sense of injustice, and his enthusiasm for evening study sessions with Tom dwindled considerably. As Harry lay dejectedly across the table, Tom couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. He reached out and tousled Harry's hair. After a summer's passage, it had grown considerably longer, the dark strands cascading down to obscure Harry's eyes. The disheartened young serpent allowed Tom to play with his hair. "Don't be disheartened. They are merely envious," Tom murmured, resolving to coax Harry back to cheerfulness while simultaneously deciding to expedite the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. He would ensure those who had bullied him would face consequences. It's truly challenging to cheer him up. Just when I've managed to lift his spirits, he becomes glum again. It's time to prioritize the opening of the chamber, Tom thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Yet, despite Harry's difficulty in being consoled, who was he? He was Tom Riddle, after all, and bringing joy to others was his forte, especially during his 6th year. After persistent effort, Tom finally succeeded in cheering Harry up and mentally set a date for the chamber's opening. It was time to let the basilisk emerge. He would not spare those boys who had tormented him, regardless of whether they were Slytherin or pureblood. Not a single one shall escape, Tom declared. Chapter 29. Harry, Tom, and the Chamber of Secrets. After much deliberation, Tom decided that the opening of the chamber would coincide with the Halloween feast. Prior to the feast, Hermione, accompanied by Neville and Ron, sought out Harry. "Hi, Harry." Hermione waved at him. "Oh, Hermione, Neville, Ron. What brings you here?" "Well, it's about nearly headless Nick, you know. Our Gryffindor ghost. He invited us to his death day party in an empty classroom in the basement, and we wanted to see if you'd like to join us," Hermione explained. "A ghostly party? That sounds intriguing, but I'm afraid I'm not feeling well, my friends. I plan to rest in my dormitory for a while before heading to the feast for some food." "I'm truly sorry," Harry replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Lately, he had been experiencing bouts of dizziness, particularly severe today, which had a slight connection to Tom, but that would soon change once the chamber was opened. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked with concern. To her knowledge, Harry had no friends aside from the three of them. No one from their house seemed to befriend him. "I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. I've already taken leave from Professor, and I really need to rest now," Harry said, supporting his head as he bid farewell to the trio and headed downstairs. The pure bloodstone door slowly creaked open, and upon entering, Harry made his way directly to his single dormitory, flopping onto his soft bed, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Had he been in a double room with a roommate present, Tom's plans would have faced considerable obstacles. Not long after, the dark-haired boy who had been peacefully sleeping gradually opened his lake green eyes. Harry, no, perhaps now he should be referred to as Tom Riddle. Tom took control of Harry, for he had no physical form and had no intention of trading Harry's life for a chance to manifest. Tom grasped Harry's wand, feeling its presence. A twin wand. Intriguing. He turned to the hat-stand mirror, where the reflection revealed a slightly gaunt boy with tousled black hair and a pair of lake green eyes that held a maturity beyond his years. Too thin, Tom frowned, noticing that Harry was even leaner than he had been during his school days. Just eating without gaining weight, can't blame me. You're eating too little. Tom waved his wand, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, and left the Slytherin common room, making his way to the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. Hisses, the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets opens. Tom slid down the chute, and upon landing, immediately cast several cleaning charms upon himself, as the surroundings were dreadfully filthy. The cleanliness-obsessed Dark Lord expressed his distaste, mentioning that Harry shared a similar aversion to mess. Tom summoned the basilisk, which promptly attacked Filch's cat, leaving it hanging nearby. With a flick of his wand, a line of blood-red cursive appeared on the wall. The chamber has been opened. Beware of those who oppose the heir. Tom sent the basilisk back, concealing himself in the shadows as he waited for the crowd to be drawn in, blending into the throng of students. He stood observing his handiwork, his eyes cold with indifference. The ensuing chaos at Hogwarts was merely the beginning. Chapter 30. The Dueling Club. Throughout the night, anxiety permeated the air, and after the trio departed with Dumbledore, Tom guided Harry back to the Slytherin common room. By morning, Harry was awakened by hunger, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had slept soundly the previous night, so why was he so fatigued now? Rubbing his disheveled hair, he made a quick trip to the lavatory for a brief wash before departing the common room. He needed to eat something, having consumed nothing the previous evening. It was still early when Harry sat at the long table, slicing into his steak. Nearby, two Slytherin students whispered about the events of the previous night. The chamber has been opened. The heir of Slytherin has returned. Indeed, those mudbloods are in for a rough time now, they snickered. Hearing their conversation, Harry frowned. He was no stranger to the term mudblood, a derogatory label for wizards born to Muggle parents. He despised such language, especially since his mother hailed from a Muggle background. Yet that did not diminish her legacy as the brightest witch of Gryffindor. From their chatter, Harry gleaned a semblance of what had transpired the previous night. Although he had not heard any mention of the heir of Slytherin, at least, James and the others had not brought it up. It seems I should write to Sirius. Harry thought silently, and after finishing his breakfast, he headed straight to the Ollery. Hedwig, my good girl, please deliver this letter to Sirius. You know where to find him, don't you? Harry affectionately stroked Hedwig's head as she gently nibbled at his hand before soaring into the distance. Harry, it was Ron. Have you heard? Yesterday, Filch's cat. Yes, I just heard. But Ron, you're going to be late for class. We can discuss this later. And with that, Ron dashed off, leaving Harry shaking his head in exasperation over his impulsive brother. In defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell announced, given the recent events, I believe you should gain more practical experience, which is why I have established this dueling club. Hillis sighed, surprised that after such a long absence, he was back to teaching. Next, Professor Snape and I will demonstrate for you. Severus, if you would be so kind. The two stepped forward, bowing to one another before casting their spells. Expelliarmus. Hillis, Protego. Snape. The students watched in awe as various colored spells flew through the air, thankful for the protective charm on the stage. Otherwise, it would have been quite a spectacle. All right, now pair up and practice the disarming spell. The incantation is Expelliarmus. Longbottom, you will demonstrate with Thomas. I believe different houses will make it easier, so Longbottom, you will team up with Baddock. Hillis sighed, regretting not having asked Severus for assistance sooner. As Neville prepared to duel, Hermione watched nervously, fully aware of Neville's struggles with spells, despite his earnest efforts. In truth, Bester is already considered the weakest among Slytherin. The two stood upon the platform, with Bester swiftly casting a spell, Incarcerus. Bind swiftly. Neville barely evaded it. Expelliarmus. Disarm. Bester effortlessly dodged Neville's incantation. Serpensortia. Serpent emerges. A black serpent materialized, slithering toward Neville. Hiss, 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 stop. In an instant, two voices speaking Parseltongue emerged, causing all the small creatures to gaze at Harry and Neville. Severus furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by their shared ability to speak the serpent's tongue. The Cobra advanced toward a Hufflepuff student. Hiss, 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 stop. Again, two voices echoed, albeit with a harsher tone. Severus waved his wand, and the Cobra vanished. What on earth are you two doing? The Hufflepuff student fled the hall. Well, class is dismissed now. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, please follow me. Chapter 31. I do not wish for anyone to perish, Tom. Hilius escorted the two to the headmaster's office. The cockroach cluster scuttled aside, revealing the spiral staircase. Knock, knock. Knock. Please enter. Ah, Hilius, it's you, along with Harry and Neville? Hilius recounted the events. I suspect Neville's situation aligns with our assumptions, but as for Harry, I am uncertain. I see. Hilius, kindly escort Neville back. I wish to speak with Harry alone. Certainly. In the headmaster's office remained only Harry and Dumbledore. All right, child. Can you tell me why you can speak Parseltongue? Tell him, but do not mention my name. Tom's voice resonated in Harry's mind. I learned from someone during the summer, Professor. May I inquire as to who this individual is, my child? I'm sorry, Professor. But that is a secret between him and me. I cannot disclose it. Very well, you may leave now, Harry. As Harry departed the headmaster's office, whispers followed him. He is from Slytherin and speaks Parseltongue. It must be him. Indeed. Harry quickened his pace, retreating to his dormitory, curling up in solitude. Time passed, and Harry fell asleep. As Tom once again took possession. Well, now I know whom to target. Tom smirked, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. When Harry awoke again, he discovered yet another had been petrified. For several consecutive days, individuals were found petrified. Observant creatures noted that all those affected had mocked or disparaged Harry Potter, regardless of blood status. Gradually, people began to distance themselves from him, and Harry grew increasingly estranged from his trio. He began to close himself off, finding solace only in the presence of Tom. That night, Harry once more delved into the diary. Tom, what is it, boy? You were the one who controlled me to open the Chamber of Secrets, weren't you? Ah, boy, you are far too clever. You can continue to control me. Tom was taken aback by Harry's response. What did you say? You can keep controlling my body. I do not mind your manipulation, Tom. I have no friends left. You are my only companion, Harry confessed, tears streaming down his cheeks, as Merlin knew how he had endured these past days. Rarely had Harry cried throughout his life. For he was the elder brother, responsible for caring for his siblings and learning to be mature. He could not afford to be weak. I have but one request. Tom, I do not wish for anyone to die. Sigh. As you wish, boy. The number of petrified individuals continued to rise, and Horns assisted Hermione and the others. One day, as Tom ventured to the chamber once more, Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister, sensed something amiss and stealthily followed. Ultimately, she nearly met her demise in the girls' bathroom. Tom. No, do not kill her. I told you, I do not wish to see anyone perish. Harry shouted in his mind. For Harry's sake, Tom held back, employing magic to alter Ginny's memories. Harry regained control of his body, hastily carrying Ginny to Dumbledore. Professor, please save her. Her condition is dire. Ginny was transported to St. Mungo's, and Ron nearly fainted upon hearing the news. The Weasley family visited Ginny, while Harry sat in the headmaster's office, appearing somewhat lost. All right, child, she will be fine. Now, can you tell me what transpired? Harry recited the lines prepared for him by Tom, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Very well, child. I believe you need to visit the hospital wing. I will, Professor. Dumbledore watched as Harry exited the office, still filled with questions, yet the events had already unfolded. Since Ginny's incident, no one else had been petrified, yet Harry remained isolated. The events of the year had overwhelmed him, and he hadn't even participated in the Quidditch trials. Soon, the end of term approached, and Albus announced the winner of the House Cup. The Quidditch Cup had been claimed by Slytherin, with Draco joining the team. Thanks to the timely discovery by Mr. Harry Potter, Miss Ginny Weasley has been rescued from danger. Regrettably, she will no longer be able to use magic, for which I feel sorrowful. For Mr. Harry Potter's deeds, let us award Slytherin an additional 40 points. Therefore, the House Cup belongs to Slytherin. The Great Hall was adorned with silver and green banners, as Slytherin erupted into fervent applause, honoring the student who contributed most to the house. Thus, Harry's second year passed amidst turmoil. He felt remorse for Ginny's plight, yet could not voice it. He could not speak of Tom. He could not. He closed himself off, allowing no one but that individual to penetrate his heart. Chapter 32. What am I to do, Tom? The second term concluded, and Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express. Horn sought him out, hoping to include him with the trio. But Harry declined. Harry, are you feeling down? Would you like to join us? Horns pushed open the compartment where Harry sat alone, as no one else wished to share a seat with him. Who would desire to be with the heir of Slytherin? Slytherin? But let us not forget that Harry's relationship with Malfoy was far from amicable. As long as the Dark Lord remained absent, none dared to confront the Malfoy family. Oh, no, go be with Hermione and the others. I prefer solitude. All right then, see you later. After bidding farewell to Horns, Harry cast numerous nonverbal spells at the door, including ignoring charm and silencing charm. Tom, in the diary, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that this dark-haired boy was indeed clever. Reminiscent of his former self, powerful yet composed. It was still not enough cruelty. Cultivating a cold and ruthless subordinate would be of immense benefit to Tom. The voice of Tom. The boy suddenly echoed. What is it, boy? Tom was now capable of emerging from the diary and manifesting a form, yet he could not touch the boy before him. Just as Harry could not. The boy curled up, clutching his legs, his once bright emerald eyes now dimmed and devoid of luster. Upon witnessing such a sight, Tom felt an inexplicable agitation within him. He recognized that he did not wish to see the boy in this state. He sat beside him, yearning to ruffle the boy's hair, yet the thought of being unable to physically touch him made him withdraw his hand. Ginny will be all right, won't she? Harry did not turn to look at him, merely hugging his knees and staring ahead. Did you not hear Dumbledore's words? She has merely lost her magic. She is still alive. It is because of me that she has become this way. A silence fell over them momentarily. Tom, it seems you are truly my only friend left who could help me become corporeal. Are you certain about this, boy? The cost is substantial. Speak, Tom. What must I do? I know a ritual, but it requires a sufficient amount of blood. Tom paused briefly before continuing. Human blood. Harry visibly recoiled. The decision lies with you, my dear boy. I understand. Come, before we return, I shall teach you some methods for creating calming potions. What calming potions? Potions to alleviate the effects of the Cruciatus Curse and the Confundus Charm. The Hogwarts Express arrived at the station, where Lily and James awaited them. Sirius, occupied with managing certain matters, was unable to come and collect his beloved godson. Sirius exclaimed, Ah, Rail, why must I still manage the family with you around? Regulus replied, You are the eldest, brother. Sirius lamented, Why must it be today, my dear godson? Regulus stood by, observing Sirius's frantic demeanor as he begrudgingly tended to family affairs. Back to Harry. Holmes drew the attention of Lily and the others, who failed to notice anything amiss with him. They returned home, and Harry once again locked himself away in his room. Chapter 33, The Prophecy. Why, Albus, are you so idle? With the time you have to seek me out. You would be better off finding Gellert. I sought you regarding the prophecy. Sybil? Indeed, the prophecy she made. You are aware of it. Yes. The one who has the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to a family that has thrice confronted him. Born at the end of July. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Neither can survive while the other lives. One must perish at the hands of the other. A prophecy born of bloodlines. Yes. So what? The Savior has already been chosen, has he not? I assume you are aware of this. Alas, Albus, I have told you, you cannot alter it. You came for Sybil's second prophecy, did you not? Albus remained silent, slowly sipping his red tea, the silence confirming the truth. Two chosen ones. One of them cannot be absent. One must die at the hands of the Dark Lord. Hilliston continued. The one who perishes shall be the hope that turns the tide. Light and darkness entwined. Those from other realms shall assist in making the choice, guiding all. I had thought that with the selection of the Savior, the other child would not fall into the abyss of fate. Albus, you must understand, from the moment they were born at the end of July, they were already ensnared by a preordained destiny. Any attempt to alter this fate will come at a tremendous cost. But must one of those two children truly die? Yes. Albus, that is the fated course. I have no power to change it. It is their destiny. Did you not foresee your own fate? Including your own death, Albus. How should I regard you? I imagine Gellert could also surmise. How did he come to be involved again? Shall I remind you? That summer, you two were inseparable. And Gellert Grindelwald often dragged you before me. You were happy, feeding me a whole summer's worth of romantic entanglements. Hilliston's words were laced with bitterness, and the goblet filled with sherry in his hand shattered in an instant. One summer in Godric's Hollow. If you wish to flaunt your affection, kindly do so away from me. Hilliston exclaimed. Alas, I shan't, Gellert replied. I feel murderous, but one cannot harm their brother. How long have you been single? Do you not intend to find someone? Gellert Grindelwald. Do not run. Stand still. Bind him swiftly. Armor of protection. Albus, save me. You have it coming. I would rather not be hunted by Hill. Good luck. Today, you shall either die, or I shall. Petrificus totalis. Tarantaligra. Freeze in place. Silent as a whisper. A package of spells. Albus recalled the fray of spells exchanged between the two, his lips twitching at the memory. After all, it was he who had to tidy up the aftermath, restoring the flora they had carelessly destroyed, nearly exhausting him in the process. Well, I believe our conversation must come to an end. Albus, as a dear friend, I remind you once more, do not attempt to alter fate. Sometimes, such attempts merely serve to propel destiny forward. Best of luck, my friend. Thank you for your kind words, Hilliston, my dear friend. Chapter 34, The Third Year Journey to Hogsmeade. The summer passed in the silence of Harry's days, gradually slipping away under Tom Riddle's tutelage. The Hogwarts Express would not wait for any tardy young wizard. This year marked Harry's third, and he was finally able to venture to Hogsmeade, a privilege that Hones envied. Harry's little sister, Marguerite, would also officially enroll in Hogwarts this year. The youngest of the Potter family was starting her education. Harry always exhibited great patience toward his adorable sister, yet Marguerite sensed the distance between him and their older brother. Harry did not accompany his family to procure supplies. He ventured alone to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have his height measured before departing Diagon Alley, leaving the rest of his shopping to James. In truth, Harry did not truly leave. He retrieved a black cloak from his bag enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. He used the hood to shield his face, concealing his holly wand with phoenix feather within his sleeve, the trace upon the wand having long been removed by Tom. The emerald eyes reflected no sparkle, yet a flicker of red glimmered. Indeed, Tom had once more seized control of Harry, leading him to Knockturn Alley for preparations. As the school year commenced, Harry remained isolated in the compartment, his mental state deteriorating. During the sorting ceremony, his dear sister Marguerite was assigned to Gryffindor, and a fleeting shadow of despondency crossed his features before vanishing. It was only natural. His beloved sister had always been quite mischievous, constantly following Hones and causing mischief. Lively and innocent, how could she possibly be sorted into Slytherin? Dumbledore announced Ginny's expulsion, the consequences of last year's basilisk leaving her unable to continue her magical studies. Once again, Harry emerged victorious in the competition for head boy. The following day, Harry encountered Ron and Hermione in the corridor, along with Hones and Marguerite. Ginny is only 12. She has just begun her magical education. How could this happen? Ron lamented, his spirit visibly crushed. This entire summer had left him in such a state. He had spent most of it at St. Mungo's. Harry nodded toward the 5 individuals and swiftly departed. Gormageddon desired to discuss matters further with Harry. Come on, Martha. We're going to be late. Horn tugged his sister along toward the classroom. He needed to ensure she arrived before dashing off to the history of magic class. Thus, days turned into weeks, and the connection between Horn, Gormageddon, and Harry faded, transforming their relationship into that of mere acquaintances, typical classmates. Harry often found himself in solitude, having become increasingly withdrawn since the events of the previous academic year, and no one sought his counsel anymore. At long last, the third-year students' inaugural trip to Hogsmeade arrived. James had already signed Harry's permission slip, and Harry followed the crowd out of the castle, with no one noticing his disquiet. His emerald eyes, once vibrant, were now filled with indifference and distance, occasionally flickering with a hint of crimson. Chapter 35, The Return of the Dark Lord. In the village of Hogsmeade. Well, the era of the Dark Lord is nigh, Tom chuckled darkly, as his green eyes gradually took on a blood-red hue. In the heart of Hogsmeade, blood as an offering, souls as guides, darkness shall descend, and all will ultimately face annihilation, heralding a new age. The Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort. Tom murmured incantations, surrounded by the intricate runes he had just inscribed, which glowed a sinister red in response to his spells. Those who approached the circle found their lifeblood siphoned away, and as the ritual neared completion, the Dark Lord's resurrection was imminent. Yet, the crowd scattered in panic, their blood insufficient. Tom produced a silver dagger, slicing into the smooth flesh of his left arm, letting his crimson blood flow freely, absorbed by the sigil. With a resounding explosion, the Dark Lord was reborn, a cataclysmic event that injured many, including Harry, who succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Voldemort cast a fleeting glance at Harry before vanishing from Hogsmeade. Shortly thereafter, the personnel from St. Mungo's arrived to transport the unconscious and wounded. James, leading a group of Aurors, rushed to the scene. Blood sacrifice. Kingsley, what is going on? Someone has resurrected the Dark Lord using a blood ritual. Upon hearing this, James furrowed his brow in concern. It appears he has succeeded. We must inform Dumbledore. The Order of the Phoenix must be reinstated, Sirius interjected, placing a hand on James's shoulder. I know. James. Lily hurried over. Lily? What is the matter with you? Harry. The doctors at St. Mungo's sent word that Harry has lost too much blood and has fainted. What? Sirius pushed past James to seize the letter from Lily's hands. Harry was affected too. Today marks the first trip to Hogsmeade for third-year students. James explained from the side. My dear godson, Sirius lamented. I'll go check on him. You all continue the investigation, Lily declared, turning to James and the others before vanishing with a pop. Once Lily departed, Regulus's owl, Hyles, delivered a letter to Sirius. Dear brother, greetings. I trust you are well. You should be aware that this letter may alleviate your concerns. He has returned. The dark mark has become clear and is now searing hot, signaling a summons for the Death Eaters. I will remain cautious at the old house. Brother, Regulus. I never anticipated his return would come so swiftly. We must investigate urgently. Your eldest son, my dear godson, is still at St. Mungo's, and if you're not anxious, I certainly am. Rachel, Rockwell, follow me. Sirius led the two individuals to commence the investigation, while James conjured his Patronus to inform Dumbledore at Hogwarts. The calm before the storm. A most fitting metaphor, indeed. Kingsley remarked, as everything was about to change. James and Kingsley gazed up at the sky. James, Sirius. Oh, Kingsley, you're here too. Dumbledore. Tom, truly. Indeed. Sirius handed the letter to Dumbledore. It's from Regulus. I never expected him to return so soon. A tempest is brewing, and we must prepare post-haste, Headmaster Dumbledore. I will rally the former members of the Order of the Phoenix. For the future. Indeed, for the future. Come on, James, hurry and help. Coming. Chapter 36, Dark Prince. Setting aside the chaos on Sirius's end, Lily hurriedly made her way to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, never having imagined that Harry would be caught in the crossfire. As she traversed the corridor toward Harry's room, the doctors had already informed her that Harry had merely fainted from significant blood loss and that his injuries were not severe. He had been moved to a regular ward and remained in slumber. Lily pondered whether Harry had awakened, when suddenly, bang, with a resounding blast, flames erupted. Lily quickly cast a shield charm, narrowly avoiding injury. Amidst the panicked cries of wizards and healers, 6 or 7 Death Eaters materialized, the source of the explosion originating from Harry's hospital room. In a daze, Lily glimpsed Harry, whose once sparkling emerald eyes now appeared eerily calm, devoid of any emotion. She witnessed him surrounded by a throng of Death Eaters, draped in a vast black cloak. To her astonishment, she saw Harry don the mask that symbolized the Death Eaters. Harry grasped his holly wand, now pointed at Lily, yet as if recalling something, he lowered his wand, placing the mask upon his face before her. Ha ha ha. You truly cannot bring yourself to do it, one Death Eater mocked. Be silent. Are you not leaving? Waiting for the Ministry-S fools to come and capture you? Harry replied coldly. In the next moment, several of them vanished from sight, as James and a host of Aurors rushed in, arriving just in time to witness the harrowing scene. He supported Lily and inquired about the situation. James. Harry has been taken. What? Harry was taken by the Death Eaters. I suspect they cast the Imperius curse on him. Oh, Harry, my child, Lily gasped, overwhelmed by the revelation and fainting. Lily, as for Harry, no. He should be referred to as the controlled Harry. Sometime earlier, after Voldemort's resurrection, he summoned the Death Eaters. Master, a dozen wizards cloaked in black appeared before Voldemort. Lucius, Master, well, I've heard you've been quite well these past few years. Rest assured, the Malfoy family remains loyal to you. Our wealth will serve your needs. I require your estate. It is my honor to provide everything for my master. In a chamber on the 2nd floor of Malfoy Manor. Well, you are the diary? Naturally. I believe I did not grant you permission to arrive. I merely came to remind you. Do not forget that it was the Potter boy who enabled your resurrection. He holds great utility for us, and with just a bit of guidance. His serpentine words, each laced with temptation, revealed that Harry Potter indeed possessed significant value for Voldemort. I believe he is the only one audacious enough to resurrect me. Thus, I ought to crown him, allowing him to become my Dark Prince. As we revert to the present, Harry, under Tom's control, follows the Death Eaters back to Malfoy Manor. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, Tom relinquishes his grip and communicates the events that transpired within Harry's mind. So this is how it stands, my boy. Will you hate me? Tom inquires. You know, I have long since been left with nothing but you, and aiding you in regaining your corporeal form is my utmost desire. I have already traversed into darkness, with no path of retreat. Therefore, Tom, I do not harbor hatred towards you, and I sincerely hope you will not abandon me. Let us refrain from discussing this matter further. It holds no significance for us. As you wish, my boy, Tom replies. In the midst of their conversation, Harry is brought before the Dark Lord. Master, we have brought the one you requested. Well done, Dolohov. Step forward, child. Harry approaches and kneels on one knee. My lord. Good boy, come forth. You are my most significant contributor, for none among the Death Eaters dared to resurrect me as you have. It is my honor, my lord. Harry stands beside Voldemort. Extend your arm. Your actions have earned you the right to be my youngest Death Eater. Harry stretches out his left arm as Voldemort points his wand, summoning a dark mark that gathers upon Harry's forearm. He feels as if his soul has been branded. From this day forth, you shall be my Dark Prince. You need not heed anyone's words, save for mine. I grant you the right to bear the dark mark. Thank you for the great lord's gift. Harry kneels before Voldemort. Lucius, escort our Dark Prince to his quarters. Yes, my lord. Harry follows Lucius to the 2nd floor, which is indeed magnificent. A silver-green 4-poster bed, green curtains, bookshelves, a writing desk, and a grand crystal chandelier. Truly a typical Slytherin and Malfoy-style decor. A slight twitch at the corner of Harry's mouth reveals his disdain as he enters the room. Once Lucius departs, he observes the shelves filled with potions, spells, and even forbidden dark arts tomes. Shortly after Lucius leaves, a cloaked figure enters, hooded. Do you like it? Harry turns to see the figure lower its hood. Tom. Harry exclaims in surprise. Tom Riddle smiles, pleased by Harry's astonishment. Did you arrange this? I absolutely adore it. The emerald in his eyes sparkles. Look at this bookshelf. Take out the third book from the second row, Elementary Charms. A hidden compartment appears, containing various potions. A calming potion? One you may find yourself using frequently. I understand your master has a rather volatile temperament. I'm glad you haven't confused me with him, Tom. I fear my suffering may lie ahead. I have no choice but to tread this dark path, even if I am reluctant. I am pleased you possess such clarity. Your master will likely soon have you attempt murder. There is no turning back, Harry replies with a bitter smile. He has never belonged to the light. No ray of hope has ever dared to shine upon him. As the Dark Prince, Harry must learn all that pertains to his identity, including utilizing the killing curse to slaughter muggles and employing the Cruciatus curse to torment wizard kind. My boy, Tom, it hurts. Be good, drink the potion. Yet Harry still cannot bring himself to act. As punishment, Voldemort inflicts the Cruciatus curse upon Harry, who experiences this dark magic for the first time. He bites down hard on his lip, refusing to emit a sound, until finally Tom intervenes, compelling Voldemort to relent. However, Harry faints from the pain, his lower lip bloodied from his own bite. Tom carries the boy back to his chamber, exerting effort to separate Harry's teeth from his lip. The aftereffects of the Cruciatus curse are severe. If left untreated, they could pose a significant threat to Harry's mental state. Ultimately, it is the agony from the curse's aftermath that awakens Harry. It hurts. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Harry lies in bed, feebly repeating his words. Harry, listen, drink the potion first. You'll feel better soon. Tom supports Harry, allowing the boy to lean against him, gently soothing the dazed child as he administers the potion drop by drop. After drinking, Harry slowly drifts into slumber, yet he appears to be plagued by nightmares. His brow furrowed as he mutters in his sleep. I must speak with my master. This cannot continue. He is but a 13-year-old wizard. This cannot persist. Or else young Harry will inevitably be driven mad by Voldemort's torment. Day after day of slaughter and anguish has taken a profound toll on Harry's psyche and physical state. Consequently, his potions cabinet now houses frequent visitors, the Cruciatus curse's antidote, the calming draught, and the elixir of life, among others. Oh, and he is also researching an antidote for Nagini's venom. One day, Tom Riddle returns from outside, bringing with him a wealth of potion ingredients, including the Phoenix's blood and tears, precisely what Harry has long sought. With these, I will finally be able to concoct that potion. This marks the first genuine moment of joy Harry has experienced since arriving at Malfoy Manor. He has learned much from Lucius and Severus, now considering himself a second Snape, with a truly acerbic tongue. Fortuitously, Voldemort has granted him 4 days to adjust psychologically. 4 days to brew the potion of life's blessing will suffice. This is one of his contingency plans, though this potion can only be consumed once in a lifetime. With a single sip. What happens if you drink it a second time? Tom, what are the consequences of that second sip? Ah well, it would prematurely escort you to meet Merlin. Tom is somewhat exasperated. Where has his sweet, gentle boy gone? Who is this new, sharp-tongued version? He has only been away for a few weeks, yet everything has changed. As a shiver runs through Tom Riddle, Harry glances at him with a bemused expression, rolling his eyes before returning to his potion ingredients. 2 months have passed since Harry's disappearance, and half the school year at Hogwarts has also elapsed. During these 2 months, Lily has lived in constant fear, worrying for Harry's safety, while also fearing for her other 2 children from the Death Eater's wrath. Fortunately, they have not yet been targeted. However, the Death Eaters have grown increasingly active, and fatalities have begun to surface. Members of the Order of the Phoenix have also suffered grievously, and James has been exceedingly busy of late. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, after 2 months of rigorous training, Harry has become akin to his second Snape, sharp-tongued and unyielding. Aside from Voldemort, none can escape his scorn. Yet beneath this facade of wit lies what? A spirit tormented beyond recognition? Or a boy hardened and rendered indifferent by relentless suffering? The answer remains elusive. On a tranquil, deserted night, Harry found solace in the enveloping darkness, allowing himself a brief respite from the pressures he bore. In such moments, Tom would not seek him out, granting him the precious opportunity to quietly release his emotions. Beneath the cold and unfeeling facade of the Dark Prince lay merely a child yet to reach adulthood, a mere 13 years of age. The dichotomy of light and darkness was stark. One raced in the illumination, whilst the other could only tread slowly through the shadows. Is this the vision you wish to behold, my dear pupil? Silas reclined on the sofa, a raccoon nestled beside him, a raven perched on his shoulder. His long, bony fingers elegantly lifted a teacup, savoring a sip of red tea. Opposite him sat Tom Riddle, who had been preoccupied of late. "You know why I sought you out." "Enlighten me, teacher," Tom commanded. "Your principal soul is destined to lose without a doubt. And as for the boy you inquire about, 2 chosen ones, not one can be spared. Surely one among them shall fall by the hand of the Dark Lord. The one who perishes will embody the hope that intertwines light and darkness. He is destined to die, that is his fate, Tom. But what if I wish for him to live?" Silas raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You actually care about his well-being? I thought you were indifferent." "I believe you know the answer." Silas burst into laughter. "Ha! Do you still maintain that love is the most futile of magics? The Dark Lord with a heart?" Tom merely arched an eyebrow, remaining silent. "Yet, I regret to inform you, that is his destiny, and even I cannot aid him. As for the forthcoming plan, my involvement ceases here." "I understand," Tom replied with a self-deprecating smile, rising to depart. Light and darkness intertwine, souls barter with time and space. The journey through time may yield unforeseen consequences. Remember this phrase. It is a glimpse of what is to come. With that, Tom left, needing to escort Harry back to Hogwarts. Yes, the principal soul permitted Harry's return, but when the time came for Harry to appear, Severus Snape, as the head of Harry's house, must assist in concealing his whereabouts. With the boy's return, all winds in Slytherin would surely shift. And the boy's sharp tongue was a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, even he dared not confront it directly. Regarding the future, since destiny is immutable, he would merely stoke the flames. Since death is ultimately the conclusion, his Horcrux must also vanish. Perhaps he might even reunite with his boy in the depths of hell. Chapter 40. The Raven and the Feathered Serpent. Though Harry had missed half a year's worth of classes, his academic performance remained exemplary, a fact Hermione could attest to fervently. "Oh, how can he excel so much, having missed half a year's worth of lessons?" Hermione exclaimed, utterly exasperated. "Well, when you have a former Hogwarts student who graduated with 12 W.L.S. personally teaching you, and is particularly stringent, it's hard to remain uninformed," Harry replied, a hint of pride in his voice. This year's defense against the dark arts teacher, Remus Lupin, had informed Harry's dear friends, Lily and James, and even Sirius, who had transformed into his animagus form as a large black dog, of Harry's return. Upon seeing Harry, Sirius leapt toward him. "What just lunged at me? Is that my brother?" James questioned, bewildered. "Sirius, Harry, my beloved godson." "Lily, Sirius, mind your manners." "Sirius, manners? What do they matter compared to my dear godson?" With Regulus absent, "No one can reprimand me." Sirius, in his dog form, wagged his tail vigorously. Harry, still somewhat dazed from being tackled by the animagus, responded, "Is this my godfather? This dashing figure? Remus, I can't bear to look. I don't recognize him. He is not my brother. What an embarrassment." Remus trailed behind Harry. Tom mused. Where did such a large dog come from at Hogwarts? Observing Harry through magic. "Godfather, could you please get off?" Harry urged, nudging the hefty black dog. Finally recalling his surroundings, Sirius transformed back into human form upon landing. "Harry, do you know you've nearly given us all a heart attack this past 6 months?" Lily embraced her son, noticing he appeared considerably thinner, causing her some distress. "I'm fine," Harry insisted, knowing he must conceal the truth from Lily and the others. This was his burden to bear. He could not endanger his family. Their conversation was brief. As Harry felt the Dark Lord's summons, he had to depart. Fortunately, Severus arrived, escorting him away under the guise of needing to discuss potions. "My dear godson, you excelled at potion making." Sirius pouted. "Malfoy Manor. Oh, our prince has arrived. My lord, come, sit beside me. Well, since we are all gathered, I must announce that many of our plans have been thwarted by the Order of the Phoenix. It seems they were prepared in advance. Therefore, we must reckon with the presence of a traitor among us." "My lord, I have uncovered some leads," said Electo Carroll. "Go on," Tom urged. "Amicus and I discovered 2 individuals using the codenames Raven and Feathered Serpent to relay messages to the Order. This information was gleaned from a member of the Phoenix." "Very well done." As night fell, Harry remained at Malfoy Manor, and Tom entered. "You have indeed arrived." "I had a hunch," Tom affirmed, raising an eyebrow. "The serpent, or the Feathered Serpent, has historically communicated with the Phoenix Society. It's hardly a mystery that it would be you." "What? Do you intend to expose me, boy?" "Why would you? We are not so different, Tom. The Raven is you." "What? Does it not suit me? The bird of death, an eternal harbinger of suffering, death, and misfortune. Indeed, it is quite fitting, is it not? Reviving the Dark Lord brings only death and despair to others. Do you know of the prophecy? I have always known. Professor Lestrange has never concealed the truth from me. Even if it means your demise? I cannot alter destiny, Tom. Humanity is frail, incapable of changing everything. From the moment I resurrected the Dark Lord, And even from the moment of my birth, I was bound by fate. One steps into the light, becoming the savior, while the other treads into darkness, bearing the weight of destiny. The twins of fate, each with a divergent destiny. Chapter 41, The Surge of Magic. Time flows swiftly. The third academic year drew to a close. Rumors circulated that Remus Lupin's secret as a werewolf had been unveiled, prompting parents to collectively lodge complaints with the Board of Governors, forcing Remus to resign. As summer arrived, it failed to bring Harry joy. It meant he must leave home, as he could not return. He had not returned throughout the entire summer, causing Lily and James great concern. The Dark Lord was beginning to make moves, needing to lead a group for a prison break. As for recruiting Dementors, Giants, and Werewolves, Harry believed such matters were beyond him. He was but a child, incapable of negotiation. One could only conclude that the Ministry of Magic had decayed to an astonishing degree, even with numerous witnesses to the Dark Lord's return. Cornelius Fudge still refused to acknowledge it, but that was of little consequence. Lucius and others, holding high positions within the Ministry of Magic, now serve at the behest of Tom Riddle. The Ministry has become nothing more than a hollow shell, thoroughly infiltrated by the Dark Lord's influence. It is now a mere extension of his power. The Order of the Phoenix continues to receive clandestine messages, yet this time, there is no raven, only the feathered serpent. The members of the Order presume that the raven has been discovered by the Dark Lord and have even erected a gravestone in his honor. Harry remarks, "The raven has always been busy at work." As summer swiftly passes, they embark on their fourth year, and Harry's relationship with his family deteriorates, as does his bond with the trio. Hermione expresses her confusion. She knows that Harry is not inherently malevolent, yet wonders what has led him to become so bitter and aloof, akin to the pureblood families of Slytherin. Naturally, Hermione voices her concerns. "Oh, I was unaware that Miss Know-It-All had the leisure to concern herself with my affairs." "You've overstepped, Granger," Harry retorts coldly, turning to leave with Malfoy at his side. Indeed, Draco Malfoy, Harry's standing among the Death Eaters is undeniably the highest. Lucius has advised Draco to cultivate a good relationship with Harry, a fact Harry is acutely aware of. He is no mere trifling young master. He has unleashed the demon within. By the time they reach Hogsmeade, Horns pursues Harry, and they encounter each other there. "Harry, what is the matter? Why did you treat Martha that way? Do you have any idea how heartbroken she is? And what of it?" "What she feels is of no concern to me," Harry replies coldly, fixing a steely gaze upon his brother. "Aren't we family? You know that your actions would hurt Martha. And where were you during the summer? Do you have any idea how anxious Mom and Dad were?" "I know, Horns." "Then why? I merely chose my own path." What do you mean?" "Harry, speak. You know that Mom and Dad are." Horns struggles to comprehend. "I know, and what of it?" "You think too highly of me, Horns," Harry says, idly toying with his holly wand. Though 14 and not fully matured, he cannot hide his brilliance, wearing a semblance of a smirk. "Must I follow them simply because they are members of the Order? I have my own path, and I require no one's validation for my choices. You know this, Horns. Please come back with me. Mom is genuinely worried about you. And what if I refuse? Do you intend to force me to return?" Harry halts his wand play, gripping the holly wand firmly. "If it were possible, I would," Horns replies. "But regardless, you must return to see them. I have never seen Dad so humbled as he begged Professor Snape. So no matter what, you must go back." Horns tightens his grip on his wand, understanding that a confrontation is inevitable. "Of course, if you can defeat me," Harry chuckles, his voice icy as he gazes at Horns, his emerald eyes dimming slightly. "Are you ready to keep your word?" Horns watches as his brother points the wand at him, and with a flick of his wrist, his own wand appears in hand. "The rules of the game are set by the strong. Do not tell me you are unaware of this principle, Horns. They are brothers, having grown up together. And their combat style is one taught by James and Sirius. They know each other intimately. However, Harry is a year older than Horns and has trained under Tom. And the Dark Lord's rigorous training has not been in vain. Horns is still too young. A barrage of dark spells is unleashed. And though it is merely a spar, his beloved brother seems to think otherwise, showing no mercy at all. Cruciatus Curse. An unforgivable curse is cast, and Horns, taken aback by disbelief, fails to evade it. Instantly, excruciating pain envelopes him, and he curls up, screaming. After what feels like an eternity, Harry lifts the curse. "What? Is that all you've got? Weren't you so confident about defeating me?" Harry sneers coldly. "I must bring you back," he declares, casting a stunning spell at Harry, who sidesteps it. Horns, gritting through the pain, rises unsteadily. Yet, he is no match for Harry and is soon brought down again. Too slow. "Is this the extent of your power? You are truly disappointing," Harry observes with a cold gaze at Horns, wiping his wand clean. Horns attempts to rise once more, but Harry waves his wand, and the boy's body crashes against the wall, blood spilling from his lips as he supports himself. "Are you pitying me? Aren't you the one insisting on dragging me back?" Is this your measure of strength? Pathetic. Horns, can you not even hold on to your wand? Harry mocks. Oh, prolonging suffering is worse than a swift end. I don't mind offering you liberation. I am certain Mom and Dad would never wish for you to perish at the hands of an unknown adversary. Allow me, your brother, to assist you. Another resounding crash echoes. What? Horns, do you surrender? Cruciatus curse. Are you beginning to grasp the chasm that lies between us? Why? I am clearly more capable. Why can they not see it? Look, you are not even worthy to be my equal. They need only me. Harry observes as the boy sprawled in the snow struggles to stand once more. I told you, I will bring you home. I have not lost yet. An invisible wave of energy sweeps through the air as time seems to stand still. Horns? Harry regards his visibly altered brother, but in the next moment, a massive surge of magical energy erupts. Harry hastily casts a protective charm, while Horns gazes at him with a fierce intensity. The magical upheaval is perilous, generally. Young wizards past the age of 11 rarely experience such surges, but Horns, in his case, is an anomaly, and the magnitude is disproportionate to the consequences. Wake up. I cannot return. Since I chose this path, I am irretrievable. Mom and Dad only have you and Martha left. Horns, wake up, I implore you. I was wrong. Harry slowly approaches Horns, embracing him tightly as the boy gradually calms in his arms. Harry does not maintain the shield charm. He is battered and bruised. He coughs, spitting blood, and utters several healing spells before hastening with Horns toward the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, after examining him, steps out to fetch necessary potions. And Harry draws his wand. I am sorry, I cannot return. Horns, please take good care of Mom and Dad. Obliviate. Harry casts one last glance at Horns before exiting the hospital wing. Ultimately, he is bound to darkness. He cannot return. Ever since he acquired the diary and vowed to resurrect the Dark Lord. No, perhaps it began even before that. He belongs to the shadows, an irrevocable truth. No one can save him, nor has he ever considered self-rescue. All that remains is to minimize the damage. He must atone, even if it leads to his demise. The ultimate adversary to be vanquished is death. Epilogue, the world-weary savior. Harry is a reborn individual. He has indeed saved many, yet due to his past life, he has long endured severe depression. He conceals it so adeptly that no one notices. In reality, he is tormented by nightmares, and this time, he chooses not to enter Gryffindor but instead joins Slytherin, while still forging friendships with Hermione and Ron. Ultimately, he does not become friends with Draco Malfoy, ignoring Draco's provocations and treating everyone with equanimity. Unbeknownst to all, he navigates each day employing a mental shield, even collaborating with Gellert Grindelwald. He believes the wizarding world needs him, and he does not wish for anyone to perish again. He recalls a phrase uttered to him in his previous life, because you are the savior, yet the savior saves not. You cannot save them. You cannot even save yourself. Indeed, it rings true. He cannot rescue everyone. Why must the savior be bound to save others yet remain incapable of saving individuals? After the war, Harry chooses to return to Hogwarts with his friends to complete his final studies. Though Ron is reluctant, he intends to accompany his girlfriend and brother. Draco Malfoy, adhering to his parents' wishes, also returns to school. Harry intervenes to safeguard their family, settling for mere compensation, which poses no significant issue for the Malfoy lineage. Presently, Hogwarts is under the stewardship of Severus Snape, while Albus Dumbledore and his old paramour have gone on holiday. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Draco, having encountered the Savior once, finds that after the war, Harry has requested a private chamber from Professor Slughorn. Originally, he was to share a room with Draco Malfoy and Blaise Zabini. Outside of class hours, Draco has not seen Harry, despite his desire to converse with the Savior, something no one is aware of. During the Triwizard Tournament in their 4th year, he had already recognized his feelings for the Savior. However, what would others say about a Death Eater and a Savior? Yet, he discovers he cannot find Harry. It seems Harry has been avoiding everyone, even his friends. Hermione also senses this, believing Harry's mental state to be quite troubling. Since the war, Harry appears to harbor little hope for life, embodying a sense of nihilism. However, he conceals it well, and Hermione merely catches a faint glimpse. Until graduation, Harry hardly reveals himself in front of others. Afterward, he joins the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as an Auror, becoming the youngest Auror and the youngest head of the department. On his 19th birthday, he leads a small team to eliminate the remnants of the Dark Lord's followers. On that very day, he bestows upon himself one final gift, a killing curse. The moment the curse strikes him, he experiences an overwhelming sense of relief. Yet it seems someone embraces him, and he glimpses a familiar platinum blonde. Draco Malfoy. He is the first name that springs to mind. But it matters little now. The savior of the wizarding world, the youngest Auror in history, Harry Potter, perished on his 19th birthday, succumbing to a killing curse he had gifted himself. Chapter 42. The Ball. The timeline is set for the Christmas ball following the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Neville has excellently completed the first task, and during this period, the Dark Lord has not summoned Harry for any tasks. However, his fragment, Tom Riddle, who was previously quite busy, now seems to have time on his hands, daring to venture to Hogwarts. One day, after dinner, as Harry leads the Slytherin students back to their common room, he is taken aback to find a younger, diminished version of the Dark Lord seated on his bed, poring over a textbook. Harry is momentarily speechless. This is Hogwarts. After all, how did he get in here? Oh, nearly forgot. Hogwarts has many secret passages. Well, have you finished your tasks? What brings you here? Harry sits at his desk, needing to attend to some matters. Of course, I've heard that your main soul had Barty Crouch Jr. Impersonate Moody and toss your name into the Goblet of Fire? You seem somewhat out of the loop. The first task has already concluded. Tom raises an eyebrow, but says nothing further. An awkward silence ensues until Tom resumes the conversation. Christmas is approaching. I recall you are to attend the Christmas ball this term, correct? Harry continues to focus on organizing his materials. Have you chosen a partner for the ball? I do not intend to select a dance partner, Harry replies. Don't be like that. You still need to participate, right? Moreover, those from pureblood families are eager to be associated with you. Many wish to connect with you. You truly have too much time on your hands, Tom. Their desires have no bearing on me, and you know I do not particularly enjoy balls. What do you want? Oh, don't be so cold. If you don't mind, how about being my dance partner? Harry is visibly taken aback by this suggestion, but quickly regains his composure. Do you know what you're saying, Tom? Harry furrows his brow. If Dumbledore finds out, do you know what that will mean for you? Once he find out. You sound rather confident. I have my ways. So, will you be my partner, boy? Well, if you insist, Harry raises an eyebrow, saying nothing more. Thus, on the day of the Christmas ball, this outfit complements your eyes splendidly. Harry dons a deep green robe, the color of the cufflinks glimmering under the light. With his inky black hair elegantly tied back by a green ribbon, a cloak drapes gracefully over his shoulders. Tom's attire starkly contrasts Harry's, a black robe, a silver chain, and he has even adorned himself with silver-framed glasses. Harry can only believe that this fellow will undoubtedly elicit gasps from many girls upon entering. All right, boy. We must head to the Great Hall. Tom links arms with Harry as they enter the hall. Unsurprisingly, many eyes are upon them. Harry's looks alone are already striking. And with Tom Riddle by his side, they become the focus of the ball. Dumbledore glances their way, but says nothing. And it remains a mystery how Tom managed to avoid immediate capture by him. As the ball commences, the champions enter the dance floor with their partners. Victor Crumb invites Hermione Granger, and Harry cannot help but admire Hermione's beauty under her careful adornment. Cedric Diggory invites Cho Chang, while Fleur Delacour invites Roger Davies. Neville Longbottom, the Savior's partner, invites Luna Lovegood, the Ravenclaw's quirky girl. It is evident how many hearts were broken by the Savior's choice. As everyone begins to take to the dance floor, Tom leads Harry into the fray. It must be said, Harry learns quickly. Even the intricate waltz is no challenge for him. They glide effortlessly across the floor, skillfully maneuvering around others. The lights cast a beautiful ambience, and Harry's emerald eyes sparkle like exquisite emeralds. In this moment, he can momentarily forget his identity, the darkness he inhabits. He can simply rest and relax. He has walked through the shadows for far too long, and he is truly weary. Perhaps it was the enchanting atmosphere, or perhaps the wine they had shared. But beneath the vast expanse of stars at the observatory, love blossomed unabashedly. They embraced tightly, kissing fervently, expressing their deep affection for one another. The Dark Lord, who had once been oblivious to love, found himself ensnared by its tender grasp. Together, they traversed the shadows, caring for and accompanying one another. Would Merlin bestow his favor upon them? Only time could tell. Indeed, Albus Dumbledore was right. Love is the most potent magic in existence. Ultimately, the Dark Lord would be vanquished, and the wizarding world would usher in a new dawn. Chapter 43. The Battle of the Department of Mysteries. Harry had not returned home since, and the rift in their relationship grew ever wider. The arrival of fifth year intensified the burdens upon all young wizards. As the ordinary wizarding level, OWL, examinations loomed ahead, even Hermione Granger was compelled to summon all her focus, though Harry's influence remained a significant factor. The Ministry of Magic continued to deny the return of the Dark Lord, inciting considerable frustration in James and Sirius. In a bid to undermine Albus Dumbledore, the Ministry dispatched Dolores Umbridge. However, the Ministry had already fallen under the Dark Lord's sway. James and Sirius had resigned, while Lily joined their ranks in the Order of the Phoenix. Thanks to the intelligence from the Raven and the Feathered Serpent, they had thwarted numerous plots. The Dark Lord grew increasingly violent, his temperament as unpredictable as the weather. Even Harry had endured significant anguish. He resolved to heed the incomplete prophecy. Following the OWL examinations, Harry led Lucius and others to the Department of Mysteries, lying in wait. Under the Dark Lord's influence, the savior Neville Longbottom, accompanied by a few companions, ventured to the Department of Mysteries to retrieve the prophecy orb. Well done, Longbottom. Hand it over to me, Lucius commanded. Let my friends go. Of course. That was contingent upon the surrender of the prophecy orb. Just as Neville was about to hand over the orb, he was yanked away. Cruciatus curse. Neville recoiled as the spell grazed his hair. Bella, look at the mess you've made. Lucius shouted. We were so close to completing our mission. Run. The group scattered. What is happening, Lucius? Harry appeared. After a brief explanation, command naturally fell to Harry. We must secure the prophecy orb. Capture the savior, he issued coldly. After a tense chase, just as Bella was about to seize Neville, a spell knocked her aside. Impedimento. The members of the Order of the Phoenix arrived just in time. Bella, I'll handle this, a voice called from behind her. Bella rushed to confront her cousin, Sirius Black. James found himself facing a Death Eater who appeared to still be a student. He wore a golden mask, clearly indicating his high status among the Death Eaters. Impedimento. Avada Kedavra. James narrowly evaded the killing curse and retaliated with another spell. Petrificus Totalis. Protego. The more James battled the Death Eater, the more familiar the confrontation felt. Another Cruciatus curse was cast. Sirius had dispatched Bella and, alongside Remus, rushed to aid James. One of James's spells severed the strings of the mask, which fell away to reveal a face strikingly similar to his own. Harry, James exclaimed in disbelief, never having imagined his son was the fabled Dark Prince. Those emerald eyes, once vibrant, now appeared dull and devoid of emotion. Harry did not cast the mental blocking charm. His body was instinctively protecting itself, and he fought purely on instinct. Petrificus Totalis. Harry was struck by the spell and rendered immobile. Just as James attempted to advance, the Dark Lord appeared, accompanied by a figure cloaked in black, seemingly of a similar age to Harry. The figure embraced Harry and disapparated away. With the Dark Lord's presence, the others had no choice but to set aside their concern for Harry. Ultimately, Dumbledore arrived just in time, and the Dark Lord retreated. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge was compelled to announce the Dark Lord's return. The group returned to the Order of the Phoenix, where James informed Lily of the events. How can this be? Lily gasped in disbelief. The truth is what it is, Lily. Harry has allied himself with the Dark Lord. He is the Dark Prince. James could not bear to meet his beloved's gaze. How he wished it were not so. He longed for it to be false, yet it was an undeniable reality. Dumbledore revealed another prophecy to Sirius, who fell silent upon hearing it. Only one of the two saviors could survive, while the other must face death alongside the Dark Lord. Chapter 44. What? The other me in a different world is the Dark Prince? In the 6th year, the return of the Dark Lord was common knowledge. Yet, for reasons unknown, Harry's identity remained concealed, though the trio of saviors was aware. Thus, the 6th year unfolded as follows. Harry, do you have something to hide? One of them inquired after class. Speak up, we can face it together, Neville urged. Ron remained silent, not due to a lack of desire to speak, but rather out of fear of provoking Harry. Hermione preemptively silenced him before he could open his mouth, leaving him to watch from the sidelines. Harry merely regarded the trio with icy indifference. I have stated this numerous times, Granger. My affairs are not your concern. With that, he turned and departed with Draco, leaving them behind. Yet within, he mused, do not approach me. I shall bear the darkness alone. You merely need to safeguard the savior. Meddling in my affairs will yield no benefit. I have never had the opportunity to choose. On that day, he was once again dispatched on a mission by the Dark Lord. However, members of the Order of the Phoenix had already laid an ambush. Harry was captured and brought home by James, while Sirius lay gravely injured and unconscious from the operation, currently resting in St. Mungo's. James confiscated Harry's wand, binding him and tossing him into his room. Harry, tell me, why do you assist the Dark Lord? James questioned, unable to fathom that his son would lend aid to such a figure. I believe that is none of your concern, Warrior Chief, Harry retorted, offering no answers while exchanging cold sarcasm. If Lily were to ask Harry, he would remain resolutely silent. My dear mother is not my rough, temperamental father. I wouldn't dare speak to her in such a manner. She wouldn't withstand it. As for my father, he's fine. It was another routine day when, as Harry closed his eyes to rest, he felt a wave of dizziness. Upon opening them again, he found himself surrounded by a group of individuals, including two from the trio of saviors, accompanied by Draco. He was momentarily bewildered but quickly grasped the situation. Potter, what are you up to now? Ron drew his wand, glaring fiercely at them. Potter, Malfoy, where are we? Did the Dark Lord send you to attack us? Hermione also brandished her wand. Open your eyes to the truth, Granger. Do not forget that I was brought back by James during that mission. Meanwhile, Harry merely cast a cold glance at them before beginning to survey his surroundings. Merlin's pants. Which world is this? Godric felt a sense of despair. Previously, it was Harry and Draco at odds, and now it seems Ron and Hermione found Harry and the others equally intolerable. Helga was bewildered. Harry? Draco brandished his wand, appearing ready to cast a spell at any moment. Hold your horses, Draco. Harry smirked, revealing that familiar feigned smile. He turned to the four beside him and inquired. I believe you four can provide me with an explanation, correct? Bringing us to this place in our current state. I can sense that there is no effect of the Felix Felicis, so can you enlighten us? Splendid, Rowena remarked, feeling somewhat weary. Yet another 7 days in conjunction with a magical array had left her in a foul mood. I presume you can guess, Godric addressed Harry. This is not your original world. It's a parallel realm, and your arrival here was entirely by accident. Salazar remained composed. May I inquire about the situation in your world? Here. It is early July of the year 2000. Godric scratched his head. The four exchanged astonished glances. Who emerged victorious? They asked in unison. Godric was about to divulge the answer when he suddenly recalled that these four were not from the same faction. It seemed this parallel world was distinctly different from theirs, rendering his answer somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he simply stated, Voldemort is dead. This declaration appeared to trigger something within them. Hermione and Ron's faces illuminated with joy, starkly contrasting Draco's panic. Harry lowered his gaze, pursing his lips, rendering his emotions inscrutable. Did we truly win? Ron pressed further. The Dark Lord is truly. Yes, but that is in our world. I cannot speak for yours, Godric replied. Is there anyone among you who can recount the events that transpired? Before proceeding, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Harry brandished his wand, prepared for a sudden attack. Rather than responding to Godric's inquiry, he posed a question of his own. Godric felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples. The last quartet he encountered, although appearing as bitter rivals, managed to unite against peril. Yet this group, not to mention Harry, Hermione, and Ron's eyes were rife with animosity, particularly Ron's, whose glare seemed capable of devouring Harry whole. Despite Harry having been in 5th year prior to their crossing, the weariness reflected in his gaze was far more profound, even surpassing the 20-year-old Harry from their world. For some inexplicable reason, Godric sensed that these four had witnessed bloodshed, shed tears, endured the ravages of war, and traversed the battlefield. Was the world truly this chaotic? Chapter 45, a dialogue. From the looks in your eyes, a war has already transpired in your realm, has it not? Godric began. Hermione hesitated momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw. Now it was the turn of the remaining four to be momentarily stunned. Still processing the introductions, Harry merely paused for a moment before realizing. The four founders of Hogwarts? He questioned, still cautious. Indeed, in our world. Godric proceeded to share insights about their realm. Harry contemplated silently. So, Voldemort was defeated, and in this world, I am with Draco Malfoy? Godric nodded in confirmation. Harry rubbed his forehead. He was at a loss for words. Yet one thing was certain. If that Harry were to misuse his body, he would undoubtedly go mad. And he was convinced Tom would recognize the discrepancy. You seem troubled, Salazar observed, studying Harry intently. Indeed. While the Dark Lord would likely not perceive anything as long as he refrained from actions that contradicted Harry's identity, he would eventually discern the truth. Who? Godric queried, perplexed. Tom Riddle, one of the Horcruxes you refer to the diary? What of it? How could he possibly detect anything? Godric retorted, for after all, he had deceived the primary soul. Harry cast a glance at Godric, his expression one of incredulity. He is the one closest to me. He would undoubtedly sense the difference, given that he is a Horcrux. Harry's gaze at Godric was akin to that of one looking at a fool. Godric scratched his head, genuinely taken aback. Now we can only hope for the best. Helga interjected. To prevent further complications, you will need to remain within this castle until you can return to your original bodies, Rowena stated, not lifting her gaze. Godric escorted Harry to a room. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Mr. Gryffindor? Godric raised an eyebrow, taking a seat. Could you share some details about your world? Godric directly articulated his intent, as conversing with someone of his intellect required no circumlocution. Why do you wish to know? Harry countered, posing another question as he gazed out at the castle scenery, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility. It had been ages since he had felt so relaxed. Surely, you must know something. It seems your situation differs from ours. When did your Dark Lord return? Godric paused, recollecting. He returned using Harry's blood during his 4th year. Harry chuckled lightly and turned to sit on the edge of the bed. 3rd year. He returned in 3rd year? Is there that much of a difference? Godric was bewildered. I assisted him, Harry said, calmly polishing his wand. Why? Why would you help him? Godric questioned, puzzled. There is no reason, only for one person. And it certainly isn't the primary soul. Godric pondered this for a moment. Is it the diary? Harry remained silent. Fate is indeed remarkable. Even the wands share a similar story. Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches in length. Truly extraordinary. I believe I now comprehend what Professor Lestrange meant, Godric mused. Lestrange? He is from our world. He possesses the gift of prophecy, or perhaps one could say he is a seer. Unlike yours. We have a second prophecy aside from the one that names the chosen one. There are two chosen individuals. Not one can be absent. And one among them must perish at the hands of the Dark Lord. As light intertwines with darkness, and individuals from other worlds will aid in making this choice. Guiding all. Wait, if you are not the chosen one, then who is? Neville Longbottom, Harry acknowledged with a nod, a tacit response to Godric. Fate has a peculiar way of jesting with us, doesn't he it? Ever since I embarked on that path in the 3rd grade, I have belonged to the shadows eternally, destined to tread through darkness while serving him, yet I am willing to do so for Tom. However, had you not made that choice at the time, none of this would have transpired. No, you are mistaken. It would have happened. This prophecy existed even before my birth. Destiny is immutable, as Professor Lestrange has stated. The cost of altering fate is beyond our endurance. Moreover, the diary had already come into my possession in the 2nd grade. I committed a grave mistake. That girl, Ginny Weasley, could no longer wield magic. Over the years, I have served under him and taken many lives. I am already steeped in sin. Yet, it is acceptable. At least when death finally arrives, I can descend into hell alongside him. Have you not considered your own fate? The moment I set foot on this path, I forfeited my choices, even as I sought redemption. Ravens and feathered serpents, we ultimately belong to the dark. Godric sighed, unsure how to persuade the child before him. Recognizing the immense burdens he bore, he chose to exit the room, granting him some space. Harry pondered whether he would divulge this matter to the other 3. He gazed out at the scenery, letting out a sigh. Meanwhile, the other Harry appeared bewildered. Where am I? Why am I bound? Did Godric and the others fail? The questions cascaded in his mind. What trickery are you up to now? James entered the room. Dad. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What's this? Another familial drama? No, it's not that. It's rather complicated. I can show you my memories. But please believe me. I am not the Harry Potter of this world, Harry explained. Lily entered shortly thereafter. Please believe me. I truly do not belong here. In our world, Voldemort has been vanquished, and the magical realm has restored its peace. I can provide my memories, and I can also ingest Veritasrum. I will seek out Dumbledore. James stepped out. Before long, Dumbledore arrived with Severus Snape. They examined Harry's memories and administered Veritasrum. Well then, your world. Could you kindly untie me? Oh, of course, child. Lily, beside herself with emotion, wept as she absorbed Harry's memories. She could scarcely fathom how Harry had faced Voldemort alone after their departure. She stepped forward and embraced her child. I am deeply sorry for what you have endured. Even though you do not belong to this world, you are still my child. Mother. So he possesses Horcruxes. Indeed, Professor, there are 7 in total. The diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, and the cup of Hufflepuff. The snake Nagini by his side, his diary, the ring of the Gaunt family, which is the resurrection stone, and the chosen one, who in that world is me. However, it seems the chosen one of this world is not I. Harry scratched his head. All right, we need to verify the information. They all sat down in Harry's room. In that world, I am the chosen one. Of course, Professor Severus Snape is a spy. The 4 founders traversed to our era for various reasons. He was resurrected in 4th year, and Voldemort was ultimately defeated in 5th year. After graduation, I joined the Ministry of Magic and became an Auror. I was 20 when I crossed over. Here, the chosen one is Neville Longbottom, and the spy remains Severus. One notable difference is that Regulus Black is still alive. He has yet to replace that Horcrux, and Tom returned during 3rd year. Currently, you are 16 years old. Not long ago, you were captured by James. As your identity in this world is one of Tom's most capable assistants, the Dark Prince. Harry felt a wave of confusion. He had not considered that his counterpart in this world could be a villain, likely having caused his parents much sorrow. How could he do such a thing? Voldemort would ultimately be defeated. He would never prevail. Why then? Enough, child, Dumbledore interrupted, halting Harry's inquiry. Are you the only one who came here? No, Professor. Hermione, Ron, and Draco accompanied me. It seems we need to gather them together. Let Hans invite them to our home. Hans is friends with them. Dumbledore nodded. As for Draco Malfoy, he hoped he would not expose any vulnerabilities. Thus, over the weekend, Hans brought Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and Draco Malfoy to Godric's Hollow. Potter, tell me what trouble you've stirred up now. The Dark Lord is asking how to save you? Draco was still perplexed, unsure of what had transpired. Hey, that wasn't Team I doing. It was the version of me from this world. I believe you should have a general understanding by now. Yes, the Dark Lord's trusted assistant, the Dark Prince. And you were sorted into Slytherin, mate. Moreover, your relationship with us appears quite strained. And it seems you have fallen out with your family. You speak the truth. Harry rubbed his temples. The crux of the matter is this. The Dark Lord wants to save me, and I must not reveal any signs. I must act. The key is to restrain your murderous intent, Draco interjected. I know. If I can find the diary. What do you mean? The three asked in unison. The diary is currently in my possession. It hasn't been passed to Ginny. I suspect the version of me in this world was enchanted by the diary. That is a strong possibility. What do you mean a strong possibility? This is clearly correct. Oh, by the way, it seems the version of you in this world is an academic overachiever. How will you feign your persona at school? I believe the Auror training should suffice. Thankfully, with Sarah and Godric by my side, I have acquired some dark magic as well. Indeed, Harry nodded. Let us strategize. How will we contact you, Harry? Hermione inquired. We will need some inconspicuous items, Draco suggested. That's a good idea, reminiscent of what we used in 5th year. Perhaps I could add a parchment akin to a two-way mirror, capable of conveying brief messages that quickly vanish. I believe I can manage that. Thank you, Hermione. Now, I am left wondering what the Dark Lord's plan is. We must prepare thoroughly for any eventualities. They all stayed the night at the Potter residence. That night, a shadow entered Harry's room. Thanks to his experience as an Auror, Harry swiftly retrieved his wand from beneath his pillow and pointed it at the figure. Who are you? I advise you not to act rashly. The figure stepped into the moonlight, their obsidian eyes morphing into a crimson hue. Tom Riddle. I advise you not to act rashly, Tom reiterated. I do not wish to harm you. After all, this is his body. Harry slowly lowered his wand. What is your relationship with the version of me in this world? Lovers. Harry was taken aback. He could never have anticipated that Tom Riddle in this world would be in a romantic relationship with him. His expression instantly resembled that of someone who had just consumed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean flavored like boogers. Please, don't look at me like that. Am I really that hideous? It wasn't that. It was merely the thought of the version of himself in this world. Stop. I am not that foolish main soul. He thought. You guessed correctly. I am his Horcrux diary. I have come here solely to convey one piece of information. In 2 days, the main soul will send someone to create chaos outside, and then take the opportunity to abduct you. I hope you will refrain from doing anything foolish. While I want to lay a hand on you, he might not hold back. Although he was uncertain whether killing you would bring my boy back, Harry felt somewhat speechless. Tom Riddle, regardless of the era, was equally cruel. I know what you're thinking, but this is specifically directed at you. After all, you are not him. I have trained him well to conceal his emotions, unlike you, who so openly displays yours. Tom cast a disdainful glance at Harry, which felt like an affront, as if it implied his weakness. Chapter 46, My Beloved. I have a premonition that you are insulting me, Harry remarked to Tom. Eliminate the premonition. I advise you to keep a low profile. Whatever you do, do not allow him to be harmed. Is that the reason you are aiding me? Because of this body? So what? Remember to keep your hair neat. He despises disarray. You seem rather familiar with this world's version of me. Tom raised an eyebrow and fell silent. Most likely. Little Barty Crouch will come looking for you, so be prepared. Do not give yourself away. With that, Tom vanished into the shadows, as if he had never existed. The next day, Harry relayed this information to Hermione and the others. Something feels off, mate. Why would he be so benevolent? Perhaps it's because this world's version of me is the Dark Prince, isn't it? That still doesn't add up. He must know something, Hermione asserted. Convinced that Tom was privy to some crucial information. After a brief discussion, they decided to play along. 2 days later, Godric's Hollow was attacked by Death Eaters. Harry remained bound in his room, discreetly stashing fake galleons and other items into a pocket that had been enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Well, isn't this our illustrious Dark Prince trapped here? Little Barty Crouch taunted as he flew up to Harry's window on his broomstick. Shut up. With a flick of his wand, Barty released the ropes, allowing Harry to sit behind him on the broom. He consciously concealed his murderous intent. Any moment of relaxation could lead to the plan's unraveling. Once Harry was rescued, the Death Eaters utilized apparition to escape. Malfoy Manor. Master, it seems our Dark Prince has shown a lack of decorum. The Dark Lord raised his hand and inflicted a Cruciatus curse upon Harry. All the Death Eaters watched intently, due to Harry's elevated status. Bellatrix and the others couldn't help but feel envious. Now, witnessing Harry being punished, their faces were alight with amusement. Bellatrix even requested to be the one to punish Harry, but the Dark Lord declined, for Harry was still of use to him. And he was well aware of the potency of Bellatrix's curses. Harry feigned amnesia as Lucius escorted him back to his room. Thankfully, as a trained Auror, he could endure the Cruciatus curse. While searching for the diary in his room, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he discovered a slip of paper wedged in the doorframe. It read, "Retrieve the third book from the second shelf, Introduction to Charms, the second potion bottle on that shelf." Following the instructions, Harry uncovered a hidden compartment and found the second potion bottle on the indicated shelf. Next to it, a sticky note read, "Potion to relieve the Cruciatus curse." There were numerous similar potions stored. Almost all common pain relief potions were readily available. And there were many empty bottles too. Harry picked one up and inhaled its scent, confirming it was primarily made from Devil's Snare, with several others meant to alleviate the Cruciatus curse. These were concocted by him. After all, he had become rather prone to injury. "You startled me. When did you arrive?" "When I arrived is inconsequential. Here, you will address me as T, and you are the only one permitted to do so." "Did he call you that too?" Tom remained silent. "So, what exactly is your purpose here?" "This box. Place it in the hidden compartment and do not open it." "Why?" "There is no reason. It is not intended for you. There is no need for such a harsh tone. You would do well to acclimate quickly. The main soul will likely assign you a task to test your loyalty." "Understood." After Tom departed, Harry returned to the hidden compartment. He discovered a small black notebook resembling a diary, but distinctly different. Flipping open the cover, he read a line. "Since fate cannot be altered, I willingly submit to it. Becoming the one in the shadows, I shall walk in darkness. The raven will be my symbol." Unlike Harry's handwriting, this world's version of himself had a much neater script. What else with this jealousy? Harry mused. Yet, from the writing, he could discern the despair of this world's self, laden with exhaustion. Life had been arduous for him. The only thought Harry could muster. He turned to the second page, which bore no writing except for a plan. "The Dark Lord will attack a remote Muggle town, Lokia, on May 16th. Please take heed to prevent this. Members of the Order." The word raven appeared again, and noticeable tearing suggested previous content had been removed. After rereading the initial line, Harry was now certain that this raven was indeed this world's version of himself. Had this world's self been transmitting information to the Order all along? However, judging by the reactions of the Order members, they seemed unaware that the raven was in fact this world's version of him. A thought struck Harry. Indeed, being a spy was perilous, and perhaps this was a safer approach. Harry pinned some information he had gathered on a piece of parchment that could be used for communication. And Hermione and the others promptly replied, indicating their understanding. When the time came, he would use fake galleons to relay more accurate information to Hermione and her companions. Days passed, and the Order's efforts to thwart the Dark Lord's destructive plans had significantly increased. This incensed the Dark Lord, yet he did not suspect Harry. For Harry had consistently behaved himself. In the following days, Tom Riddle presented Harry with identical boxes again. He instructed Harry to place them in the hidden compartment without opening them. Though curiosity gnawed at him, Harry resisted. After all, these belonged to this world's self, and he had no right to pry. 3 consecutive days brought 3 boxes, after which he saw no further sign of Tom Riddle. The Dark Lord permitted Harry to return to school, just as they completed their morning classes and were preparing to discuss their plans. A circle of light appeared beneath their feet. They knew it was time to return. Upon their return, Harry and the others continued to maintain their adversarial demeanor. Even knowing that the Dark Lord would ultimately be defeated, Harry found himself powerless. The Dark Lord would not spare a traitor. Upon his return, Harry discovered a note left for him by Tom, instructing him to open a box. He opened the first box to find a letter. "Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. I regret that I can no longer accompany you. The Dark Lord has detected signs of my betrayal. Yet, this aligns with our intentions perfectly. If we are to eradicate him once and for all, my departure is inevitable, and I cannot be certain of my ability to contend with his consciousness. I am truly sorry, my boy. As for the remaining Horcruxes, that old fool Dumbledore should have nearly located them all by now." The second box contained Marvolo's ring, one of his Horcruxes. Now only the ring and the snake remained. "You must seize the opportunity." The third box held a surprise for you. "Forgive me for not being able to stay by your side. I will forever love you, Harry. Farewell, my beloved Tom Marvolo Riddle." Harry trembled as he laid the letter down, unable to comprehend that even the Dark Lord could not tolerate his own fragment of soul. Yet, how could he expect the Dark Lord to possess any semblance of humanity? Tom Riddle's dissolution was the final straw that crushed Harry Potter's last hope in this world. He opened the third box to reveal a pair of wedding rings. The silver and green hues, emblematic of Slytherin, adorned with serpentine designs. The ring meant for him bore emerald eyes, while the other displayed rubies. Inscribed within the band were the initials, Th. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry James Potter. That day, Harry slipped the ring meant for him onto his finger, while the other was threaded onto a silver chain around his neck. He sat by the window, gazing at the outside world throughout the night, sleepless. His demeanor darkened even further when Draco inquired about the ring on Harry's hand. He simply uttered, "From my lifelong love." Perhaps the great battle would soon be upon them. Perhaps he would soon reunite with him. With these thoughts in mind, Harry sought out Professor Silas Lestrade, trading his own lifespan for a chance to see him again. Perhaps they would meet in the depths of hell. Epilogue: a conversation between Harry Potter and Silas Lestrade. Mr. Harry Potter, I am uncertain as to your purpose for visiting me. Originally, Chili was engrossed in his alchemical creations when he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Harry Potter in his workshop. This unforeseen visit resulted in a catastrophic explosion of his alchemical work. Professor Lestrade, I wish to inquire about the prophecy. Silas Lestrade raised an eyebrow. Might I know the reason, Mr. Harry Potter? You may call me Harry. I have heard the words of Professor Dumbledore. Very well, Harry. Are you referring to the first prophecy, or the second one concerning myself and the chosen one? Well, I believe you would comprehend, as you are a clever child. Two chosen individuals, one cannot be spared. One of them must fall to the Dark Lord. Light and darkness intertwine, and those from other realms will aid in making this choice, guiding all. Silas Lestrade spoke slowly. That means I must also join, does it not? Indeed, child. Fate is immutable, and altering it bears a cost too great for us to fathom. I understand, Professor. I will not attempt to change it. Since fate refuses to release its hold on me, I shall proceed along its path. You are a good child, Harry. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me. I have heard you possess a silver time-turner, is that correct? Yes, Professor. Harry replied, somewhat perplexed, as he produced the time-turner. Well, keep it close. It will bring you fortune at crucial moments. Harry pondered this, nodding in acknowledgement. I recognize you have many uncertainties, but you will come to understand in due time. Professor, may I study under you? Why so, Harry? I am aware of your accomplishments. I wish to learn alchemy from you. Very well, very well. Alchemy is a complex discipline, encompassing much. Professor, does this time-turner qualify as an alchemical product? By a stretch. Yes, but it serves merely as a conduit. Tell me, Harry, how well do you understand the concepts of soul, time, space, and magic? The soul is the essence of a person, as well as that of a wizard. Indeed, you are aware of Horcruxes? Yes, I have seen references in the restricted section. Then you understand the consequences of creating multiple Horcruxes? I regret to say, Professor, I do not. Bear this in mind, Harry, nothing can grant anyone immortality, not even Horcruxes. They are malevolent objects, requiring murder to fragment one's soul. Creating multiple Horcruxes can lead to the maker becoming volatile, mad, and subject to numerous dire consequences. Furthermore, restoring a fragmented soul is no simple task. It demands heartfelt repentance, which must be genuine, an arduous endeavor for those capable of creating Horcruxes. I understand, Professor. To face an enemy requires extraordinary courage, and to stand firm before friends demands equal fortitude. I believe you need this saying, Harry. I comprehend, Professor. After Harry departed, Albus Dumbledore emerged from another room. I remember. This saying applies to you as well, Albus. Are you not inclined to visit New Camender? That tower cannot confine him. He has imprisoned himself. I understand, I understand. What do you comprehend? I almost wish to knock you unconscious and toss you over there. But out of respect for your dignity, I shall refrain. Then I ought to thank you. Enough. Can you now rest easy? That child possesses the courage to confront darkness. Perhaps this is why fate refuses to relent. Not necessarily, Albus. Chapter 47. The final confrontation since Tom Riddle's dissolution, the day Harry and his companions returned. The Death Eaters were left perplexed as to the whereabouts of T, who had always been by the Dark Lord's side. Their Dark Prince grew even more sullen and ruthless after T's disappearance. As the 7th year approached, with Marvolo's ring in Harry's possession, Dumbledore was spared from the curse's affliction. However, the Dark Lord still chose to assault Hogwarts. Though not all Horcruxes had been destroyed, circumstances had become dire. The students of Hogwarts commenced their battle against the Death Eaters, but in a twist of fate, the Elder Wand remained in the hands of the Dark Lord. As for Albus Dumbledore, he found himself bound by Helly's Lestrange at New Gaunt, just prior to the outbreak of war, and was presented to Gellert Grindelwald. Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts is at war, and I am absent? How can this be permissible? Helly's Lestrange, you must have faith in him, mustn't you? Albus Dumbledore, you speak the truth. Gellert Grindelwald, there's a certain delight in seeing Albus gaze upon me. Helly's Lestrange, not a sight for the faint-hearted. The Elder Wand was still delivered to the Dark Lord by Severus Snape, yet the actual authority to wield it lay with Harry, unbeknownst to the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, in the Shrieking Shack, Harry was concealed behind a wall. The Dark Lord commanded Nagini to end Severus Snape's life, solely for the right to the Elder Wand. After the Dark Lord departed, Harry emerged. Professor, do not move, he cautioned, administering the antidote to Severus and healing his wounds with a potion. This battle must come to a close. No one should perish except for me. I know you were a friend of my mother. Please convey my apologies to her. I have brought her shame. Potter, what are you about to do? Petrificus totalis. I am truly sorry, Professor. But fret not, this spell shall lift upon my passing. Severus could only watch helplessly as Harry departed, urgency flooding his heart, yet leaving him powerless. Harry arrived on the battlefield, petrifying several individuals and casting disillusionment charms upon them. These spells would dissipate upon his demise, yet serve to ensure their safety. Harry Potter, having traversed back in time, discovered that he could foresee events, perhaps not in the traditional sense, but he was privy to occurrences across parallel worlds. Thus he became aware of many tragic fates that awaited individuals in this war, including the demise of Ronald Weasley's brother, Fred. Out of respect for their past friendship, he resolved to save him. As for Ginny, he had concocted a potion to restore her magical abilities. Perhaps she would regain her powers after his death. Thus, he no longer owed Ronald Weasley anything. Ultimately, he intended to atone with his own life for the losses incurred because of him. With a flourish of his wand, crimson flames erupted forth, engulfing the surroundings. The fragments of his soul had already been obliterated by the Dark Lord's Avada Kedavra. The last remaining Horcruxes were merely Marvolo Gaunt's ring and Nagini. To safeguard Nagini, the Dark Lord commanded her to remain close to Harry, inadvertently facilitating his movements. In that moment of fiery chaos, he tossed Marvolo's ring into the flames, the agonizing sound of a soul dispersing echoing in the ears of all present. And he cradled Nagini, casting her into the inferno as well. The Dark Lord had not anticipated this turn of events. His wand had just unleashed the killing curse. Aimed squarely at the savior. Neville Longbottom, take cover. Upon hearing his name, Neville instinctively dodged the green light, yet it hurtled straight towards Harry's brother, Ron. In a desperate lunge, Harry propelled himself toward Ron, shoving him aside, and in that final moment, unleashed a killing curse at the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord fell. The war drew to a close, but that very curse struck Harry as well. Now I shall see you again, won't I? Harry mused, a smile gracing his lips. Lily cradled Harry's lifeless body, tears cascading from her eyes. She had never envisioned her child would perish, nor that he would sacrifice himself to save another. Silent tears fell, landing upon Harry's face. Severus Snape burst forth from the shrieking shack, only to witness Lily kneeling, cradling Harry, who had just succumbed to the killing curse. The black-haired youth lay still, a serene smile upon his face, his once vibrant green eyes now peacefully closed. Ron could scarcely comprehend that his brother, Harry Potter, had died to save him. James Potter trembled as he approached his beloved, reaching out to comfort her, yet words failed him. Even though Harry's actions were not without fault, he was still their child. Margaret refused to accept her brother's demise, shaking Harry's arm and softly pleading for him to awaken. She could not bear to believe that her beloved brother was gone. Sirius, who had recovered prior to the battle, had just emerged from the Great Hall. Lily, we have triumphed, he exclaimed, yet upon seeing Lily and the others kneeling, confusion gripped his heart. His gaze fell upon the figure in Lily's arms, and his pupils dilated. Harry, Harry, he called, disbelief flooding his voice. His godson had become the sole casualty of this war, aside from the Death Eaters. You must be deceiving me. Harry, you wouldn't leave your godfather like this, would you? Sirius collapsed beside Lily, cradling Harry's body, checking for a pulse, only to find none. His temperature was already fading. He was truly gone. His beloved godson, Harry Potter, was indeed dead. Sirius wept bitterly. For although the war had ended and brighter days could await them, why must it be him who perished? Severus stood by, comforting his beloved, relaying Harry's final words to Lily. He said he was sorry for disappointing you. Harry's soul had not yet dissipated. He hovered nearby, watching his family mourn for him. Please, do not weep. Mother, father, Ron, Margaret, Sirius, I am not worthy of your tears. Harry reached out, longing to wipe the tears from Lily's face. Yet his hand passed through her. As if sensing something, Lily lifted her face, extending her hand toward Harry, her palm brushing against his visage. Harry instinctively nuzzled against it, and Lily felt a chill pass through her hand. Harry, is it really you? You haven't left us, have you? Mother. But alas, Lily could not hear him. Perhaps this will allow you one final farewell. Hellies approached Lily and the others. Professor Lestrange. James stood. The resurrection stone. It cannot truly bring someone back, but it can allow you to see them once more. With that, Helly spun the stone thrice in his hand. Harry's form materialized before them. Harry, my child, Lily gasped at the sight of him, tears streaming anew. Do not weep, mother, I am unworthy. I have committed too many wrongs, this is my due. Harry, Sirius, I am so sorry. Forget me, will you? Go to Malfoy Manor, in my room. On the second shelf of the second row of books, basic charms, within the hidden compartment, you will find what you seek. With those final words, Harry vanished. Days later, James and Sirius led a raid on Malfoy Manor. In the room where Harry once resided, they discovered the hidden compartment, revealing a box, several potions, a few journals, and a black notebook. From the journals, James uncovered the truth of Harry's actions and the identities of the feathered serpent and the raven. The raven was his son, while the feathered serpent was another individual favored by the Dark Lord, T. Within the ebony box lay the wedding rings, which Harry had retrieved prior to the war. The notebook, bound in a black cover, was one that the earlier incarnation of Harry had perused during his time travel, filled with the recorded moments of each person's demise. Due to this evidence, all of Harry's previous actions were invalidated, casting him as a spy between the Dark Lord and the Order of the Phoenix, ultimately earning him a first-class Merlin Award. Thus concluded the first ending, The Life of the Dark Prince. Epilogue: Life after the war, before the reincarnation of the soul. After being struck by the killing curse, Harry felt a pull, followed by a wave of dizziness, and soon realized that his soul had separated from his body. He was dead, and the magic he had once wielded began to fade. Many individuals emerged from their petrified states. Voldemort was dead, but not at the hands of the Savior, rather, by his own doing. Is it amusing? In his death, he was heralded alongside Neville Longbottom as a savior. Albus Dumbledore revealed the second prophecy to the public, leading them to understand that there was indeed a second savior who had accomplished far more than the first. The items retrieved from Malfoy Manor also vindicated him. The raven that conveyed messages to the Order had fallen silent. Harry Potter, deceased from the killing curse at the age of 17, perished amidst the Battle of Hogwarts. Professor Lestrange? Harry was momentarily taken aback, turning to the figure of Helios Lestrange behind him. Helios's once blue-violet eyes had transformed into one purple and one gray. Perhaps you might refer to me by another surname, Helios Slytherin? Harry was somewhat bewildered. Though I am unsure how you acquired my father's pocket watch, I can offer you an opportunity, a chance to rekindle your romance with him. Helios smiled at Harry. The Slytherin pocket watch? Helios shook his head. That was a gift from Salazar to Godric, my two fathers. Is this the reason you are assisting me? Perhaps you are unaware. But this watch bears witness to their love and the tragedy that ensued. The departure of Slytherin. Am I correct, sir? You are quite astute, Harry. Thus, I am willing to grant you this opportunity, though the timeline may become somewhat convoluted, and you may find yourself lacking siblings. Can you accept this? I can, sir. Very well. But before you embark, you will need to remain here for a while in your soul state. Of course, others cannot see you, perhaps with a few exceptions. You may observe the lives of your siblings or your godfather. Thank you, I shall. Helios smiled and vanished. Harry pondered. Although the war had ended, his siblings were still attending Hogwarts. He resolved to visit his former friends. Hermione Granger chose to return to school for her 7th year, while Ronald Weasley applied to become an Auror. As he floated in the library, watching his once close friend Hermione prepare for her exams, she suddenly looked up. Harry? Can you see me? Hermione nodded, startled, as logically she should not be able to see him, for Harry was dead. Harry relayed to Hermione some of Helios's words. Well, why did you bear so much alone? Would it not have been better to share the burden with us? I apologize, but it was perilous. You remained so obstinate. But tell me, how is Ginny? The potion you gave her, right? She can now perform some minor spells. That is good. Have you seen your parents? I saw them after the war. They were weeping. Can they see you? No. In fact, you are the only one I have discovered who can. What about Draco Malfoy? Have you tried? No, but I doubt he would wish to see me. After all, if not for me, the Malfoys would not have become the Dark Lord's family. He must loathe me. Do not say that. He is just on the other side. I will accompany you to see him. Very well. Draco Malfoy. Granger? Draco looked up, only to see the floating figure of Harry. Harry Potter? You can actually see me? Draco was bewildered, his expression mirroring that of Hermione moments before. Harry then explained the situation to Draco. It sounds absurd, but is this truly acceptable for you? Yes, I am quite certain. Observing Draco's expression, Harry reiterated. Do you not harbor hatred for me? If not for me, stop. I do not hate you. Even without you, he would certainly return. So you need not blame yourself. Thank you. You are now the savior of the entire magical world, albeit posthumously. Many lament your passing. I see your wit has returned. Potter. Ha ha. Nevertheless, thank you. I have not felt such joy in a long while. Perhaps death is not as sorrowful as it seems. Akin to a phrase I heard from Professor Dumbledore. Death is but another great adventure. Perhaps. We will always be friends. Thank you. Harry, are you ready? It is time to depart. I understand. Farewell, Hermione. Farewell, Draco. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Potter. As Harry vanished in a burst of white light, the library returned to its tranquil state. Perhaps only Hermione and Draco would remember their encounter with the second savior after the war. They would remain friends forever. Chapter 48, Rebirth. A flash of white light engulfed Harry, leaving him in a state of dizziness. When he awoke once more, he found himself in his room, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He noticed that his hands had shrunk. Is this what Helios referred to as rebirth? Harry descended from his bed and approached the nearby wardrobe mirror. The boy reflected therein bore medium-length black hair that cascaded over his shoulders, slightly disheveled, as if he had just awakened. And his emerald green eyes held an unusual depth for his age. Harry, are you awake? Hurry, dear. Today we shall venture to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. A gentle knock sounded at the door, accompanied by Lily's soft voice from outside. I am coming, mother, Harry replied. It appeared he had returned to the age of 11. However, no. Helios had mentioned that he was seemingly an only child. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he dressed and tidied his tousled hair before heading to the washroom for a quick freshen up, then made his way downstairs. Harry, come eat breakfast. Lily was setting the table, while James sat beside it, conversing with Sirius. Harry, hurry. We are going to Diagon Alley to buy your wand. I am certain you can hardly contain your excitement. Oh, I just thought of something amusing. Of course, Sirius. Harry took a seat beside Sirius, engaging in conversation while he ate. After breakfast, James needed to return to the Ministry of Magic to attend to some matters, although he had granted Sirius a day off. I must be off. Enjoy yourselves, Harry. Of course, father. Lily and Sirius transported Harry via apparition to Diagon Alley. Harry. The Weasley family was also out and about, purchasing various items. Ron. Harry searched through his memories and realized he had met Ron at a Quidditch match when he was merely 8 years old. Let us go buy wands together, Ollivander's wand shop. Ah, you must be the new students from Hogwarts. Yes, sir. We need to procure our wands. Of course. I assure you that you will find the perfect wands suited to you here. Ron Weasley stepped forward first. Ollivander conducted a brief test for Ron and retrieved a collection of wands. Dragon heartstring, 11 inches long. Ron waved it and found it unsuitable. Oh, I believe I know which one it is. Try this. Unicorn tail hair, 14 inches long. Oh, this one fits perfectly. Harry approached next, and like Ron, Ollivander produced a selection of wands. Try this. Beach, dragon heartstring, 9 inches long. It has a nice flexibility. Harry took the wand, waved it. But Ollivander swiftly reclaimed it from his grasp. Oh, not this one. Let's try this. Maple, phoenix feather, 7 inches long, quite springy. Harry waved it and set it down again. Clearly, this was not the one either. Ebony, unicorn tail hair, 8.5 inches. Well, this one is, It shattered again. What a discerning customer you are. However, fret not. We shall surely find the most ideal and perfect wand for you. Allow me a moment. This one might work. Ollivander rose and ventured into the back, soon returning with a dusty box. Phoenix feather, 13.5 inches. Upon hearing this, Harry's pupils dilated. He picked up the wand and waved it, discovering it surprisingly agreeable. Remarkable. I never anticipated selling 2 twin wands with the same core in the same century. You are destined to become an exceptional wizard. Which other wand do you refer to? Holly, phoenix feather, 11 inches long. It belongs to another student at Hogwarts. Perhaps you will share an upperclassman and underclassman relationship. Harry could not recall how he exited the wand shop. When he learned that what was originally his had transformed into a wand, he experienced a momentary shock. He was uncertain how he managed to complete all his purchases and return home. Once back, he expressed to Lily his desire to peruse his textbooks alone, then secluded himself in his room. Chapter 49, The Train. After returning home, Harry felt a sense of unease. However, Sirius and the others believed it was merely anxiety due to his impending separation from his parents. Thus, for the next few days, Sirius remained by Harry's side, either entertaining him or engaging in light-hearted banter. Yet, Harry pondered, was the wand his or Lord Voldemort's? Was he still around? Consequently, Harry scoured the family's collection of history books on the wizarding world. Noting his son's seriousness, James handed him the keys to Potter Manor, allowing him to search the library. Thus, Harry spent day after day in the library, accompanied by Sirius. Though Sirius occasionally made quips, he chose to transform into a dog, lying on the carpet beside Harry as he read, just as Harry happened to be watching Hatchie, a dog's tale. Finally, the day of school arrived. James, Lily, and Sirius accompanied Harry. James had taken a day off in advance for this occasion. Son, are you ready? Of course, Dad. Together, James and Harry pushed their cart through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, arriving at platform 9. The platform was bustling with parents sending their children off to school. James, Lucius, oh, Narcissa, you look lovely today. Harry, Draco. The group exchanged pleasantries, during which Ron and Hermione also arrived. Harry, if you need anything, remember to write to Mom. Hedwig will deliver it. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I'll be home for Christmas. Wah, Harry, remember to write to me. All right, Bigfoot. Harry is just going to school. You're making a fuss. Hey, forked tongue. With a whistle, the train was about to depart, prompting Harry and the others to hurry aboard. Finding an empty compartment, albeit at the rear. Naturally, Harry was soon ushered into the Malfoy family's exclusive compartment, while Hermione and Ron opted for another. Once again, I am reminded of the Malfoy family's wealth. Why compete with them? Our compartment is far superior. No comment. Harry, if you keep this up, I might just cause a scene. Please, let me read. Draco shrugged and took out his potions book. After all, the head of Slytherin House was his godfather, and he certainly did not wish to be reprimanded during potions class. Harry, when it comes time for sorting, I almost forgot you're a Potter. You should be in Gryffindor. Not necessarily. Slytherin could also be an option. What did I just hear? I cannot believe I heard a Potter express a desire to join Slytherin. By Merlin S. Beard. The young Malfoy is astounded. What is strange about that? Sirius also hails from a Slytherin family, but ended up in Gryffindor. That is not the same. Draco was still recovering from the shock. If you are so idle, take this potions notebook. I compiled it based on some of the library's texts. Is that true? It seems you've inherited Aunt Lily's talent for potions. Harry remained non-committal. After all, he was a master potion maker in his past life, and revealing such information would likely not convince Draco. Chapter 50, The Slytherin Potter. The two were engrossed in their reading when suddenly, a knock sounded on the compartment door. Excuse me for the interruption. Harry was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the visitor, but only for a moment. Upperclassman, may I assist you? Uncle Lucius asked me to keep an eye on you. You must be Draco Malfoy. You are the upperclassman my father spoke of, the Slytherin? Tom Riddle. A pleasure to meet you. Tom offered a brief bow to the two. Draco Malfoy, he is my childhood friend, and this is Harry Potter. Hello. After greeting, Harry lowered his head. He had felt a moment of impulsiveness earlier, but fortunately, having worked under the Dark Lord in his past life kept him from acting foolishly. He activated his mental occlusion, fearing he might lose control. Harry, stop staring. Merlin, please don't tell me you're genuinely considering Slytherin. And if I am? Draco. Severus and Regulus are both Slytherins. Why can't I go? Merlin S. Unmentionables. Do you grasp the implications of what you're saying? You are a Potter. The Potters are a Gryffindor family. As your childhood friend, I feel compelled to remind you that your days in Slytherin may not be easy. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Aren't there, Draco? You might consider running for the position of first-year prefect, Tom Riddle remarked. Harry paused momentarily before responding. I understand. I will. Thank you, upperclassman. He returned to his reading, then chose to close his eyes and rest. Truth be told, he had not had a proper respite in quite some time. Perhaps it was the warmth of the carriage, or maybe the familiar scent reminiscent of sea breezes. But he soon fell into a deep slumber, only to be roused as they approached their destination. Dressed appropriately, Harry disembarked and joined Hermione, Ron, and the others. We shall see you shortly. First years, Tom smiled at them before turning and boarding the carriage. Oh, how did you guys meet him? Harry inquired. It's nothing. Let us hurry to Hagrid, Ron urged. Harry was reluctant to discuss Tom Riddle. From what he had observed on the carriage, he was not the Tom he knew. For his Tom would never regard him in such a manner. Harry, Draco, Ron, and Hermione were all in the same boat. Look up, little ones. This will be your only chance to see all of Hogwarts. Hagrid called out. Under the starlit sky, Hogwarts appeared as enigmatic and serene as ever, evoking memories of the battles of yore, with remnants of war still visible despite the repairs. As Harry gazed upon the current state of Hogwarts, his eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Professor McGonagall, new students, Hagrid addressed the witch in green robes before him. Thank you for your efforts, Hagrid. I shall take over from here. Professor McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement, leading the group of first years through the Great Hall and into a small chamber. Welcome to Hogwarts. Before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first sort you into your houses. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, she explained, introducing the houses just as she had in a previous life. Once Professor McGonagall departed, the young witches and wizards began to converse. Goodness, Fred told me we are to duel a troll, exclaimed one. No way, that can't be true. The school wouldn't subject us to such perilous trials, another replied. Harry thought to himself, not revealing the sorting ceremony to the first years certainly fits the Gryffindor mold. After passing through the ghosts, Professor McGonagall soon returned, leading the young sorcerers toward the Great Hall. Above the hall stood a high stool, upon which rested a tattered hat. So this hat is what will determine our houses. One wondered. By Merlin's beard, I'll have Fred's head for this. The hat split open wide, resembling a mouth, and began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a more beautiful hat than I shall consume myself. As was customary, Harry discreetly cast a silencing charm upon himself, for he had no desire to endure the hat's musical torture once more. Once was quite sufficient. However, for the others, listening to the Sorting Hat song was a rite of passage, while for him, he was already an upperclassman. So he graciously declined the invitation. Professor McGonagall began to call names, and as the ceremony drew near its conclusion, she finally called out, Harry Potter. Just before him, Draco Malfoy had been sorted into Slytherin, while Ron and Hermione had been placed in Gryffindor. "Oh my goodness, child, you have truly suffered greatly," she remarked. "I know, Professor." "Well then, where do you wish to be placed? Gryffindor or Slytherin?" "Slytherin, Professor." "Is it for him, then? But he seems devoid of memories, not the person you recall." "I understand, Professor. I believe Professor Lestrange would not have uttered that phrase without reason." "Very well, then. Slytherin." "What?" Ron, who had been placed in Gryffindor, was flabbergasted upon hearing Harry's house assignment. Good heavens, his brother is in Slytherin? The child of the Potters in Slytherin? Merlin's undergarments. Is this some sort of jest? Ron's mind screamed in disbelief. Hermione, however, calmly applauded, though she too was puzzled by Harry's sorting. Nonetheless, she respected her friend's choice. On the Slytherin side, Tom Riddle began to clap, prompting his fellow Slytherins to join in welcoming Harry. Dumbledore, having encountered Harry before, was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. He had presumed Harry would be sorted into Gryffindor. "Well, it seems I've lost this round," he lamented internally, grieving for his sweets. "Welcome to Hogwarts, everyone. Before you dine, I wish to introduce someone. Let us welcome our new defense against the dark arts professor, Helios Lestrange." Helios stood and bowed. "Is it the person I think it is?" Ron asked. "Hermione, don't shake. Is it the one you have in mind?" "Oh, I apologize. I'm just overly excited." "No worries. I think we must find a moment to speak with Harry. After all, he is a Potter, and he is going to Slytherin." For the record, Tom Riddle is now a third-year student. Based on the ages of Abraxas Malfoy and Tom Riddle, Harry is 11, and Tom is 13. Indeed, Tom is the head of his year, having bested the other year heads, which is why the other years heed his words. "First-year students, follow me," Tom Riddle commanded, guiding them. "You have 3 minutes to drop off your belongings in your dormitory, then return to the common room for assembly." He settled into an adjacent armchair, flanked by the heads of the other years. The head prefect battle. "Harry, I know Draco. Do you really intend to participate? Strength is paramount, is it not?" Once assembled in the common room, Tom waved his wand, clearing a space. The wand in his hand was one Harry knew all too well. It was his wand from a previous life, made of holly, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 11 inches. "I trust you are familiar with the prefect system. The victor may challenge the heads of other years, provided you possess the capability." With that, Tom took a seat. "Shall we have a match, Harry? Are you certain, Draco?" "Of course. I am the strongest among this crowd. Not including me. We shall see. As you wish." Harry gathered his long black hair, which had been draped behind him, and secured it with a dark green ribbon, grasping the pale wand in his hand. "Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus." Harry waved his wand, and 2 spells shot forth at astonishing speed. Draco barely managed to evade the first spell, only to be struck by the second, causing his wand to end up in Harry's grasp. "Well, it appears I have lost. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" The crowd exchanged glances, realizing, as Draco had said, that if they could not best him, how could they hope to defeat Harry? With no one stepping forward, Tom Riddle proclaimed Harry the first-year prefect. "You may challenge the other years." "I think not." "Very well. You may return now." Tom rose and made his way back to his chamber, while Gemma Farley, the 5th-year prefect, sought out Severus Snape to inform the headmaster of who the first-year prefect was. Chapter 51. The First Lesson of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Initially, Harry found it somewhat disconcerting to be back, yet he swiftly adjusted his demeanor and also addressed Ron's incessant inquiries regarding his visit to Slytherin. "Harry, well, the broomstick is indeed quite handy. You inquire about the source of the broom? The answer lies with Sirius Black, who, upon witnessing his godson's remarkable flying prowess during flying lessons, joined the Slytherin Quidditch team as a seeker, subsequently acquiring the latest Nimbus 2000 for his beloved godson. Sirius Black, from now on, I shall provide all of my godson's broomsticks." It appeared that this life bore no significant differences from the last, yet it was devoid of much malice, which Harry could not deny. In an era free from the Dark Lord's influence, peace reigned. And what of Grindelwald? Under the dual persuasion of Lestrange and Dumbledore, he took a step back, amending the statute of wizarding secrecy rather than overthrowing it. This, of course, was largely due to the prophecy from Lestrange, which revealed to him a vision of the future, showcasing the rift between Albus and himself, leading him to sequester himself in the tower. For the sake of his love, he retreated. Lestrange found his actions quite perplexing. You ask what he is doing now? Naturally, he is in service to Albus, currently teaching astronomy. Lestrange made a request to Dumbledore. From the time Harry Potter entered Hogwarts until his graduation, he wished to serve as the defense against the dark arts professor for those 7 years. This was also a favor owed to him by Albus Dumbledore due to Gellert Grindelwald. On Wednesday, the first lesson was defense against the dark arts. Harry had longed to inquire of Lestrange, yet he had not found the opportunity. However, this class presented the perfect occasion. Early in the morning, Harry, along with a group of first-year Slytherins, arrived at the classroom. Before long, several Gryffindor lions also entered, and Hermione arrived early, greeting Harry and Draco before taking a seat behind them. Lestrange soon entered the classroom, albeit in the form of a nine-tailed white fox adorned with black-tipped tails, adding an alluring beauty to his appearance. As the class was about to commence, Ron hurriedly burst into the room, followed closely by Dean and 3 others. Lestrange reverted to his human form and addressed the tardy quartet. "Well, it seems everyone is present. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Lombard, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Finnegan, please take your seats. I hope you will arrive earlier next time." "Yes, Professor," Ron responded as he made his way to the seat Hermione had saved for him, leaving Neville and the others to settle at the back of the classroom. "Let us begin class. Oh, please take out your wands and put away your books. We will not be needing them." No amount of theoretical knowledge surpasses the speed of practical application, yet theory is important, as it will aid you in earning points during examinations. I have invited a senior student whom you all know to assist you in better comprehending this subject. Mr. Riddle, please come in. Thank you for agreeing to be my teaching assistant, Professor Lestrange. Of course, your accomplishments are well recognized. Well, in this lesson, we will learn the spell Expelliarmus. Disarm you. Mr. Riddle, I appreciate your assistance. It is my pleasure, Professor. Expelliarmus. A red beam shot forth, disarming Tom Riddle and sending his wand into Professor Lestrange's hand. This is a fundamental spell that can swiftly disarm an opponent, ensuring you can quickly subdue them. Lestrange returned Tom Riddle's wand to him. Now, pair up and begin practicing. The students began to form pairs, with Draco approaching Harry. Are you sure, Draco? Of course. You used it in the prefect competition. Very well, Expelliarmus. Draco's wand flew from his grasp into Harry's hand, who returned it promptly. Expelliarmus. No. You need to angle your wand upward a bit more. All right, Expelliarmus. This time, Draco successfully disarmed Harry. Well done, Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter. Slytherin earns 20 points. Harry, can you help me? Hermione approached Harry, accompanied by Ron. Oh, of course. Harry corrected Hermione's pronunciation and Ron's wand movements. Hermione was able to cast the spell successfully. Yet Ron struggled. Expelliarmus. Hermione managed to disarm Draco. Excellent progress. Miss Granger, Gryffindor gains 5 points. Thank you, Professor. Expelliarmus. Harry directed the spell at Ron, who instinctively dodged, sending the spell hurtling towards Tom Riddle, disarming him. I researched, and it seems the twin wand's properties only activate when 2 foes are engaged. A simple disarming spell should pose no issue, especially since I did not intend to disarm him in the first place. The familiar Holly wand landed in Harry's hand, and he was momentarily taken aback, having not expected Ron to evade. My apologies, Senior. No harm done. Harry returned the wand to Tom Riddle and turned back to instruct Ron. Ronald, if you dodge again, I will cease to teach you. Hey, mate, that was instinctive. Not intentional. I'm sorry, please don't stop teaching me. Thus, the class unfolded amidst the chatter of young witches and wizards. However, Tom Riddle's presence made it considerably easier for Professor Lestrange, as many students successfully grasped the spell. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. It is my honor, Professor. Professor Lestrange. May I have a word with you privately? Oh, Harry, of course, no problem. Follow me to my office. Lestrange led Harry to his office. Professor Lestrange. Or should I say Mr. Slytherin? Are you dissatisfied with this new student? Are you referring to peace? I have no objections, but I wish to understand the meaning behind what you said to me. Which statement are you referencing, Harry? The one where you mentioned I would meet him again. Isn't that the case now? He is not himself. You know what I mean. Of course, please sit down and have a cup of tea. We shall discuss it at length. Harry complied and settled into the armchair before the desk. Lestrange waved his wand, conjuring 2 cups of red tea upon the desk. I believe I previously informed you that the soul and time are exceedingly complex matters. Indeed, sir. But how does this relate to Tom? You must understand, Harry. The one you have fallen for is merely a fragment of a soul, just a shard of his essence. While it is indeed part of him, you must recognize that he is particularly hard on himself. I have been diligently attempting to collect him, gathering his fragments. His current state is nearing dissolution, which is a dire predicament. I'm afraid I had no choice but to let you come first. However, I must assure you that he will come, albeit a few years later. I wonder if you can wait for him. You already know the answer. I have but a single response. Since we began to be transparent with one another, we will await each other indefinitely. Neither he nor I shall abandon the other. Never. Your words suffice. Trust me. I shall not keep you waiting for an excessively long time. One can only hope, dear sir. After bidding farewell to healers, Harry returned to the common room. Upon his departure, Tom Riddle appeared from around a corner. Fascinating. It seems you harbor numerous secrets. Allow me to unveil what lies within you. A fleeting crimson glimmer passed through Tom Riddle's black eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. Chapter 52, An Unexpected Incident in Potions Class. On Friday, An odd atmosphere pervaded among the Slytherin students, and one could hardly blame them. After all, today was potions class, taught by their head. Any mishap in potions would invite the sharp tongue of their headmaster. Harry accepted this reality with equanimity, for in his previous life, he had endured much. And while his acerbic wit was not quite on par with Severus Snape's, it had been honed under the Dark Lord's tutelage. Taking his time, Harry finished his breakfast and led a group of young Slytherins to the underground classroom. He sat beside me, while Draco positioned Harry in a middle-back seat. Considering Harry's situation, after all, his father, James Potter, and Severus Snape did not share a particularly amicable relationship. Additionally, Sirius Black's involvement made Harry's standing with Severus quite nuanced. After all, he was the godson of Severus's beloved, yet his father was undeniably vexing. Severus expressed his exasperation, fatigued by the complexities. Soon, Severus entered the room. As in the previous life, he briefly outlined the essentials of the potions lesson before instructing the young wizards to begin crafting their first potion for treating scabies. A nagging feeling plagued Harry. He sensed he had forgotten something. Just as he was lost in thought while nearing the completion of his potion, a loud explosion erupted from behind him. Neville Longbottom sat directly behind Harry. At last, he recalled what he had forgotten. Neville Longbottom, the genius who regularly blew up cauldrons. Since potions class did not require wands, Harry had left his in his bag, and instinctively, he shoved Draco Malfoy aside. Draco emerged unscathed, but Harry was splashed by the potion, pain surging through him, causing him to faint. Truth be told, since his rebirth, he had not endured pain for so long that he had nearly forgotten its sensation. This incident, however, rekindled memories of the torment he had experienced under the Cruciatus curse in his previous life. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Draco Malfoy, witnessing Harry's condition, turned pale. Harry's back was marred, the potion having ravaged it beyond recognition, aptly described as a bloody mess. Fool, is your head stuffed with gillyweed? I told you to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills. Severus advanced to clear the cauldron's contents, while Neville trembled under the brunt of Severus's reprimand. Get them to the infirmary. Seamus Finnegan supported Neville, while Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley each took hold of one of Harry's arms, the three of them escorting the two to the infirmary above. The long-forgotten sensation of pain evoked many unpleasant memories for Harry, proving to be quite troubling for him. He plunged into a nightmare. As Madame Pomfrey wondered why such a young child bore such profound suffering and thoughts, healers Slytherin rushed to the infirmary upon receiving news. Poppy, how is Harry? He is in dire condition. Severus has no potions prepared for nightmares. How unfortunate. The ingredients for that potion are indeed rare. What has this child experienced? By all accounts, he should not harbor such deep thoughts. Who knows? I shall check my potion cabinet. I should have the necessary ingredients. Thank you for your trouble, healers. Professor Slytherin. Madame Pomfrey. Tom Riddle. I heard of Harry's situation, so I came to see him. He is trapped in a nightmare. I need to return to see if I have the required potion ingredients. Leave it to me. I will take good care of him. You are quite the trooper. Healers thought to themselves. Knowing Tom Riddle's true nature, they could not help but suspect his intentions. Chapter 53. The one who tied the knot must untie it. This is a bit tricky, Albus. Have you not found all the materials? You should be grateful I still have some in my potion cabinet. Healers Slytherin rolled his eyes at Dumbledore. There are two types of nightmares. One where the dreamer is ensnared in a pleasant dream, reluctant to awaken. This type is the simplest and easiest to resolve. However, if it is the second type, we are in trouble. The second type involves being forced into a painful nightmare from which the dreamer cannot extricate themselves. If this persists, their mind will inevitably fracture, leading to what Muggles refer to as brain death. Harry, Lily, and James hurried to the infirmary, accompanied by a large black dog. Sirius Black, transform back. Madame Pomfrey's voice echoed from behind them. The black dog, having transformed into Padfoot, shook and reverted to his human form. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Slytherin, Harry, what happened? Lily asked, concern etched on her face as she gazed at her son lying on the hospital bed. There was an incident in potions class, somehow. He fell into a nightmare. A nightmare? How is that possible? From Lily's demeanor, it was clear she had some knowledge. Do not worry, we are merely one step away. I need to ascertain whether his nightmare is a nightmare or a pleasant dream. Healers Slytherin reassured Lily. Please, Professor, he is our only child. He cannot come to harm. I understand, James. I shall do my utmost. Let us step outside. Dumbledore comforted the three as they exited the infirmary, leaving the space to Healers Slytherin. Upon leaving, they encountered Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Tom Riddle approaching. Professor Slytherin, I have brought the materials you requested, Tom Riddle informed Dumbledore. Go on in, Tom. Healers is inside. Dumbledore gestured for him to enter. Sir, how is Harry? Hermione inquired, her eyes fixed on Dumbledore. The situation is rather intricate, Miss Granger. Harry is ensnared in the throes of his nightmares. However, do not fret, for Helios shall find a solution. Trust in him. He will undoubtedly bring your friend back. Dumbledore led everyone to the Great Hall to await developments, while over on the other side, Professor Lestrange, here are the potion ingredients you requested. Thank you, Tom. If I recall correctly, your potion grades were outstanding, am I right? Indeed, Professor. Are you capable of brewing the elixir to dispel the nightmares? I am currently occupied. Certainly. Professor, here are the instructions and materials for the potion. I appreciate your assistance. Shall I brew it here? Yes. Brewing it here will allow the potion's essence to aid in awakening Harry. Professor, have you ascertained what kind of nightmare he is experiencing? I believe you have perused the potion's recipe. You should already know. A nightmare? But generally, children from pureblood families like him do not suffer from particularly profound nightmares. Do they? You are correct, yet he is an exception. Tom Riddle said nothing further and turned to commence brewing the potion. Harry, all that is behind you now. Do not let the nightmares seize control. Find your path. You need not traverse the darkness any longer. Follow the light to seek your escape. And do not allow the fears within your heart to confine you. Helios placed his left hand upon Harry's forehead, a gentle surge of magic seeping forth, slowly entering Harry's mind. Yet, it appeared to yield little effect, as his already furrowed brow tightened further. Professor, the potion is ready. Helios took the potion from Tom Riddle's hands and administered it to Harry. However, the results seemed negligible. To untie the knot, one must have tied it. But this could harm you, can it not? Professor, what are you implying? Just as Tom Riddle was about to inquire further, darkness suddenly engulfed him, and he fainted. A faint orb of light coalescing in Helios' hand. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this, Tom? This is the only way to rouse him. Is it not? To untie the knot, one must have tied it. A voice, ethereal and almost imperceptible, emanated from the glowing orb. That is indeed the case. Yet you are currently far too feeble. You are aware of the substantial harm this will inflict upon you. And it will also cause the soul I have painstakingly gathered to dissipate. I trust that you always possess a solution, do you not? Very well, very well. What can I say? You are my student, after all. The misdeeds of a student must be borne by the teacher. Let me confirm. Once I enter his body and complete everything, he will not remember, correct? With my presence, of course, he will not. I am uncertain whether this will lead him to recall fragments of his past life. You need not worry about the main soul. Its memories will not transfer to him. Then I am reassured. With that, Helios gestured, extracting a small portion from the orb of light and directing it into the unconscious Tom Riddle's body. Gradually, Tom Riddle began to awaken, standing beside Helios. How much time do we have? 20 minutes. That should suffice, should it not? I believe so, yes. Perhaps it will not even take that long. You may converse with him as well. That would be ideal. Tom Riddle smiled. Prepared. An ornate golden pocket watch materialized in Helios' hand. Sometimes I truly wonder where you procure these items. Well, that is a secret. The golden watch's cover opened automatically, gently drifting from Helios' hand to rest upon Harry's forehead. This watch possesses the ability to stabilize souls and facilitate our entry into Harry's dreams. I told you that you would find a way. Silence. Helios seized Tom Riddle's arm, and the two transformed into a beam of light, entering the watch. Well, have we arrived? Yes, this is Harry's dream. Darkness enveloped them, devoid of any light. However, in the next moment, the dream shifted dramatically. A bedroom materialized before them, the very chamber where Harry resided at Malfoy Manor while under the Dark Lord's servitude. Upon the desk by the window sat a small black box. That box. Tom Riddle furrowed his brow. It is a gift I bestowed upon him. Helios approached, lifting the box and opening it. Inside lay a pair of wedding rings, pristine and unblemished, a testament to the owner's meticulous care. Well, it seems this is a significant object. But where is Harry? I believe I know when this is. An enigmatic emotion flickered in Helios' eyes, and as he spoke, the dreamscape shifted once more. The scene transformed to a desolate Hogwarts during the time of war. What is this? This is the year following your dissolution, coinciding with Harry's 7th year, his 17th birthday. He perished during that year, succumbing in the midst of the battle at the hands of the Dark Lord. Yet, he did not regret his demise. Why, then, does this scene manifest? Helios was perplexed. The two were still unable to locate Harry, but they uncovered another item. Marvellow's ring? Indeed, the Resurrection Stone ring. Why does everything pertain to rings? How should I know what that boy is contemplating? Given his sharp tongue, I dare not provoke him lightly. You are clearly under the thumb of your wife. And what of it? At least I have a wife. Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming urge to cast you out. Helios retorted, glaring darkly at Tom Riddle. I merely speak the truth. As their conversation continued, the dream shifted once more, this time causing Tom Riddle to pale. Chapter 54, Cherished Possessions. Helios, what is the meaning of this? I thought you might be aware of this matter. What do you mean? You must know what task Harry was assigned in his 5th year. The prophecy orb in the Department of Mysteries. Correct, but there is no reward. Tom Riddle cast him a sideways glance, as if to say that amidst such peril, he still found time for jest. Before them appeared a vision. Harry, clad in black robes and wearing a golden Death Eater mask, stood before them, his emerald eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. Harry? Tom Riddle called his name. Yet Harry offered no reply. Helios, what is happening? This poses a dilemma. What? Before Tom Riddle could finish, a slicing curse grazed his cheek, leaving a scar as blood trickled down. Harry? Tom Riddle gazed in disbelief at the Harry who had turned against him, knowing full well that Harry would never attack him. This is the crux of the issue, Helios sighed. How do we resolve this? As Tom Riddle evaded Harry's onslaught of spells, he inquired of Helios. We still lack one crucial element, the wedding ring, Marvelo's ring, and one final item of special significance to him, which we have yet to find. What is the current status? Hello? As far as I know, Harry confronted James Potter at the Department of Mysteries. In other words, you are not mistaken. Under the influence of this nightmare, Harry perceives you as James. Quite absurd, I assent it. Continue. I still need to search. Hurry. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure. I assent your wand with you? When did this happen? Tom Riddle fished his wand from his pocket. I assent this, Harry S. This is your wand in this lifetime. Use it for now. I shall take my leave first. With that, Helios disregarded Tom Riddle and advanced, soon vanishing into the mist. Helios traversed the fog and arrived at an inn. Cronus, Helios murmured as he gazed at the somewhat dilapidated establishment. Who would have thought that your final item was hidden here, at the very origin of all things? Helios stepped forward and pushed open the weathered door of the inn. Maze-chasing object, he cast, a soft purple light emanating from his wand. The luminescence reached out, connecting Helios' hand to the concealed object, guiding him toward the hidden chamber. Before him hung a painting. How many prophecies concerning the Savior exist? The question, as ever, yet somehow altered. It should pertain to the founder of thought, but now it has transformed. There are 2 prophecies in total. How many saviors are there? 2. Just as Helios articulated the number 2, the painting visibly stirred, the space quaked, indicating that this answer was evidently incorrect. Helios frowned. Do you not wish to acknowledge it? 1 savior. The space settled once more, and a 3rd question emerged from the painting. How many children are mentioned in the prophecies? 2 children. Which child must tread in darkness? Enduring all? Helios hesitated, inhaled deeply, and answered, Harry Potter. The moment the final letter fell, the wall rotated, revealing a hidden passage. Helios descended the staircase, complaining about its excessive length. It's a bit too long, I assent it. I'm utterly exhausted. After a 10-minute descent, Helios arrived before a door adorned with silver-green hues and serpentine patterns, a quintessential Slytherin configuration. For questions awaited him. What did Slytherin leave behind in the lineage of blood? Parseltongue. What resides within Slytherin's hidden chamber? The basilisk. Why did Slytherin depart? Must you compel me to recall those unpleasant memories? Helios suppressed the urge to blast the door and answered. Because Slytherin opposed Gryffindor's ideals, and amid the church's coercion, a muggle wizard infiltrated Hogwarts as a spy, which led to numerous crises and heavy student casualties. To prevent such occurrences, Slytherin demanded the cessation of muggle wizard admissions, but Gryffindor disagreed. Ultimately, tensions escalated, and to spare Gryffindor further discomfort, Slytherin chose to leave. Are you satisfied? Helios spoke through clenched teeth. Why did Slytherin refuse to accept muggle wizards? A millennium ago, the muggle wizards who joined Slytherin were rife with ambition and cunning, posing a significant threat to students. To eliminate this risk, Slytherin denied muggle wizards admission. Chapter 55, Find and Bring Back. Well, this dream certainly knows how to irritate me. Helios grumbled as he entered the room. The interior retained the silver-green hues of Slytherin. What a quintessential Slytherin, Helios mused. On the table, he discovered what he sought, a silver-green pocket watch. Well, I truly did not expect this. However, upon seeing the inn, it made sense. Helios picked up the watch resting in its box and turned back toward the mist. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle pondered, where on earth is this fellow? If this continues, I shall not endure much longer. When did this little rascal learn so much dark magic? As he dodged the dark spells hurled by Harry, he muttered to himself, I believe I heard you cursing me. Helios' voice echoed softly. Do not be so frightful. Like a ghost, will you? Hey, just trying to scare you. What will you do about it? Tom Riddle rolled his eyes and ignored him. Have you found the item? Of course, though the riddles were somewhat vexing. What questions could possibly provoke your good temper? Family matters are off the table. I believe I should have an inkling. Helios shot a sinister glance at Tom Riddle. I shall remain silent. Now, quickly awaken this child. Helios disregarded Tom Riddle once more, retrieving the wedding ring, Marvelo's ring. and the Slytherin pocket watch he had previously found. The 3 items floated gently towards Harry, encircling him in a protective circle. These 3 possessions contain his most cherished memories. The items he holds dear, the only means to extricate him from this nightmare. The past emerged, he intoned, summoning a faint white light from the watch, which gradually coalesced into fragments of memories. Harry, how about a wager? Let us bet on the outcome of this match. If you win, I shall gift you the latest broomstick when school commences. What do you say? It's a deal. All right, I admit defeat. Be prepared to welcome your new broomstick at the start of term. Thank you, Godfather. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Harry's once dull emerald eyes flickered with light, only to dim again swiftly. It worked, Helios. Quickly, continue. The past emerged. More soft white light emanated, this time from the wedding ring. Yet, unlike before, this light shaped itself into a letter. Harry seemed to sense something, lifting his head. Upon seeing the letter, tears fell silently. What could evoke such a profound emotional shift in Harry? Why are you silent, Tom? Ha ha ha. My farewell letter. It's not even mealtime yet. So please refrain from feeding me dog food. I still wish to eat. You truly have a knack for ruining the atmosphere, you know? Tom Riddle cast a melancholic glance at Helios. Why should I not lighten the mood when you've made it so sorrowful? Ah, right, you're not at fault. Tom Riddle turned away, choosing not to engage with Helios any longer. The past emerged. Seeing Tom Riddle ignore him, Helios remained unperturbed. He turned once more to wave his wand, casting the final spell. The white light converged again, this time from Marvolo's ring, the resurrection stone. Harry, my child, remember, your mother will always love you. Mother murmured softly, her eyes shining brighter. I do not harbor hatred for you. We are friends, are we not, Potter? Draco. We shall always remain friends, so you may lean on us. You can share your pain with us. Do not bear it alone any longer. Harry. Hermione. The second savior. Harry Potter. He is the hero traversing through darkness, the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Though he is forever frozen at the age of 17. He will always be our hero, eternally the champion of the magical realm, alongside Neville Longbottom, both regarded as the saviors of the wizarding world. As a spy under the Dark Lord, Harry, known as the Raven, conveyed the Dark Lord's plans to the Order of the Phoenix multiple times, thwarting him, and even saving our first savior, Mr. Neville Longbottom, during the final battle, ultimately slaying the Dark Lord. Despite having committed many regrettable acts, all he has done merits our admiration. History shall forever remember him. Thus, in accordance with the decision of the Wisengamot, we shall bestow upon Mr. Harry Potter the Order of Merlin, first class, in honor of his deeds. I offer you a chance at rebirth. This time, you need not walk in darkness. You will see him again. This time, the light shall surely shine upon you. As the final beam of white light faded, the fog and darkness of the dream began to dissipate, revealing its original pure white. Professor Lestrange. Tom, is that you? The tears that had ceased now began to fall again. Of course it is me, boy. I must say, your spells have improved remarkably. Look at the wounds you've inflicted upon me. I didn't mean to, I protested. I know, the nightmare has been dispelled, and now we must return. You will disappear again, won't you? Do not say that. This is merely a part of my soul. Helios has been assisting me in gathering it. Not helping you, but helping Harry. After all, I am still your student. You two continue your reminiscence. I shall take my leave. With a flash of white light, Helios vanished from sight. Honestly, you have grown so much, Harry. I know. Do not worry. Soon we shall embrace once more. Trust me, all right? Okay. The two of them vanished from the spot. In the outside world, exactly 20 minutes had passed. Tom Riddle awoke. Professor Lestrange? What happened? My magic surged a bit. You might have been accidentally hurt. All right, I understand. You should return and rest. Tom Riddle nodded at Helios and departed. Harry, lying on the hospital bed, slowly awakened. I must say, you certainly know how to cause a stir. All right, continue resting here. I shall go to the Great Hall to inform Dumbledore, your parents, and your godfather. They all came. Of course, you are James's only son. With that, Helios left, and Harry lay alone on the hospital bed, reflecting. Chapter 56, Concern. As Harry pondered on the bed, he suddenly smiled. It had been too long since he had felt such pain, and he had even been trapped in a nightmare. It seemed he had grown weaker. Harry, Sirius Black, transformed into a large black dog, burst into the infirmary, instantly reverting to human form upon seeing Harry. Following closely behind was a stag, unmistakably James Potter transformed into Prongs. Both called Harry's name simultaneously, startling him from his thoughts. Dad, Sirius? You finally woke up. You've been asleep for nearly 3 days. Sirius exclaimed, bursting into tears as he threw himself onto Harry. Lily and Severus, who had entered more slowly, witnessed this scene. Sirius, get off. Harry just woke up. He needs to eat something. Lily placed the food she was holding onto the nearby table, while Severus stepped forward and pulled his lover away. Ouch, Severus, be gentle. Mom, Professor Lestrange said I'm fine. So you needn't worry. It's good that you woke up, Harry. Professor Dumbledore. I suppose you must be very hungry now. As Dumbledore spoke, Harry's stomach audibly growled in agreement. All right, it seems I truly slept for far too long. Harry, X3, Draco, Hermione, and Ron rushed into the infirmary upon hearing of Harry's awakening. Merlin's tutu. Mate, you finally woke up, Ron exclaimed, slightly out of breath. Since potions class. You've been asleep for almost 3 days, Potter. You scared us to death. The three of them spoke in turn while Harry sat on the bed, eating and listening. Bobby, I think after Harry finishes his meal, he should be checked again and can be discharged. It's best to keep him here for one more night for observation. Only leave once we confirm there are no issues. That would be ideal. Sirius sat by his godson, while Lily and James went to see Helios Lestrange. As they too were his students, Severus returned to the potions classroom to prepare the potions needed for the infirmary. Naturally, Sirius had no intention of leaving today. Besides keeping his godson company, he needed to soothe his lover, who had been quite upset after a week of business trips. How to soothe him, I need not elaborate. Use your imagination. Helios. James, Lily, what is the matter? I wish to know Harry's condition. I understand the formation of nightmares. Being ensnared in a beautiful dream can be easily remedied with a potion. It would not be so troublesome otherwise. Such complications indicate a nightmare. Those trapped in nightmares cannot escape on their own, and if left unchecked, the dreamer's fate is death. You are indeed astute, Lily, one of my brightest students. However, whether Harry wishes to share this with you is his decision. Perhaps you may inquire, but do not hold high hopes. Understood. Do not be so downcast. This is for you. What is this? I did not attend your wedding, did I? I was traveling, and this is the wedding gift I failed to give you. Lily opened the box to find 2 stag-shaped brooches. The dough was surrounded by lily flowers, representing her name, Lily. The stag was encircled by sunflowers, symbolizing James Potter's character. These brooches are alchemical artifacts. I know you are aurors, and when on missions, you must prioritize safety. These brooches can deflect some ordinary spells. At the moment your lives are threatened, they will absorb 1 curse. However, I believe they can withstand 3 killing curses unless faced with an even more formidable spell. Helios. My esteemed teacher, you have once again redefined my perspective, James remarked, holding the brooch, uncertain whether to keep it or set it down. Hearing Helios's words, his worldview was once again transformed. I thought you had a grasp of my alchemy by now. 7 years, and I thought what? That my title of Master Alchemist was unearned? You merely concealed your knowledge too well. James Bond is particularly urging me to strike you once more. Well, Lily, I shall first check on Harry, and with that, James swiftly departed. Lily rolled her eyes and continued reminiscing with Helios. Chapter 57, Revelation. After concluding her conversation with Helios, Lily resolved to seek out Harry for a discussion. She held deep respect for her child, yet felt compelled to converse with Harry, affirming their role as his unwavering support. Her child should flourish joyously and healthily, rather than endure suffering. Reflecting back, she pondered, what if Harry was willing to confide in her? She hoped she could remain composed, as his revelations might not be as pleasant as she wished. Lily could not fathom the notion that there were aspects of Harry's life she was unaware of. After all, she had watched him grow, and he had seemingly never faced adversity until now, finding himself ensnared in a nightmare. As a mother, her instinctual concern for her child stirred unease within her, as if he might vanish at any moment. She needed to see her son, who, after bidding farewell to Helios, was making his way to the infirmary. Harry, Mom, Aunt Lily? Yes, indeed, Aunt Lily, for the trio of little ones had yet to depart. Fearing Harry might once again fall into a slumber from which he would not awaken. Oh dear, it is quite late. Harry needs rest. He has just emerged from a nightmare. You lot, please leave me be. Madame Pomfrey, may I stay in the infirmary tonight? I believe Harry needs me. Lily remarked to Madame Pomfrey. Well, I suppose, but Lily, if you have anything to say, it would be best to wait until tomorrow. He requires rest. Having just shaken off that nightmare, his body is still quite frail. I understand. Lily nodded to Madame Pomfrey and settled into a chair beside the bed. While the trio of little ones were ushered out, did you inquire about Sirius? He dashed off to the cellar when James arrived. After all, he still has to charm a few people. Alas, the duties of an Auror are demanding. He is already contemplating applying to teach at Hogwarts next year, allowing him to watch over his beloved protege while remaining close to his partner, a win-win situation. Thus, Lily and James kept vigil over Harry in the infirmary that night. The following day, after bringing breakfast to Harry, Lily waited until he finished eating before sending James away. Mom, is there something you wish to discuss with me? My son is indeed astute, sensing my intentions. From Madame Pomfrey's words yesterday, I gathered that Helios must have revealed something to you, correct? Not quite. I merely inquired. Then, Harry, my dear child, what is it that you wish to share with your mother? What has transpired? Harry fell silent. Although he had anticipated this moment, he still struggled to find the right words. Why must we discuss this? The outcome is unlikely to be favorable. Harry, you must understand that James and I are your parents. You need not bear any burdens alone. We will always stand as your support. Lily's gentle voice echoed in Harry's ears. I know, Mom. It is indeed troubling. Are you prepared for this? Helios mentioned something similar. I believe I can endure it. Truthfully, there is no need to summon Dad. Let him return. I will show you my memories. Very well. And thus, a bewildered James was called back. I will show you the shadows of that dark world. Harry grasped his wand and pressed it to his temple. A brilliant thread of light entwining around the wand. With a gentle flick, Harry unveiled his memories before the three of them. Those were the darkest recollections, the secrets Harry held. Lily and James were enveloped by the memories, witnessing Harry's other self. A journey from birth to enrollment, sorted into Slytherin, the diary from Diagon Alley. The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, declared as the heir of Slytherin, controlling the basilisk to unleash chaos, making grave mistakes, stepping into darkness in his 3rd year. Resurrecting the Dark Lord, enduring countless torments from his 4th to 5th years, becoming the feared Dark Prince. Adopting the alias of the Crow to convey messages for the Order of the Phoenix, traversing to another world in his 6th year, and returning once more. Until the 7th year, the Battle of Hogwarts commenced, the Dark Lord assaulting the castle. Harry saved Severus Snape, who was meant to perish, rescuing many, only to ultimately fall at the hands of the Dark Lord, the second savior, dying at 17, forever trapped in that age. They witnessed the Triwizard Tournament Ball in Harry's 4th year, where their child fell in love, yet discovered through the memories that this love was a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, one of the Horcruxes he had created. In the end, that fragment dissipated for the final outcome, leaving behind a farewell letter, a Horcrux, and a pair of wedding rings. They observed the dealings between their child and Helios, leading up to the present, along with the painful struggles during the nightmares. Endless memories tormenting him in the darkness. No, no, no. Harry, my child. Why must you endure such suffering? Why? Is it solely because of that cursed prophecy? Lily's heart ached, rendering her speechless, while James, standing beside her, was equally distressed. His hands clenched tightly. He loathed the world and his own impotence in protecting their child, mistakenly believing him to be a traitor. As the memories surrounding them began to fade, the infirmary fell into a tranquil silence once more. Harry, you must be weary from that world. Lily rose to embrace her child. Someone must navigate the darkness. Fate is relentless. Can you tell me what the second prophecy entails? Harry paused for a moment. There are 2 chosen ones. Neither can be absent. One of them will surely perish at the hands of the Dark Lord. That one will be the harbinger of hope, intertwining light and darkness, as others from different realms assist in making choices to guide everything. That is the complete prophecy, Helios stated, having entered unnoticed. Then why must it be them? It ties back to the first prophecy, which concerned a child born between the end of July and the beginning of August. Born into a family that had resisted the Dark Lord thrice. At that time, the only 2 children meeting these criteria were you and Lily's child, Harry Potter, and the child of Frank and Alice Longbottom, Neville Longbottom. The Dark Lord marked one as his enemy, and the second prophecy is built upon the first. Thus, the Longbottom child emerged as the savior in the light against the Dark Lord, while Harry became the one shrouded in darkness. Indeed, they are inextricably linked. Without one, the other would ultimately fail. This is the choice of fate, as well as their own. Is there not hope in everything? The Dark Lord does not yet exist in this world. The timeline of this world is chaotic. Tom Riddle, born over 50 years ago, is now in his 3rd year. Furthermore, I promised Harry that I am still gathering information. I require time. Harry, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The current Tom Riddle, due to his fragmented soul, may recall certain things, yet you must remain vigilant. He has not returned, and at present, he is not truly himself. I understand, Helios. As long as he remains absent, I shall not lower my guard. Chapter 58. Have we met? After Ms. Pomfrey attended to Harry's condition, he was informed that he could be discharged from the hospital wing. It turned out that nightmares only affect one's mental state. Following Harry's release, Hermione composed a lengthy treatise on nightmares, astonishing both Ron and Draco with its impressive length of 4 feet. Harry, upon seeing the paper, was equally taken aback. How could Hermione have transformed something as mundane as nightmares into a scholarly essay? Once again, he marveled at Miss Granger's formidable academic prowess. So, Hermione, when did you write this? Harry inquired, a perplexed expression painted across his face. While you were unconscious, I consulted Professor Lestralorn, who enlightened me on many aspects, Hermione replied. Her gaze fixed on her work as she was engrossed in another paper about the magical creature rebellion. Hermione, have you exceeded the limit again? I recall Professor Binns instructed us to write 2 inches, and you've produced 4. Draco exclaimed, glancing incredulously at the paper in his hands, his worldview being reshaped yet again. Seeing Draco's reaction, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Draco, you'll have to get used to it. Hermione's academic abilities are undeniable. And you, Harry, are equally extraordinary. I must ask, how did you manage to catch up after missing 3 days of classes? Ron interjected, feeling increasingly overshadowed by the academic achievements of Harry and Hermione, leaving him as the least accomplished among their group. However, this had sparked a newfound interest in studying for Ron. Despite his grades not matching those of Draco, Harry, and Hermione, he had begun to surpass Fred and George Weasley. Potter. Harry turned at the sound of his name, only to find himself face to face with the person he most desired to see, Tom Riddle. Hello, Riddle. May I speak with you privately? Tom inquired politely. Of course, Harry replied, following Tom outside the library, where they paused at a corner. I was wondering how you were feeling, Tom asked casually. If you were referring to the nightmares. I am quite well now. They only inflicted mental distress, and thankfully, Professor Lestrelorn was able to pull me back in time to prevent any lasting harm. By the way, I appreciate that it was you who prepared the potion for me. Thank you. Merely a trifling task, Tom responded nonchalantly. If there's nothing else, I must return. I still have 2 papers to write, and Professor Snape expects them tomorrow. Actually, there is one more question. I hope you can answer me honestly. Of course, please proceed. Have we met before? Chapter 59, Quidditch Practice. I wonder what you think, Riddle. Harry replied. I can't shake the feeling that you seem familiar. Surely, you wouldn't keep that from me? Tom said, raising his hands in feigned innocence, as if to say he wouldn't let Harry leave without an answer. That must be your imagination, as I do not believe we are acquainted, Harry stated, his emerald eyes locking onto Tom's. Perhaps I was mistaken. It's possible I've seen you somewhere before, Tom conceded. If there's nothing further, I must be on my way. My friends are waiting for me. Of course. I apologize for the interruption. Not at all. Goodbye, Riddle, Harry said, turning back toward the library, unknown to anyone, as he faced Tom Riddle. He could not conceal the pang of disappointment he felt, prompting him to employ a mental blocking spell to respond to Tom's inquiries with clarity. When will you return? Tom, Harry whispered, his voice barely audible, unnoticed by those around him. Yet, if Tom had heard, it would have led to an intriguing turn of events. Harry, you're finally back, Draco remarked as Harry re-entered. What's the matter, Draco? You haven't forgotten, have you? The Quidditch match is fast approaching. Finals, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Yes, next week. What about it? Flint just came by. And? Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. He wants you to practice, right now, Draco urged. Harry felt a twitch in his temple. Since when did Flint become as demanding as Wood from Gryffindor? Don't say that. The headmaster has ordered him to secure the Quidditch Cup. Ugh, I can already picture the headmaster's expression if we lose. Are you lacking confidence in the team? You should understand, Draco. Even without me, they have Tom Riddle. Is that the same? Is Riddle a seeker, or are you the seeker? The seeker is crucial. And Riddle is a chaser, although he is indeed quite skilled. All right, I get it. I'll go now, Harry conceded, standing up to bid farewell to Hermione and Ron before Draco led him to the Quidditch pitch. Most of the others were already present, with only he and Draco remaining. Sorry, Marcus, we're late, Harry apologized to Flint. Not a problem, but we need to move quickly. Next week we face Gryffindor. And I trust you know they have a solid team aside from the Seeker. So Harry, you're our key player. I understand. We are trailing by about 50 points. Meaning you need to catch the golden snitch after we score at least 50 points. Until then, you must do your utmost to disrupt their Seeker. Flint reiterated the plan several times, and Harry thought he could team up with Wood. Both were Quidditch enthusiasts, destined to be entwined with the sport for life. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Tom Riddle observed him from the shadows, convinced that Harry had deceived him during their conversation, feeling an inexplicable sense of grievance over the matter. How peculiar, Tom Riddle mused. Chapter 60, Tom Riddle, A Mysterious Memory After Fainting? 1. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, born on December 31st, 1977, at the Wolves Orphanage. On a night when snow fell in abundance, the orphanage welcomed a pregnant woman on the brink of labor. Mrs. Cole assisted her, and she left behind a baby boy, along with a name, his middle name taken from his grandfather, and his surname and first name derived from his father, Tom Marvolo Riddle. She departed quietly, leaving only a boy and a name. I grew up in the orphanage, seemingly possessing a unique ability that appeared to be mine alone. This power allowed me to retaliate against those who bullied me. They called me a monster, but I remained indifferent. Whenever I punished them, Mrs. Cole would always arrive promptly. Though I could not fathom why. I had not been without potential adopters, but those who took me in returned me upon witnessing my abilities, as if I were merely an item to be exchanged. This feeling filled me with disdain. I discovered that I could converse with snakes. And when I encountered a small serpent, I found that I did not dislike her at all. Yes, her. I named her Nagini. With her presence, those individuals dared not provoke me as they once did. I believed this existence would persist indefinitely until the year I turned 11. An elderly man arrived at the orphanage. His beard and hair a frosty white, yet his bright blue eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. From the very first glance, I felt an inexplicable aversion towards him, though I could not comprehend the reason behind it. He informed me that I was a wizard, and that he too shared this magical lineage. He demonstrated his powers and urged me to attend a school known as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, to which I consented. He escorted me to a place called Diagon Alley, bustling with others like myself. Due to insufficient financial aid, I could only afford second-hand supplies, aside from a wand and potion ingredients. Nevertheless, I was indifferent. The items from the orphanage paled in comparison. The proprietor of the wand shop was an elderly gentleman named Ollivander, and I harbored suspicions that he uttered the same phrases to every individual who entered seeking a wand. He presented numerous wands for me to try, yet none suited me. Eventually, he retrieved one from the depths of the shop, remarking, "What a discerning little customer we have. Do give this one a try. It is bound to be a perfect fit." He was correct. The wand resonated with me, made of holly, 11 inches long, with a phoenix feather core. In September, I successfully boarded the train to Hogwarts. Everything here was enchanting, just as I had envisioned. All the professors adored me, with the exception of the elderly man who had initially sought me at the orphanage. He was, to my surprise, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Aside from him, I was well liked by all the faculty, though I must exclude one individual, Professor Severus Snape, who maintained a rather aloof demeanor towards me. As events unfolded as anticipated, during my second year, I accepted an invitation from Marcus Flint to become a seeker for Slytherin. Truth be told, this was never part of my original plan, as the notion of foolishly soaring through the skies on a broomstick did not align with my persona. Strangely, since entering my second year, a mysterious figure began to frequent my dreams. I could not discern his features, only that he appeared significantly younger than I, resembling a second-year student while I was in my 6th year. In my dreams, he often sought my counsel on academic matters, and I found myself enjoying the exchange. He had long, black hair that cascaded to his waist, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, I could not perceive the color of his eyes. Throughout the year, that boy's presence lingered in my dreams. He exhibited remarkable academic prowess, and we shared an uncanny resemblance. In those dreams, I became a silent listener, absorbing the happenings of his life. He confided in me that he felt utterly alone, and I pondered whether teaching him Parseltongue might bring him harm, as it seemed to invite considerable trouble into his life. He lamented that everyone began to overlook him, harboring disdain towards him, and he increasingly sought my company. One day, however, I awoke to find his presence absent from my dreams, and an unsettling panic washed over me, mingled with an inexplicable sorrow that I could not fathom. This emotion clung to me until the first day of my third-year classes. As was customary, I traversed the wall to platform 9 3/4, where I beheld a figure who, by stature and attire, appeared to be a new student at Hogwarts. He had shoulder-length black hair, secured simply with a dark green ribbon. His parents stood beside him, a red-haired witch affectionately ruffling his hair, while another man cradled a disheveled boy, tears glistening on his face. It was evident that this child was accustomed to being doted upon, likely an only child. The boy seemed to sense my gaze, turning to survey his surroundings, though he did not notice me. Yet, as he pivoted, I glimpsed his face and those remarkable eyes, emerald green, reminiscent of the brightest forest after a rain. I believe that not even the purest emerald could rival the brilliance of those eyes. After he boarded the train, I followed closely behind. I observed him being drawn away by a boy from the Malfoy family. Indeed, the platinum blonde hair was unmistakable. Recalling my discussions with Mr. Lucius Malfoy regarding potential collaborations and his insinuations, I resolved it prudent to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the Malfoy family's private compartment, I overheard their voices engaged in a heated debate over the sorting. From their conversation, I learned the boy's name, Harry Potter. From his words, I discerned his desire to be sorted into Slytherin, though it appeared that the Malfoy boy was taken aback by this ambition. Understandably so, given that he bore the last name Potter. The surname was not unfamiliar to me. It belonged to an ancient pureblood family that did not oppose intermarriage with muggle-born wizards, thus exempting them from the list of the 28 pureblood families. The previous head of the Potter family, Fleamont Potter, Harry's grandfather, had significantly expanded the family's estate. The shampoo industry currently utilized in the magical community was primarily derived from his innovations. It must be said, Fleamont was a master of potions. The name Potter was well known, especially Harry Potter, whose parents were both Aurors. James Potter held the position of head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, while his godfather, Sirius Black, the eldest son of the Black family, had also joined the ministry as an Auror, with his partner being none other than the youngest master of potions, Severus Snape. It could be said that this boy was poised to receive the finest education. Noticing the commotion within the compartment had diminished significantly, I knocked and opened the door. This marked our first formal encounter. I could scarcely comprehend the fleeting emotions that flickered in his eyes. If I had not been fixated on his gaze, I might have missed it entirely. How intriguing it was. I continued to gaze into his eyes, and after that inexplicable emotion passed through him, his verdant irises became hollow. The surprise that had initially illuminated his face was swiftly suppressed, a phenomenon indicative of a mind-closing spell. It was inconceivable that a solitary heir born into a pure-blood family would possess knowledge of such magic, especially considering the pampering from his parents. For reasons unknown, a wave of indignation surged within me. What had I to feel aggrieved about? I struggled to understand why my emotions shifted so profoundly at the sight of this boy. Upon arriving at the Hogwarts station, he, like the other first years, boarded a boat to the castle. Once in the Great Hall, I discreetly communicated the necessary actions required by Slytherin, awaiting the commencement of the sorting ceremony with bated breath. I found myself curious as to which house the boy would be sorted into, given that his entire family belonged to Gryffindor. Surely he would not follow in his godfather's footsteps, becoming the anomaly within his lineage. To my surprise, I never anticipated that the boy would indeed choose Slytherin. I am left wondering about his abilities, though I shall soon discover the truth, for Slytherin operates under a system of heads, and life within its walls is no simple endeavor. However, I sense he harbors little concern, particularly with a member of the Malfoy family at his side, with whom he appears to share a strong bond. Tom Riddle would never admit to feeling envious, even in the absence of his memories. After dinner, all the new Slytherins gathered in the common room, and as head, it is my duty to oversee this contest for leadership. It must be said, the scions of pureblood families seem to grow less impressive with each passing year. This cohort boasts only Malfoy and Potter as noteworthy. The boy was not entirely mistaken. Malfoy is indeed the strongest of this year, as the others could not even best him. Remarkably, the boy won the match with ease, and to my astonishment, he chose not to challenge any of the other heads. He seems rather indifferent to power, a most intriguing lad. Tom Riddle, who would become Lord Voldemort, was born in the Wolves orphanage to which Merrippy Gaunt and Muggle Tom Riddle. He endured great suffering in the orphanage, and at the age of 11, Albus Dumbledore informed him of his admission to Hogwarts. The joy he must have felt then is unimaginable. At Hogwarts, he was the gentle upperclassman, an exemplary student, and the pride of all professors, save for Albus Dumbledore, whose approval he desperately sought. One cannot help but note the many missteps Dumbledore made throughout his life, with the first being Grindelwald and the second being Tom Riddle. In my view, Dumbledore, upon first encountering Tom Riddle in the orphanage, hastily assigned him a label, leaving him no opportunity for redemption. The old headmaster was truly unfeeling. He often proclaimed that love is the greatest magic, asserting that the Dark Lord knows nothing of love, and that Tom Riddle is devoid of understanding in this regard. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the fact that Tom had been an orphan since birth, raised in an orphanage, and when he was sorted into Slytherin, he faced a life fraught with challenges. Equipped with second-hand belongings and bearing the stigma of his mixed heritage, he would find no respect within Slytherin. Dumbledore likely never pondered how one could comprehend love under such circumstances. He had never experienced it, be it familial, platonic, or romantic, surrounded as he was by those motivated solely by self-interest or admiration for his talents. How could he possibly understand love? Indeed, love is the greatest magic. A truth undeniable, for in the end, he was twice defeated by maternal love. First, by Lily Evans Potter's blood protection that saved her child, the birth of the chosen one, Harry Potter, and second, in the final battle, when he instructed Narcissa to check if Harry was dead, only for her to conceal the truth of his survival to ensure Draco's safety. Having never felt love, why should he be expected to give it? What right did he have to love? His world was bereft of individuals like the chosen one. He stood alone in Slytherin, establishing his connections and achieving the title of head. For him, death signified the end of all. His endeavors would turn to dust, perhaps explaining his relentless pursuit of immortality. His life contained nothing but the Death Eaters and the empire he painstakingly built, devoid of love. What constitutes the greatest magic? Love, undeniably. Yet Tom Riddle had never known it, surrounded as he was by a ceaseless struggle for power, amidst those devoid of sincerity or affection. Why then should he endeavor to love? Dumbledore's gravest error lay in hastily defining Tom Riddle from the outset, abandoning any attempt at change. Chapter 63. Tom Riddle, a mysterious memory following fainting? 4. Undeniably, this boy excels in his studies and possesses a commendable rapport with his peers. The first-year wizards regard him highly. In essence, he resembles another version of myself. Kind to others, formidable, yet emotionally distant. Our greatest distinction may well be that he enjoys a few close friendships, while I am surrounded by those driven by treachery and self-interest. Since the arrival of this boy, I have noted the reemergence of someone who had long vanished from my dreams. I can now clearly see his face, and to my astonishment, it is that of Harry Potter. I cannot fathom why he appears in my dreams, yet I do not dwell on it, for given our respective years, there is little chance of any interaction beyond that of heads. Fate is a peculiar thing, one I struggle to comprehend. According to the lad from the Malfoy family, during their first flying lesson, a certain arrogant individual from Slytherin fell from his broom and was taken to the hospital wing. The boy then picked up the fallen memory ball, though the most useless of objects, and taunted Gryffindor by declaring he would place it where Longbottom could not reach it. Potter intervened, yet he seemed displeased with Potter's ascension to head. He provoked Potter, throwing the memory ball into the air from his broom. From the words of many Slytherins and the incessant chatter of the little Gryffindor lions, I could piece together just how perilous that incident was. For reasons unknown, a wave of apprehension washed over me, accompanied by a surge of anger. I found it curious how my emotions seemed beyond my control when it came to matters concerning that boy. Following that flying lesson, Professor Horace Slughorn appointed Harry Potter as Slytherin's seeker. I inquired of the professor why he would allow Harry to join the house team early, to which Slughorn replied that Harry had inherited his father's flying talent, demonstrating remarkable skill, and that Slytherin had not claimed a Quidditch trophy in quite some time, necessitating fresh blood for the team. Slughorn's words rang true. That boy did indeed fly exceptionally well, always managing to catch the golden snitch and concluding matches swiftly. A strange emotion welled up within me, and I remained puzzled as to why he could evoke such feelings. My search for clarity was abruptly interrupted. During potions class, the boy from the Longbottom family, it must be said, truly did not inherit his mother's talent for potion making, as he was foolish enough to misread the steps on the board. When adding the porcupine quills, he failed to remove the cauldron from the fire, resulting in a violent eruption of potion. He sat directly in front of Longbottom, undoubtedly suffering the worst of the consequences aside from Longbottom himself. By the time I learned of the incident, he had already lost consciousness. Upon arriving at the infirmary, I inquired with Madame Pomfrey about his condition, only to find Professor Lestrelin present as well. Madame Pomfrey informed me that he was trapped in a nightmare. I am not unfamiliar with the term nightmare, having read about it in a tome at the library. There are two types. One, a pleasant dream, easily remedied by potions. The other, far more perilous, ensnares the individual in a nightmare from which they require guidance to escape, or else they remain in eternal slumber until death. I do not know which fate has befallen the boy, and upon asking Professor Lestrelin, I noted his grave demeanor, which only confirmed my foreboding. Trapped in a nightmare. Yet those ensnared within such torment must have endured myriad trials and tribulations. However, Harry appears to be a child cherished and favored, making it utterly inconceivable to associate him with suffering and adversity. Nevertheless, Professor Lestrelin seems to harbor some knowledge, as he requested my assistance in concocting potions while he investigated the boy's circumstances. He uttered a thought-provoking phrase: "To untie the bell, one must be the bell ringer." I found myself perplexed by his words. After presenting him with the completed potion, I turned, and in the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, Professor Lestrelin remarked that I was merely fatigued and suggested I return, and in my dazed state, I didn't ponder it further and complied. Upon returning to the head boy's solitary quarters, I meticulously replayed my memories, only to discover a set of unfamiliar recollections concerning that boy. To my knowledge, I had no prior acquaintance with him before his arrival at Hogwarts, even if I had dreamt of him. These memories mirrored those dreams, and with lingering questions, I contemplated how to ascertain our past connection. After the boy was discharged, while he and his friends were in the library, I summoned him, yearning to know, had we ever crossed paths? His response, as anticipated, was evasive. Yet, as I gazed into his eyes, hollow and devoid of emotion, a fortress of mental barriers, I sensed he was deceiving me, though the reason for his dishonesty eluded me. It stirred within me a flicker of anger and a pang of injustice. It was indeed curious how I could harbor such feelings. Since he had responded, I felt it inappropriate to press further, especially as Flint arrived to summon me for practice. The path ahead may be arduous and lengthy, but I swear I shall uncover the secrets that boy conceals. Chapter 64, The End of First Year. As the final examinations of the first year approached, a grand Quidditch match awaited. Ever since Harry joined Slytherin's team, they had flourished, bolstered by Tom Riddle as a chaser and now possessing an exceptional seeker. A loss would be unfathomable. Gryffindor, too, had rallied, defeating Hufflepuff, setting the stage for a climactic showdown between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Do you recall what I said, Flint? I will capture the golden snitch promptly after you score 50 points. Flint appeared particularly anxious, yet with Tom and Harry, victory was assured. Indeed, I could only affirm that Tom was the most formidable chaser I had ever witnessed, and Harry's prowess was equally remarkable. Such enviable talent. Bull, your envy is futile. It's hereditary, and we are powerless to change that, aren't we? The whistle blew, urging them into the arena. Let us reclaim the Quidditch trophy. For the glory of Slytherin. As the teams took the field, the captains shook hands. At Madam Hooch's signal, they soared into the sky. Gryffindor's seeker was a dark-skinned boy. As Harry circled the air, observing the unfolding dynamics while searching for the golden snitch, he caught sight of it just as Tom Riddle scored the 50 points. The Gryffindor seeker was still oblivious, and Harry darted towards the snitch, successfully capturing it. The match concluded, Slytherin triumphed over Gryffindor, 220-60, claiming the Quidditch trophy with overwhelming scores. With the Quidditch season at an end, the first-year students faced their final exams, while the 5th and 7th years had long completed theirs. Unsurprisingly, the results revealed Harry Potter as the top student, followed closely by Hermione and Draco. While Ron's performance was not worth mentioning, though it surpassed that of the Weasley twins. I knew you would be first, Harry. Oh, don't say that, Hermione. Hey, don't think you've gained any advantage. Draco and I have benefited from time as well. So you finally admit to being in league with Draco, Hermione. When did you figure it out, Potter? During that nightmare. It was hard not to guess, especially since Ron was brimming with questions. And you two were the only ones who didn't come to inquire. How did I overlook that? Enough of that. How are Hall and Marcia? Quite well. Hall is following in James' footsteps, and Marcia has entered St. Mungo's. Besides, you're about to become an uncle. As long as they are happy. Granger, Potter. You are welcome to visit Malfoy Manor this summer. As for Weasley, I suspect he won't be joining. Ha ha ha, the Forsaken Ronald. Chapter 65, Agamones, 1. As summer arrived, Harry completed all his holiday assignments within a few days, dedicating the remaining time to studying time magic. Sirius Black occasionally visited their family. And since Harry had an insatiable appetite, Lily fed him relentlessly, a heavy burden of maternal love. Harry mused upon this while dutifully consuming the food Lily offered. During the summer, he broached the subject of learning Agamones with Lily, James, and Sirius. Without hesitation, Lily declined, while James appeared indifferent. However, after some contemplation, Lily reconsidered. Despite Harry's physical form being that of an 11-year-old, his mental age had undoubtedly matured beyond measure. Thus she acquiesced to his request. Harry, are you certain? Absolutely, Dad. Prongs, when did you become so hesitant? Sirius entered, carrying a box filled with unknown contents. What is this? Harry inquired, eyeing the box curiously. Mandrake leaves, Sirius replied, unveiling a box brimming with them, sufficient for Harry to fail hundreds of times. Only you, Godfather, Harry remarked, his mouth twitching at the sight of the overflowing leaves. Hey, Prongs, this first step is daunting enough. I know, but I believe I might not require so many. After all, we failed multiple times. Especially you, Prongs. I vividly recall that one time you were dueling with Snivellis and swallowed the leaves whole. Why must you bring that up? Sirius retorted, raising his hands in mock surrender. A defiant grin on his face. James lunged at Sirius, and Harry, exasperated by the antics of his two fathers, sighed, realizing that his journey to master Agamones would be anything but smooth. James, Sirius, take your scuffle to the garden, not inside the house. Lily commanded, effortlessly ushering them both outside. Ah, Lily, I was wrong. James transformed back into his human form the moment he was tossed into the garden. After a bout of playful wrestling and pleas for mercy, Sirius and James finally settled down to introduce Harry to Agamones. Agamones is an advanced transfiguration spell that allows you to transform into any animal, just like Sirius and I. I am a stag while Sirius is a black dog. First, we must procure a leaf of mandragora, placing it in our mouth during the full moon, and retaining it until the subsequent full moon without swallowing or spitting it out. Maintaining this for a full month. If at any point during spring or summer it is swallowed or expelled, one must start anew. This phase is the most excruciating. And it is indeed the first daunting challenge, Sirius interjected. Following this, the leaf should be placed in a transparent crystal vial, allowing it to bask in the pure light of the moon. Should the night be overcast, you must seek another leaf and repeat the process until the next full moon. Quite the test of fortune, wouldn't you agree? It certainly appears so. Next, you will add 3 items to the vial. A strand of your hair, a silver teaspoon of dew, collected from a place that has not seen the sun for 7 days and has not been touched by human hands, and finally, a pupa of a death's head hawk moth. Subsequently, you must bury the vial in a dark, tranquil location, ensuring it remains undisturbed by any person or creature. Otherwise, your efforts will be in vain. Once buried, you are required to recite incantations at sunrise and sunset, directing your wand at your heart while uttering a motto, animo, and a motto, animagus, twice daily without fail, and then await the storm's arrival. This step is undoubtedly the most arduous. Some may find it takes an entire year to master. When the storm descends, you must hasten to the spot where the vial is buried, unearthing it at the moment the first lightning streaks across the sky. You will discover a vial filled with a crimson potion. Upon consuming it, you will achieve your first transformation. Afterward, it is essential to practice repeatedly, preferably with a companion, to avert any perilous situations that may arise post-transformation into an animal. Indeed, once you have mastered animagus, registration with the Ministry of Magic is required, though Harry, I would not advise you to do so. I understand, Father, while the Ministry maintains a degree of confidentiality, others will inevitably learn that animagus can serve as a covert weapon. That is the essence of it. Additionally, the animal you transform into is determined by your character. I comprehend, Godfather. Chapter 66, Animagus, 2. Well, come on, Harry, the evening of the full moon is but a week away, and you have a week to familiarize yourself with this sensation. With that, James placed a leaf into Harry's mouth, who instinctively chewed. Oh, do not chew. How bitter. The moment he chewed, the leaf's acrid taste exploded in his mouth. What is this, Father? Ah, Taraxacum officinale, dandelion. Are we to have salad tonight? It is exceedingly bitter. Harry promptly expelled the leaf, overwhelmed by its bitterness. You are truly unreliable, Sirius, presenting such a bitter substance for my godson to try. Try this, Harry. Sirius inserted another leaf into Harry's mouth. This should offset the bitterness. This is Stevia rebaudiana, sweet leaf. Much improved. Thank you, Sirius. James, did you rinse the leaves you provided to Harry? I believe so. Alas, Sirius, I must take my leave. With that, Sirius transformed into a black dog and dashed away. Wait for me, you big oaf. Just as James was about to step out, Lily pulled him back, her ire evident. Harry was well aware of his father's unreliability. He then sought another leaf of Stevia rebaudiana from the table, using James's wand to cast aguameni, cleansing the leaf before placing it under his tongue. It felt acceptable, though it did slow his speech somewhat. Thus, Harry practiced with the sweet leaf until the evening of the following week. Harry, hurry. The moon has risen. Quickly place the mandragora leaf in your mouth. Sirius continuously monitored the moon, and at the moment it ascended, he urgently called to Harry. Harry placed the leaf under his tongue, while simultaneously presenting the freshly brewed potion to James. For Remus, a modified wolfsbane potion to be consumed on the full moon for 3 consecutive months, which will completely eradicate his lycanthropy. Well done, my son. Once assured that Harry was managing well, James and Sirius hastened to another house in Godric's Hollow where Remus awaited. Tonight was the night of the full moon, and his affliction would soon return. Thus, Harry retained the leaf until the full moon a month later, fortunate that he had not experienced any incidents of swallowing the leaf. His prior practice had indeed proven beneficial. All right, now place the leaf inside. James handed Harry the crystal vial containing saliva, dew, the death's head hawkmoth pupa, and a strand of Harry's hair. Harry deposited the leaf into the vial. Sirius then led him to a secluded spot to bury the crystal container, awaiting the storm's approach. Harry's fortune proved favorable. Weeks later, the storm arrived, and Sirius and James escorted Harry to the burial site. At the moment the first lightning illuminated the sky, Harry retrieved the vial from the earth, revealing a potion of blood-red hue within. He uncorked the vial and downed the potion in one gulp. With his wand aimed at his heart, he recited the incantation once more, Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus. The rhythm of his second heart began to quicken, and Harry felt his bones shifting as he seemed to shrink, his perspective lowering significantly. Before Sirius and James, where Harry had once stood, now lay a rather large cat. With sleek black fur and striking emerald green eyes. Well, it seems we both lost our bet. Young Harry's Animagus is a Maine Coon. Lily will surely adore this. He is certainly my son, utterly charming. Harry, Sirius, dismissive of James, crouched down to pet the cat's head, softly calling Harry's name. Harry inspected his paws. Finding them soft and fluffy, he scampered to a puddle and beheld his reflection, a black Maine Coon. Meow, 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 meow. Harry heard Sirius's calls and approached him, nuzzling his godfather's hand to indicate he still retained his human consciousness. Well done, your first transformation was a success. You may now attempt to shift back to human form. Harry envisioned his human self in his mind, and moments later, the small black cat transformed into a youth with flowing black hair. I did it. Harry leaped towards Sirius. Well done, Harry. Sirius ruffled his hair, embracing his godson. James, standing nearby, waved his wand, casting a charm to shield himself and the two from the rain. I believe if we do not return soon, Lily will certainly not let us off the hook. At this, The three exchanged knowing smiles, strolling back home through the rain. Chapter 67. A Conversation in Diagon Alley. The summer vacation passed swiftly. Before they knew it, only a week remained until the start of term. And Lily took Harry to Diagon Alley to procure new books. As for James and Sirius, they found themselves entangled in a rather intricate predicament concerning the dark wizard uprising in the northern regions of England. The reasons behind this turmoil remain shrouded in mystery. Yet Harry appears to have sensed something amiss. His mood has been rather dismal these past few days, and he remains reticent, prompting no inquiries from Lily. Harry, it was Hermione. I believe we ought to have a discussion, and Draco is here as well. Harry informed Lily of his intention to stroll through Diagon Alley with Hermione. That night, he said little, merely ruffled his hair, signaling that he would procure his textbooks. Following Hermione, Harry made his way to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where Draco sat outside on a chair, a vanilla ice cream cone in hand. Have you returned? Regarding the situation with the northern dark wizards, Draco inquired. Hermione, you must have guessed. I presume your intuition is correct. It is indeed his handiwork, bearing the familiar signature. Yet, his motives remain unclear. There's little we can do. He has yet to regain his memory. Helios mentioned it would take some time. Let us hope it is soon, Harry replied. For the days of peace make it all too easy to forget the shadows of that dark war. Indeed, I have no desire to partake in another conflict, Draco said, taking a spoonful of ice cream. Has anyone seen Ronald? Ron was whisked away by Mrs. Weasley just before you arrived, Hermione replied. Well then, Harry, what are your plans for the new term? Do you recall the Chamber of Secrets left behind by Slytherin? You mean the basilisk? I intend to venture into the chamber. Alone? That is exceedingly perilous. Fear not, Hermione. Do not forget I am a Parselmouth. At one point, I nearly suspected you to be Slytherin's heir, Draco remarked, raising an eyebrow at Harry. After all, you were in Slytherin and possessed the ability to speak to snakes. In truth, the Potter family does have some historical connections to Slytherin, albeit quite distant. The Gaunt family descends from the second Peveril brother, while the Potters trace their lineage to the third. The Resurrection Stone resides with the Gaunts, whereas the Invisibility Cloak belongs to the Potters. Indeed, as for the Elder Wand, its fate is unknown. Ultimately, it was concealed by Dumbledore, who declared that it no longer heeds his command. Oh, I neglected to mention, in my previous life, the Elder Wand obeyed me, which means I possessed all three Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. If that is the case, the Master of Death, I understand. However, at present, I possess only one of these artifacts. I am certain that in this life, I shall not become the Master of Death again, especially since the Elder Wand remains with Dumbledore. Indeed, then let us wish for a victorious endeavor. I hope Professor Lestrange can soon gather his soul, and I also wish for your happiness, Harry. Never forget that you are not alone. We shall always be your friends. Chapter 68. The Adventure in the Chamber, 1. The second year had scarcely commenced when Harry resolved to visit the Chamber of Secrets. Over the past few weeks, he had been seeking an opportunity and had also noticed that Tom Riddle often vanished for extended periods. Thanks to Fred and George, who gifted him the Marauders map during last term's Christmas, Harry found it quite convenient for his reconnaissance. That night, Harry retrieved the Marauder's map for another look. He discovered that Tom Riddle seemed to be on patrol, presenting an opportune moment to proceed to the chamber. He turned, donned his invisibility cloak, and slipped out of the common room as others entered, heading straight for the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Upon arriving at the lavatory, he located the faucet where he had once been controlled by Tom in his previous life. Gazing at the small snake carved next to the tap, he murmured incantations. SSSSS, open. Thankfully, he had not forgotten the parcel tongue that Tom had taught him. The faucet began to rotate, revealing a passage spacious enough for an adult to traverse. Observing the passage, Harry frowned. It had not been cleaned and was rather filthy, and he had a slight aversion to mess. After sliding down the passage, he took a moment to freshen himself up before proceeding. His purpose was not merely to inspect the chamber. The treasures upon the basilisk were numerous, including its shed skin and venom, both of which were highly prized potion ingredients. Harry had not walked far when he stumbled upon the enormous basilisk skin. Well, potion materials indeed. He crouched down, producing a small silver knife he carried, and began slicing the shed skin into manageable pieces for his storage bag. After collecting the skin, he ventured further, encountering a stone wall adorned with several stone snakes. SSSSS, open. The stone door responded and opened, allowing Harry to continue. Soon, he found himself in a chamber where the statue of Salazar, Slytherin, loomed ahead. SSSSSSSS, speak to me, the greatest of the four founders, Salazar Slytherin. Harry remained perplexed as to why the incantation to summon the basilisk was this particular phrase, his mind swirling with questions. The basilisk slithered forth, gradually approaching Harry. SSSSSSSSSS. You are not the boy who came last time. Who are you? SSSSSSSSSS. I am Harry Potter. SSSSSSSSSS. You speak our tongue. But your bloodline belongs to Slytherin is faint. SSSSSSSSS. That lineage can be traced back thousands of years. SSSSSS. You speak the truth. But why are your eyes closed? SSSSSSSSSSS. Your eyes are perilous. Should I gaze upon them, I would perish. SSSSSSSSSS. I have closed my eyes. You may open yours now. Upon hearing the basilisk's words, Harry slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a large, dark green serpent, its crown coiling around its neck. SSSSSS. Do you have a name? SSSSSS. You may call me Slilia. SSSSSSSSS. Ah, so you are a girl. You may call me Harry. SSSSSS. Harry. Do you have anything to eat? That boy has not come for a long time, and I am quite hungry. Chapter 69. The Adventure in the Chamber, 2. If you have a way, I can take you out. Oh, my master left me something. He said it could help me escape. Slilia twisted her body and returned to the water, only to emerge moments later, clutching a piece of parchment in her mouth. Harry picked up the parchment and examined it. Is this a contract? It was an equality contract, but considering the unpredictable nature of a creature like the basilisk, Harry resolved to employ a type of master-servant contract he had seen in ancient texts during his previous life. This arrangement was quite favorable after the contract. The basilisk could not harm him, and without his command, she could not harm others. Slilia, if you enter into a contract with me, I can take you out. Anything to escape would suffice. Seeing Slilia's eagerness, Harry reluctantly agreed to the terms and established the master-servant contract. Can you shrink? Of course. With that, Slilia began to diminish in size. Harry extended his arm, and Slilia coiled around his wrist, resembling a bracelet at first glance. Harry approached the water pit. There lies a stone snake left by Salazar for his descendants. After this, Slilia fell silent, quietly coiling around Harry's arm. Harry made his way towards the large pool in the center, which Celia aptly referred to as a mere puddle. She was correct. At the bottom lay a stone serpent. Open, Harry uttered slowly in parcel tongue, causing the serpent's eyes to gleam with a vivid red hue. The serpentine emblem on the wall began to shift, gradually revealing a hidden chamber. I am certain Tom has yet to discover this. As Harry approached the chamber, he encountered another instance where parcel tongue was required. It was evident that Salazar had buried his secrets deeply. Upon opening a door, he found what appeared to be a study, adorned in the characteristic silver and green of Slytherin, yet a flag hung on one wall that seemed entirely out of place, a vibrant gold and crimson, the colors of Gryffindor. Who are you? Harry turned to locate the source of the voice. It was the portraits of Salazar Slytherin and Godric Gryffindor. Ah, Sal. I wager I've won. Hellies did not come, though I rather hoped he would. Very well. Child, what is your name? Harry James Potter. A scion of the Potter family? Yet you appear to be a Slytherin? Godric's eyes widened. If memory serves, the Potters have always been Gryffindors. That seems rather unremarkable, sir. My godfather, Sirius Black, is a Gryffindor. Well, how intriguing. It seems much has transpired over the millennium. You carry the magical resonance of Hellies. Could it be time? Indeed, Lord Slytherin. Professor Lestrelin granted me an opportunity. Ah, he rarely assists others. However, your connection to my bloodline is quite rare. How is it that you speak parcel tongue? It was taught to me by someone who currently does not recall our discussion. Harry's eyes darkened slightly. It must be him, Sal. A descendant of the Gaunt family, a branch of Slytherin. Indeed, sir. Regardless, you were the one to discover this place first. Within that drawer lies something bequeathed to future generations. You may wish to examine it. Here, you will not be discovered, save by a parcel mouth. Much of the collection here should be out of print by now. It could prove beneficial to you. Thank you. Harry approached the desk and opened the drawer Salazar had mentioned. Inside lay a contract, a deed pertaining to Hogwarts Castle. Although he was aware that Hogwarts had once belonged to Slytherin, he was taken aback. Gifts to posterity always come with a touch of surprise. Salazar decided to leave this after our discussions. Drip your blood upon it, and Hogwarts Castle shall heed your command. So, this castle is truly alive. Merely an alchemical creation. Since Hellies is near you, he ought to have taught you something about alchemy, Godric teased. Harry had no retort. He drew his wand and made a small incision on his wrist, allowing his blood to fall upon the deed. The moment the blood touched the parchment, it transformed into a beam of light that merged with Harry's being. It can be said to be inscribed upon your soul. Fear not, it will not harm your essence. As long as you remain within Hogwarts, no one can cause you harm. What a tremendous surprise, Harry remarked. He then approached the bookshelf, where he discovered numerous tomes he had sought in his previous life, but never found. The light in his eyes brightened instantly. Well, Sal, it appears this child might indeed be a bookworm. His thirst for knowledge is remarkable. Why then, did he not end up in Ravenclaw? Because my qualities are more aligned with Slytherin, Harry replied, perusing the books while addressing Godric's inquiry. Well, dear little snake, shouldn't you be returning? I suspect the hour is getting late, Godric suggested. Hearing his words, Harry waved his hand to reveal the time. Ah, it is indeed 2:20. You are correct. I should return, as I have classes tomorrow. Harry took 2 books, preparing to head back to his dormitory. You are now the master of Hogwarts Castle. So with a mere thought, Hogwarts will transport you back to your dormitory. Oh, is that how it works? Of course, Salazar smirked. Harry, may I inquire about Hellies? How is he faring? Professor Lestrelin is currently teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and he is doing quite well. If time permits, I shall bring him to meet you. Thank you. With a thought, Harry returned to his dormitory, simultaneously summoning the house elf from the kitchen to prepare a feast of meat pies for Celia. In mere moments, she devoured them, her form curling around Harry's wrist to digest her meal. Chapter 71, The Triwizard Tournament, 1. Tom Riddle was nothing if not persistent. The second and third years passed in a tranquil and harmonious manner, with the exception of the ever-encountering Tom Riddle, allowing Harry to enjoy a peaceful existence. Tom's relentless pursuit began after the emergence of memories in his first year, alongside his dreams, which always seemed to lead him to Harry. Fortunately, Harry excelled academically, ranking first in his year. Otherwise, he believed Professor Slughorn would have taken it upon himself to privately tutor him, a feat Tom would undoubtedly attempt. As fourth year approached, the arrival of the Triwizard Tournament loomed. Everything unfolded as it had in Harry's previous life. Wizards under 17 were prohibited from participating, unless given parental consent. James and young Sirius certainly inquired if Harry wished to enter. He expressed his desire to remain quietly in the stands and observe. James and Sirius scoffed at this, but did not pressure Harry into participating. Harry suggested they ought to celebrate, as Tom Riddle was now in his 7th year and would soon graduate, which meant Harry would no longer have to endure daily encounters with him after class. Before you restore your memories, do not approach me, Harry warned. Do not be so heartless, Harry, Tom retorted. We are not acquainted. Do not address me by my given name, Harry replied curtly. On October 30th, the other 2 schools arrived at Hogwarts. All students and faculty gathered at the entrance to welcome them, with Slytherin leading the way, and at the forefront stood Harry alongside Tom. You will be entering the Triwizard Tournament, won't you? Tom inquired confidently, as if certain of Harry's participation. I would hate to disappoint our student body president. I have no intention of entering. Tom raised an eyebrow, surprised by this revelation. Given Harry's prowess, he could easily claim victory, ensuring Hogwarts' triumph. Tom had to concede that Harry was indeed stronger than himself. His mastery of spells far exceeded Tom's own, particularly in the realm of dark magic. Why not? With your abilities, securing the championship for Hogwarts would be a foregone conclusion. I have no interest in participating, getting covered in soot. I would much rather watch from the stands. However, I suspect you will enter, won't you, Riddle? Harry did not cast a glance at Tom. His gaze remained fixed upon the approaching chariot in the sky. Of course, honor holds great significance for me, a quintessential trait of Slytherin, yet I still prefer to remain in the stands. After all, with a scholar like you around, what more do I need to do? Your prowess is undeniable, yet you seem utterly disinterested in matters of reputation. What could be the reason for this? You may not comprehend that some things surpass the importance of fame. Upon uttering these words, Harry ceased to engage with Tom and quietly continued to look ahead. Draco, standing behind Harry, wondered if he had overheard something he ought not to have. Chapter 72, The Triwizard Tournament, 2. Indeed, as he claimed, Harry did not participate in the Triwizard Tournament. He did not submit his name. Tom Riddle, however, cast his name into the Goblet of Fire under the watchful eyes of many. During the Halloween feast on November 1st, the Goblet selected the champions of the 3 magical schools. The champion from Durmstrang was Victor Krum. I knew it would be you, Victor. Karkaroff smiled at Krum. Hermione, I wager that the champion from Hogwarts is undoubtedly Tom Riddle. Ron, everyone knows that. It's a pity Harry has no intention of participating. As the 2 conversed, the Goblet once more spat out a parchment. The champion from Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. The champion from Hogwarts is Tom Riddle. It was indeed him. There was no suspense whatsoever. The young wizards of Hogwarts had anticipated this, for aside from Harry, Tom Riddle could be deemed the most exceptional wizard in Hogwarts history. Even if they could not fathom why Harry was so powerful and reluctant to enter the Triwizard Tournament. Are you not going to wish me luck, Harry? I believe we are not yet familiar enough to address each other by our first names, Riddle. You are as unyielding as ever. As Riddle turned to leave, he heard a somewhat muted blessing. May you achieve victory. Hogwarts cannot afford to lose, nor can Slytherin. Tom smiled, turning to enter that room. Victory shall belong solely to Hogwarts, solely to Slytherin. After the feast concluded, Harry remained in the common room, diligently working on the essay assigned by Professor McGonagall. While Draco had gone to the library, As for why he did not accompany him, who could say? Who would dare to speculate on the head boy's thoughts? Oh, were you waiting for me? Upon his return, Tom spotted Harry seated by the fireplace, engrossed in his paper. You are being rather presumptuous, Riddle. Tom, unfazed by this remark, recalled how Harry could be quite sharp-tongued with those who dared to provoke him. Head boy Potter, Professor Lestrange asked me to deliver this to you. A first-year Slytherin approached and handed Harry a scroll. Harry opened the scroll. He had been waiting here for quite some time. Indeed, he had consulted Helios days prior regarding Tom's condition. Helios had mentioned that he would inform Harry when things improved, allowing him to meet with Tom. Harry opened the scroll, which bore a single phrase. All is in readiness. Only the east wind is lacking. Midnight, 12 o'clock, astronomical tower. A smile crept across Harry's lips as he tossed the parchment into the fireplace, watching the flames consume it entirely. What could possibly bring you such joy? That is none of your concern, Tom Riddle. I advise you not to meddle. With that, Harry picked up his textbook and returned to the dormitory, leaving Tom Riddle alone in contemplation. Chapter 73, The Triwizard Tournament, 3. At the stroke of midnight, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and made his way to the astronomy tower. As for why he did not utilize his newly acquired privileges, Harry asserted that he had not forgotten. This was to ensure Tom Riddle understood that, yes, he was aware of Tom's following him. Though uncertain of how Tom managed to ascertain his location, he did not wish for Tom to know that he had become the master of Hogwarts. Nevertheless, his desire to see Tom was genuine. He longed to reconnect with the Tom he once knew. 12:20. Quite surprising, the ever-punctual you has arrived late. Upon reaching the astronomy tower, Harry was greeted by Helios Lestrange, who had been waiting there. Some matters delayed me. Helios raised an eyebrow, sensing the unusual surge of magic that did not belong to Harry. Is this the reason for your incessant inquiries? It can only be considered a part of it. You know I have long wished to see him again. I believe, stop right there. I know what you are about to say. He is ultimately not the same. I can still perceive that. I believe I can distinguish between a rose and a peony, Helios. Very well, if you insist on this course. I cannot make the decision for you, can I? However, let it be understood that you must fulfill your promise. I am not like you. I am not so forgetful. Helios chuckled, waved his wand, and began to chant a spell. Life brings forth, death consumes. Life possesses 7 souls and 3 spirits, while death holds the essence. Merging into a spirit, coalescing here. Helios recited the incantation repeatedly, his wand weaving intricate patterns as a magical circle began to form beneath their feet, gradually revealing a figure. It was none other than the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul from a past life. Not far away, Tom Riddle stood frozen upon discerning the silhouette. Tom. Harry softly called his name. It has been quite some time, my boy. The voice of Tom Riddle was somewhat ethereal, yet his soul was far more substantial than when Harry first encountered him. Excellent work, Harry. You can converse with him for a while longer, but it is best not to exceed 30 minutes. I understand, Helios. While speaking, Harry did not take his eyes off Tom Riddle, fearing he might vanish at any moment. A lovesick fool, Helios sighed, turning to return to his dormitory, leaving the space for the two. How have you been lately? Tom floated closer to Harry, who sat by the window. Quite well, though I dare say my life would have been more comfortable had Tom Riddle not perpetually orchestrated these chance encounters. So, have you developed feelings? Boy, you know very well that my heart belongs to you. I can discern who is who, Tom. I will always differentiate between a rose and a peony, let alone you. Harry turned his gaze toward the stars, having not looked up at them in quite some time. In truth, he had kept himself occupied through relentless study, attempting to suppress his longing for Tom. He felt weary. He waited for Tom, who must be exhausted as well. It 1 TB long now. Helios assured me it 1 TB long. Indeed, the two, one person and one soul, sat in silence, accompanying each other until Tom's form faded away, prompting Harry to leave and return to the head boy's dormitory. As for Tom Riddle, he had departed the moment Harry declared he could distinguish between a rose and a peony. Chapter 74, The Triwizard Tournament, 4. The first task was fast approaching, and Tom Riddle relentlessly devised various encounters for Harry. Harry had initially believed that after that night, Tom Riddle would relent. However, he continued as if nothing were amiss, as unwavering as ever. At last, Harry could endure no longer. After yet another class, he pulled Tom Riddle aside. At the conclusion of the 3rd class today, it marked the 4th unexpected encounter between Tom Riddle and Harry. The other young wizards had grown accustomed to these occurrences. After all, they were in their 4th year, and one couldn't help but adapt. Although some remained envious of Harry, they were no match for his formidable prowess. What do you truly desire, Tom Riddle? Harry, visibly irked, resembled an agitated black cat before him. What can I do? Merely greet a junior after our meeting, Riddle replied nonchalantly. Is that so? For 4 consecutive years. Our chance meetings and the frequency of your greetings have risen steeply. Do you take me for a fool, Tom Riddle? And what of it? What does that signify? Do not feign ignorance. Your potions class is in the dungeons. I am in Transfiguration. Surely, the distance between our classrooms does not require my reminder? And what of you? What do you mean by that night at the astronomy tower? What do you imply? Have you not already deduced it? I wish to avoid entanglements. Yet do not provoke me, Tom Riddle. You are unlike him. What I desire is always within my grasp. That is the most fundamental distinction between you and him. Your gaze always seems to regard me as an object, while he never looks upon me with that detestable expression. With that, Harry relinquished his grip on Riddle's tie, his emerald eyes shimmering with persistent disdain. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Riddle felt a flicker of unease at Harry's contemptuous stare, yet he swiftly regained his composure. There was nothing he could not attain, never had been. Draco and Hermione were by the Black Lake, awaiting Harry's arrival. Upon seeing him approach, Hermione rose first. How did it go? As stubborn as ever. I truly loathe the way he looks at me, as if I were merely an object in his eyes. Oh, I still detest the Dark Lord. Tom Riddle is adept at concealing his true self. He captivated numerous girls during our school days. Draco, you must understand. This behavior started back in the orphanage. It merely became more audacious upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Those dark thoughts began to fester during his time at Hogwarts. Just consider it, a half-blood orphan entering Slytherin, a house that prides itself on blood purity, while not even aware of his own identity. Given his life in the orphanage, it is no surprise he turned dark. So what does this amount to? A beautiful yet mad individual? That interpretation seems fitting. If I recall correctly, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament involves retrieving a treasure. Indeed, why do you bring this up, Hermione? Have you forgotten? Tom Riddle is now a champion. I can foresee your point, Hermione. This spells immense trouble. Harry slumped on the grass by the Black Lake. A look of despair etched across his face. He had completely forgotten about this matter. Chapter 75, The Triwizard Tournament, 5. Even amidst concern for the second task, he ought to be contemplating the Christmas ball following the first task. That rascal, Tom Riddle, would not let him off easily. Indeed, Harry's suspicions proved correct. Ever since he had yanked Tom Riddle away in front of their peers after class, Riddle had inexplicably declared his pursuit of Harry publicly. Harry found himself avoiding Riddle at all costs. It seemed Riddle had memorized Harry's entire class schedule, more thoroughly than Harry himself could recall. Harry was exasperated. The public declaration had brought him considerable distress. He had already endured countless girls approaching him in tears, from all three houses. Though the Slytherins had yet to muster the courage to confront the head boy directly, the Slytherin snakes whispered, "What a joke." He asked the head boy of 2 years. The prefect, an exemplary student of Professor Slughorn. Who would dare provoke him? That would be madness. And the 7th years? They are quite self-aware. Should they dare to act out, they might find themselves dealt with by Tom Riddle before they even reach Harry. They were prudent Slytherins. Antagonizing the heir of the Potter legacy would be a significant loss for them. Harry clenched his teeth at the thought of Tom Riddle. Just as he prepared to head to the Great Hall for dinner, yet another girl rushed over, bursting into tears before him. This incident caused Harry to miss lunch entirely, leaving him with no choice but to head to the kitchens or hope that Hermione and Draco might bring him something to eat. Harry, all right, I knew it. Hermione produced food from the Great Hall and handed it to Harry. Thank you, Hermione. I feel like I'm going mad from those girls. Harry accepted the food and, along with the trio, made his way back to the Black Lake. Honestly, mate, you are truly unfortunate. Just as they arrived at the water's edge, Harry spotted the last person he wished to see, Tom Riddle, who was holding flowers. Upon witnessing this scene, Harry's expression darkened, and he hastily stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, turning on his heel with his friends and heading back toward the castle. Tom Riddle, noticing Harry, naturally pursued him. Faced with Riddle blocking his path, Harry's face was as dark as a thundercloud. What do you truly want, Tom Riddle? He ground out. How could you say that? Harry, I told you, I am pursuing you, unless you agree to it. You are well aware of my answer. I could never agree to that. Do not say such things, Harry. Look at this bouquet of daisies. They complement your eyes splendidly. Harry's face grew even darker. You had best accept them, dear. You wouldn't want to know what I might do next, would you? Tom Riddle leaned closer, whispering softly in Harry's ear. Harry stepped back from Riddle, but still accepted the bouquet of daisies. If Tom finds out, it will take a long time to placate him. Harry thought. I must not let them know. Hopefully, it remains a secret. Chapter 76, The Triwizard Tournament, 6. The day of the competition finally arrived, and Tom Riddle had certainly not been discreet in recent days. Harry had indeed inquired whether Riddle needed to prepare for the tournament. What was Riddle's response? My dear, are you concerned for me? His eyes sparkled with mischief. Harry's face darkened immediately, and he slapped the book he held against Riddle's face. Forgive him. He truly wished to avoid hearing a single romantic phrase from that man. After all, One cannot expect ivory to emerge from a dog's mouth. Of course, Harry was not faring any better. He was soon besieged by a throng of girls once more. On the day of the tournament, the champions were required to retrieve the golden egg from beneath a dragon. Mind you, it was a mother dragon during her egg-laying period. Many gasped at the thought of Tom Riddle facing such a challenge. Harry, however, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Yet, he was curious to witness the extent of Riddle's capabilities. He occupied the prime position in the Slytherin stands, right next to Draco Malfoy. Harry, do you think this competition holds any surprises? Excellent question, Draco. There is no suspense whatsoever. One cannot expect a former Dark Lord to lose. That is undeniably true. What news from Professor Lestrelone? Hecate mentioned we are still awaiting one opportunity, but I do not comprehend what that opportunity entails. Perhaps it is at the moment when Tom Riddle reveals his malice towards you. I believe his animosity towards me runs quite deep, does it not? Perhaps not deep enough. As the two conversed, their gaze remained fixed on the competition arena. Tom Riddle was the last to take the stage, facing the Hungarian Horntail, the fiercest of the three dragons. Well, it seems his luck isn't particularly favorable, is it? Why is there still a Hungarian Horntail? I recall that previously it was the Savior who faced it. Who knows? Perhaps it is precisely because this competition is comprised entirely of adult wizards that they dared to include the Hungarian Horntail. Harry nonchalantly remarked that the Hungarian Horntail was hardly a challenge for him. With the dark magic at his disposal, it was truly no match. One casual curse could vanquish it. Tom Riddle executed a flawless freezing spell, instantly encasing the distracted Hungarian Horntail in ice, before elegantly approaching the nest where the dragon eggs were concealed, retrieving the golden egg within. The champion of Hogwarts, Tom Riddle, has cast a perfect freezing spell in record time, and he is scarcely dusted by a speck of dirt, exclaimed Lumen Bagman with palpable excitement. Ultimately, Tom Riddle garnered the highest score among the champions. No one could dispute his prowess, having immobilized a fully grown Hungarian Horntail with a single spell. The competition concluded, and Harry felt it was time to depart. He did not linger, turning away from the arena, for he suspected that he had much to attend to before the Christmas ball. Tom Riddle would certainly not let him off easily. He could not agree to be his partner at the ball. For heaven's sake, Helios had mentioned that with Tom's current soul strength, he could temporarily assume a corporeal form. He had promised to be his partner, and his partner could only be Tom, not Tom Riddle. He would forever discern the difference between a rose and a peony. After all, he was not the same. Chapter 77, The Triwizard Tournament, 7. How many times must I reiterate? I have a partner, Harry said, exasperatedly regarding the man before him. This was the 5th time Tom Riddle had approached him with such an invitation today, prompting Hermione and Draco to discreetly pull along the oblivious Ron Weasley. I have already told you. You must inform me who that person is, my dear. Do refrain from being so nauseating. I never agreed to anything, Harry retorted, stepping back in disgust. Oh, but that does not preclude me from inviting you to be my partner, does it? I have told you, Tom Riddle. How many times must I say it before you believe me? I have a partner. I have stated it, Harry. You must tell me who that person is, so I may rest easy. Or is it someone you cannot mention? Harry gritted his teeth, seething with the urge to unleash a few curses upon the man before him. Why can he and I not be the same? We look identical. At the mention of Tom Riddle, the man's expression darkened briefly before reverting to normal. Harry noted this shift in emotion. You are not him. I have told you. You will never be him. With a look of increasing revulsion, Harry turned to leave. Do not provoke me, Harry Potter. I possess countless means to compel your compliance. The malevolence in Tom Riddle's tone was undeniable. You may try, Riddle. I believe I am not weak enough to fall into your trap. The ball offers you numerous choices. There is no need to fixate on me alone. Your suitors have long awaited their chance. With that, Harry turned on his heel and departed, needing to prepare his attire, including Tom's, along with 2 silver masks. Truth be told, Dumbledore had mentioned that this ball would be unlike any other, akin to a masquerade. This would indeed facilitate matters for him and Tom, though he was acutely aware of Helios' involvement in orchestrating it all. Reflecting on Helios' previous requests, he could easily surmise who else would attend the ball, aside from Tom, the special guest. He had long since ordered a suit from the Extraordinary Items shop. He could not deny that since the 4th year of his previous life, he and Tom had not danced together, and he was rather looking forward to it. On the day of the ball, Harry made his way to the astronomy tower. Draco and Hermione were well aware of his destination. By the way, with Harry's support, Ron Weasley had finally succeeded in inviting Hermione Granger. At the astronomy tower, Helios awaited him alongside 2 others. Helios, you have finally arrived. Just so you know, he can only maintain his corporeal form until the ball concludes. That will suffice. Harry replied. It seems you are quite fond of that dance from our last life. Indeed, it is one of my few cherished memories. Although masked, both could perceive the smiles on each other's faces. This time, Harry's attire was tailored after the last, familiar in both pattern and scent. Well, let us hurry and take him away. Wait, you must tell me who this person beside you is, Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. Harry. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Harry strained to recall the owner of that familiar voice. Slowly, he uttered a name. Regulus. The individual remained silent, tacitly confirming Harry's answer. The ball is about to commence. Shall we not proceed? Of course. Thus, Tom linked arms with Harry while Regulus grasped Helios' hand as they made their way toward the ball, destined to enjoy a perfect night. Chapter 78. The Triwizard Tournament. 8. Just as Harry had anticipated, he and Tom entered the hall, where he was met with yet another shocking sight. A youthful version of Albus Dumbledore alongside a younger Gellert Grindelwald. How exactly did Gellert manage to persuade Albus to drink the age-reducing potion? That is indeed a fascinating question. What is it, Harry? Tom, standing nearby, observed the astonishment etched upon his boy's face and followed his gaze. Dumbledore and Grindelwald? Tom raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. It seems the champions are about to make their entrance. Hey, Harry. Oh, Hermione, you look splendid today. Thank you, she replied, casting a meaningful glance toward Harry. This must be. Show Miss Granger. Where's Ron? He surely hasn't abandoned you. Hey, mate, don't say it so harshly. I merely want to fetch some drinks for Hermione. How considerate of you. Well, it seems I am the only one struggling to find a partner. The platinum-haired young lord appeared from seemingly nowhere. You? Are you jesting, Draco? With your looks, I distinctly remember a girl inviting you to be her partner just days ago. And you turned her down. Do not say that. I invited Astoria Greengrass. If I recall correctly, she is your fiancée. Indeed. Aren't you going to introduce her? This is Harry. Tom Alkison. Hermione and Draco exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding. Wishing you both a delightful time, Harry. Thank you, Hermione. I must seek out Astoria now. A few individuals exchanged farewells, escorting their respective partners to different locales. Well, it appears you are not the only one who has returned. I had forgotten to mention this to you, Tom. Both Hermione and Draco are here as well. Truly, a gift from Merlin. While the two of them were engaged in conversation, the champions entered with their companions. Victor Krum, unable to invite Hermione Granger this time, opted for a female student from Durmstrang. As for Fleur Delacour, she remained unchanged, choosing Roger Davies, who was evidently utterly smitten by the Ravenclaw Quidditch captain. To Harry's astonishment, Tom Riddle arrived with another male companion. Well, I am somewhat taken aback, Tom. It seems I must make an effort to contend. Tom chuckled, wrapping an arm around Harry's waist. You well know you need not compete, Harry murmured. One must always be on guard against him trying to take you away, mustn't one? Hey, the two laughed, completely oblivious to the dark scowl of Tom Riddle in the champion's seating. Upon entering, Tom Riddle spotted Harry with his partner. It was the very person he had envisioned, yet he distinctly remembered that the individual was a spirit, lacking corporeal form. Is that the reason Harry rebuffed him? He could not relinquish Harry. That was his possession, and he was determined to claim it. Now he witnessed Harry laughing so joyfully with that person. Turbulent and vicious thoughts surged within his mind. He always found a way to ensure Harry remained obedient. He would not let go, for he would not release anything he desired. It seems, dear boy, your obsession runs remarkably deep. Indeed, entirely reminiscent of the primary soul from the previous existence. I cannot fathom why I have become your fixation. Harry sighed, taking a sip of the champagne beside him. This can only signify that, irrespective of the realm, I shall always be drawn to you. If only the gaze directed at me were not akin to that of an object. Harry rolled his eyes, temporarily disinclined to engage with the man beside him. Tom, observing Harry's demeanor, chuckled and stuffed a syrup-filled pie into Harry's mouth. Hey, Harry, with his mouth full of pie, cast a helpless glance at the mischievous Tom, who could only chew and swallow the pastry. Chapter 79. The Triwizard Tournament. 9. The ball concluded amidst the cacophony of voices, and Harry accompanied Tom back to the astronomy tower, where Helios and Regulus awaited them. You returned rather swiftly. Perhaps we simply wished to avoid disturbance. We are all individuals who favor tranquility, Helios shrugged. Just one final opportunity remains. Once that arises, you shall see your Tom again. Yet you still refuse to disclose what that opportunity entails. Patience, Harry, he cannot rush. The same old refrain. Very well, boy, the moment shall inevitably arrive. Be a touch more patient, shall you? Good night, everyone, and thank you for your assistance, Helios. After Tom bid everyone good night, he vanished. Helios raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Ever since the ball, Tom Riddle's pursuit of Harry had become increasingly excessive. Harry expressed a desire to find some solitude, retreating to the room of requirement. Finally, amidst the bustling chaos of their studies, time slipped by unnoticed, and the second task of the Triwizard Tournament was fast approaching. Tomorrow marks the second contest, Professor McGonagall. I expect she will come to find you this evening. Oh, Hermione, do not think you can escape from my observations. Victor Crumb has not given up on you. Who knows? Perhaps I could turn him down. I might not be able to refuse. As Helios hinted that the opportunity seems to lie within this second task. Thus, I must acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. Harry pouted, clearly displeased. Hey, Harry, Hermione. The Weasley twins appeared out of nowhere. Professor McGonagall wishes for you to visit the headmaster's office. X2. Very well, let us go, Hermione. It seems your position as head boy shall be temporarily vacated, Draco teased Harry. Thus, it falls upon you, the head boy's assistant, to take up the mantle. Humph. With a smile, Harry and Hermione made their way to Dumbledore's office. The roach pile. I have doubts regarding the headmaster's taste. I certainly cannot bring myself to consume such a thing, Harry remarked, perplexed as to how anyone could find it appetizing. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Professor. Did you summon us? Ah, yes, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger. In the headmaster's office were the heads of the 3 major magical schools, with Professor McGonagall at the side. And on the desk before them lay a crystal ball. I called you here to inform you about the second task. You shall serve as treasures for Mr. Tom Riddle and Mr. Victor Crumb. Oh, pardon me, Professor, may I refuse? And why is that, Miss Granger? Well, I am in a romantic relationship with Ronald Weasley. And I believe it would be rather inappropriate for me to be Mr. Crumb's treasure. Very well, I understand. Miss Granger, you may return. But please do not disclose this matter to others. Understood, Headmaster. Hermione turned and exited the office. Mr. Potter, how about you? I have no objections, Headmaster Dumbledore. Excellent, Minerva. You may now inform him of the remaining details. And thus, Harry became the coveted treasure of Tom Riddle for the second task. Due to Hermione Granger's refusal, they selected another female student from Durmstrang. Fleur Delacour's sister, Gabrielle Delacour, remained as she was. Chapter 80, The Triwizard Tournament, 10. As anticipated by Hermione and Draco, Harry did not return last night, and he was likewise absent during breakfast this morning, leaving Ron puzzled regarding Harry's whereabouts. Tom Riddle remained calm. He must have discovered something, for the pressure surrounding him was exceedingly low. Even Draco, seated several feet away, could sense the oppressive atmosphere emanating from him. You have no idea. Riddle's aura was particularly low during breakfast this morning, and I was seated several feet away, Draco shivered. With his intelligence, he should have surmised the situation, especially given that the clue from the golden egg for the second task was treasure, and with Harry now missing, he could certainly deduce what had transpired. It's nearly time. We ought to head to the viewing platform. The 5 of them made their way to the stands. You may wonder who the other 2 individuals are. Of course, it is Crabbe and Goyle. The second task is about to commence, following the scoring order established in the first task. The first to enter the water is the Hogwarts champion, Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle cast a bubblehead charm upon himself and dove into the merfolk's domain. Along the way, he dealt with a few Grindylows, following the intermittent melodies of the mermaids until he arrived at the location. Bound to a central pillar were 3 hostages, the most prominent of whom was Harry, who had fallen into slumber due to a potion. He remained clad in his Slytherin robes, his long black hair flowing gracefully with the currents of the water. Still so obedient, not daring to oppose me. Tom Riddle stepped forward and severed the ropes binding Harry with a cutting spell, enveloping him in an embrace. If you could remain silent like this indefinitely, would you not depart from me? Tom mused to himself, his once jet-black pupils beginning to shift to a shade reminiscent of blood. Greed and madness were unmistakably reflected in his gaze. If this ensures your silence. Tom Riddle raised his wand, the holly wand aimed at the boy's fragile heart. Imperio, Finite Incantatum, Petrificus Totalis, Wingardium Leviosa. I believe the time has come, suddenly interjected Helios Slytherin, who was accompanied by the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. It must be said, he was indeed quite dreadful, contemplating the use of the killing curse to obliterate his own soul. So, can we directly extinguish his soul? The fragment of Tom Riddle shot a cold glare at his counterpart, his tone laden with palpable disdain. Wow, you truly are merciless towards yourself. When did I ever suggest that my cruelty was not in play? Yes, you are kind only to Harry. Helios rolled his eyes. If you insist, I could also directly annihilate him, if you have the heart to do so. That would indeed compromise morality. However, given his actions, believe me, neither God nor Merlin would spare him. Helios chuckled, waving his wand. Chapter 81, The Triwizard Tournament, 11. Perhaps it would be prudent to awaken Harry, allowing him to witness this with his own eyes. A splendid idea. A bubblehead charm could suffice. With a flick of his wand, Helios conjured a fishbowl-shaped bubble around Harry's head, who slowly began to awaken. So, is this the opportunity you spoke of? At that moment, Harry was struggling to free himself from Tom Riddle's embrace. Of course, it is somewhat perilous. I am well aware of that. Indeed, it is dangerous. A chance he seeks to kill me. Ha ha ha. Hey, don't say that. Harry, I exercise strict control over this. I just want to know if we can expedite the process. How long has the competition been underway? Rest assured, his pace is swift enough. Even after completing the spell, you will remain in first place. Now that you are awake, let us commence. Thereafter, his soul shall fall into slumber, awaiting the right moment to transition to the next world, one devoid of memory. A foolproof plan. Thank you for the compliment, Tom. After a brief exchange, Helios composed himself and raised his hand, summoning a magical array beneath Tom Riddle. By the brilliance of sun and moon, and the phantom of the bright city, Tom Riddle and the fragment of Tom Riddle, for your transgressions, your soul shall descend into slumber, until such time as the fragment of Tom Riddle shall claim your body. The radiant light shimmered softly. Thankfully, they were underwater and had not yet approached the lake's surface. Soon, a rather chaotic soul escaped from Tom Riddle's body. While the fragment seized this opportunity to enter, Helios collected the disordered soul and lifted the petrification curse from Tom Riddle. How do you feel? Quite well. Without any signs of rejection. Well, it is time for you to continue the competition. I shall take my leave. With that, Helios vanished, and Tom swam with Harry toward the surface. They ultimately secured first place in the competition. Hermione, Draco, you might want to drink the potion in your hands. What is the flavor like? Professor Snape's brew, undoubtedly exquisite. So, how did that matter turn out? Accomplished, aligning with the opportunity one previously speculated. Was it at the moment he sought your life? Indeed, that was the case, but I owe much to Helios. What are you talking about, Harry? As expected, the championship is firmly in Hogwarts' grasp. Of course. Now that you are in your 7th year, what are your plans after graduation? Tom Riddle arched an eyebrow. Either I shall apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor under Old B, or I shall vie for the ministerial role. I have a feeling you will opt for the latter. Hey, don't say that. You know my actions in this world are somewhat conspicuous. If I were to cease now, it would raise suspicions. Thus, I must proceed incrementally. Best of luck, Tom. The honor is mine, my boy. Chapter 82, The Triwizard Tournament, 12. The young wizards of Hogwarts observed that since the second task, the relationship between Harry Potter and Tom Riddle seemed to have grown even closer, as evidenced by their constant companionship, quite a contrast to Harry's previous aversion to Tom's advances. Just as the young wizards were engaged in speculation, one warm spring day in May, by the Black Lake, Tom Riddle confessed his feelings to Harry, holding a bouquet of roses. As anticipated, Harry accepted Tom's confession, leaving the surrounding young wizards in shock, considering Harry's prior demeanor. They began to question whether he had been replaced. While they debated this development, the two in question pondered, why do they not suspect you? Who knows? But at least now I can embrace you. Enough of that. How prepared are you for the third task? I had thought that by now. You would be aware of my prowess. Just so you know, if you get eliminated, I won't spare you. Boy, are you threatening me? You may interpret it as such. All right. Tom Riddle chuckled, turning to stuff a pepper-up pastille into Harry's mouth. Hey. The two engaged in playful banter beneath a large tree by the Black Lake, while on the other side, the trio observed. Ever since Tom Riddle's confession, the pair seemed inseparable. Draco rolled his eyes. What can I say? Your engagement remains unestablished. You are the only single one in our little group, Hermione remarked without mercy. Draco, speechless, turned to head back to the castle. I, a nobleman, do not hold this against you. Clearly, Hermione spoke the truth, Ron chimed in. Hey, Weasley, shut your mouth. Hermione, mediating the quarrel, noted that a month passed swiftly amidst the playful bickering. The end-of-term examinations arrived as scheduled. For Harry, the exams posed little challenge. A few days after the conclusion of the exams, the third task commenced. Unsurprisingly, the championship belonged to Hogwarts, as James and Sirius, present for the occasion, rushed forward to embrace Harry, elated by the conclusion of the event. Tom Riddle leaned in and kissed directly, causing James and Sirius to explode in shock. Just as they were about to charge forward, Lily timely restrained James, while Regulus held back Sirius, with Severus expressing his utter embarrassment. I trust you recall that I have written Severus and Sirius as a couple. Some reveled in joy, while others were engulfed in sorrow, the latter being Sirius, who lamented that his precious cabbage had been usurped by a pig, his dear godson, no less. Harry, did your godfather pressure you into this? Sirius now gazed at him with a flicker of hope in his eyes. Godfather, you may as well relinquish your expectations. It was I who consented to his confession. No. At that moment, as Sirius lamented to the heavens, Severus delivered a gentle pat to his head. Sirius shielded his head, giving Severus a look reminiscent of a puppy, as if to accuse him of his tyranny. The sky had not fallen. He would marry eventually. But be quiet. Oh, Harry, observing his godfather's pitiful demeanor, grimaced and turned away, unable to bear the embarrassment. Meanwhile, James was being firmly admonished by Lily. Everything was filled with such joy. No war, no separations. May it remain this way forever. It certainly shall, my boy. Harry, nestled in Tom's embrace, smiled as he watched the unfolding scene. Chapter 83, Summer Vacation. Time flew swiftly, and summer vacation arrived. Tom Riddle promised Harry he would visit during the holidays. However, he had some matters to attend to first, issues concerning the Death Eaters and the Ministry of Magic. Of course, he intended to take on the role of a Hogwarts professor before addressing those concerns. Since Tom Riddle has applied for the position, I can step down and return to my role as the astronomy professor, said Sirius. Yet, Dumbledore seemed to have other plans, which he made clear. Albus, you cannot be serious, can you? I just nod. You know that, Halloos. Halloos regarded the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest white wizard of this century, with a speechless expression. You mean to assign me to teach a group of students who struggle with the most basic spells, who might explode a cauldron while brewing potions? Are you not concerned about Hogwarts being obliterated? I am well aware of the dangers of alchemy, which is why I plan to have you instruct students from 4th year and above. I trust you will find ways to help them mitigate these risks, will you not? Dumbledore winked at him. I shall only teach. I will not allow them to perish from failed alchemy. As for other injuries, let Madame Pomfrey take extra care. Trust me. Severus will loathe you by next term. Oh, do not say such things. Are you certain you do not wish to return now? I have a feeling Gellert will be arriving shortly. Indeed, for I too require some free time. Then put down the honey and refrain from secretly sweetening my drink with your excessive amounts. In the little garden of the Potter residence, there were a dog, a cat, and a deer. The dog and deer were playfully chasing each other, while the cat lay quietly on the garden swing, observing the two animals. The cat was Harry who, along with the rarely free Sirius and his beloved father James, chose to transform into their animagus forms, feeling more at ease this way. When Tom Riddle arrived, he was greeted by this scene, his mouth twitching slightly as he recalled that Harry did not keep pets. While he pondered, Harry caught sight of him from the corner of his eye, and the cat sprang into action, dashing towards Tom Riddle. Instinctively, Tom caught the rushing black cat with green eyes, admittedly a bit hefty, reminiscent of Harry. Just as Tom was still contemplating, the cat suddenly transformed into Harry. Good summer, Tom. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Apologies, without the night bus, and with apparition being unable to cover such a distance, I had to make my way here slowly. Just as they were reminiscing, James and Sirius noticed their interaction and instantly reverted to their human forms, glaring at Tom Riddle with a united front. Dad, Godfather, this is Tom Riddle, my boyfriend. You met during the end of term. I seem to have forgotten to mention that he is here to spend the summer with me. Harry certainly did not forget to say this, as it spared him from the endless barrage of questions from James and Sirius, although their authority as guardians could not alter Harry's decision. Harry, is everything all right? Lily entered the garden. Mom, this is Tom. I forgot to mention he is here for the summer. In that case, come inside quickly. I just baked some pies, and I am sure you will love them. Sirius and James exchanged looks of resistance, but this did not deter Lily and Harry's resolve. They could only watch as the mother and son whisked Tom away into the house, leaving them to exchange a resigned glance. Chapter 84, 5th year. Throughout the summer, Tom Riddle resided at the Potter home. Naturally, James and Sirius were opposed, but Lily understood that Tom was an orphan. Even though he had reached adulthood, living alone was still a significant challenge for him. It must be said that if Harry were privy to Lily's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have something to say about it. However, ignorance is bliss, and he wished for Tom to spend more time with him. Thus, with their dual efforts, James and Sirius ultimately capitulated. Remus, breaking up fights is a bit exhausting. Don't call on me next time. Sirius, didn't you say you had news for us? Remus, are you sure you want to hear it now, Bigfoot? Sirius, what's the matter? Just spill it. Remus, I found a girlfriend. Sirius and James, congratulations. Tonks, Lily, are you there? Oh, Uncle, hello? Sirius, Nymphadora. Tonks, I've told you countless times, do not call me Nymphadora, call me Tonks. Lily and Remus, what brings you here? Tonks, Lily, these are some cookies my mother just baked. She asked me to bring them over. Remus, are you coming over to my house for dinner tonight? Sirius, wait. When did you two meet? Remus, I haven't told you yet. She is my girlfriend. Sirius, Remus Lupin. That is my niece. As Tom Riddle had mentioned to Dumbledore his desire to teach defense against the dark arts, as the new professor, he would travel to Hogwarts with the students by train, conveniently aligning with his wish to accompany Harry. So, you became a professor just to cling to my side? That is one reason, though not the sole one. I also have a genuine passion for the subject of defense against the dark arts. Your words are a mix of truth and pretense. Harry pouted, tossing a mint into his mouth, and returned to his potion book. Tom Riddle held him close, resting his chin atop Harry's head, his restless hands idly toying with the ends of Harry's hair. You truly have an abundance of leisure, Tom. Since we boarded, you've been engrossed in your potion book. Is it truly so that without a book, I am more pleasing to the eye? If memory serves, I am to undertake the OWLs this academic year. Harry cast a sidelong glance at the fidgeting Tom Riddle. But in your previous life, you aced everything with all OS. There's no need to be so serious. Is there? Even if I possess such capability, I must maintain a facade, mustn't I? At the very least, I cannot allow Dumbledore to discover the truth too swiftly. Although he may have already done so. I suspect he has, considering his close friendship with Hecat. Yet that does not mean they share all their secrets. A competent Slytherin knows the art of self-preservation. Therefore, for the remainder of our time, you should forego your studies and spend quality time with me. If you hadn't been so distracting, I would have finished this book ages ago, Tom. Harry noted the increasing audacity of Tom's demeanor. Indeed, love does seem to transform a person. Just as Harry was about to continue, Tom Riddle silenced his incessant chatter with a kiss. Grateful that this compartment was reserved for professors, for had anyone else witnessed it, it would have been undeniably awkward, Harry mused. Chapter 85, The Grand Finale. During their 5th year, the place Harry frequented most was the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Naturally, both students and professors were aware. Except for the first years, who were left wondering why their head was constantly visiting the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Thankfully, the upperclassmen enlightened them, revealing that their beloved head, Harry Potter, was in a romantic relationship with the recently graduated 7th-year head, Tom Riddle, a bond solidified during the Triwizard Tournament. Other students from different houses, who still harbored a glimmer of hope to pursue Harry, lamented their shattered dreams. Harry found himself speechless, as this incident brought back memories of the previous year's unfortunate moments. Of course, none dared to approach Tom Riddle to whine, lest they incur a deduction of 50 house points. After all, Tom Riddle, much like Severus Snape, exhibited a clear bias towards Slytherin students. Gryffindor students expressed their dismay. Snape hasn't left yet, and now there's another Riddle. Will we ever survive this year? Their resources were nearly depleted. Ron had voiced his grievances to Harry more than once regarding Tom Riddle's and Severus Snape's point deductions. Harry sighed, admitting that while he could manage Tom Riddle, Severus was an insurmountable challenge, especially since his godfather was no help at all, which only added to his worries. Another tumultuous year unfolded, as Hermione and Tom had anticipated. Harry once again achieved 12 outstanding results. However, in his 6th year, he opted to focus solely on potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, declaring his disinterest in continuing to memorize history of magic. Ultimately, he intended to remain at Hogwarts after graduation. During his 7th year, he collaborated with Severus Snape on several potion enhancements, successfully earning the 2nd-class Merlin Medal. That same year, he graduated from Hogwarts just as Severus sought to delve deeper into potion research, resigning from his position under Albus Dumbledore, who, despite his desire to retain him, could not dissuade him. Upon graduation, Harry proposed to Dumbledore to stay on as the new potions professor while also assuming the position of Slytherin head. On the evening of their graduation ball, Tom Riddle, seizing the moment amidst the festivities, produced a ring identical to the one from his previous life and proposed to Harry. James and Lily, upon learning of this, were understandably upset due to their absence, and Sirius was nearly driven mad with frustration, while Severus attempted to soothe his canine friend's emotions. Once the official matters were settled, the couple celebrated with a grand wedding, inviting numerous acquaintances. It is worth mentioning that the Death Eater enterprise was thriving, expanding into the Muggle world, much to the delight of the pure-blood aristocrats, making Tom Riddle nearly the wealthiest individual. Harry chose not to adopt the Riddle surname, but rather combined their names into the hyphenated Potter Riddle, for he was indeed the sole heir of the Potter lineage. Dressed in pristine white, they celebrated a grand wedding. How could this not be considered the fulfillment of their wishes? A few years later, Dumbledore also resigned as headmaster, and Harry ascended to the position. Having secured the deed to Hogwarts, Tom Riddle took over Harry's role as Slytherin head, creating a beautiful narrative where the heir of Slytherin assumed the legacy of its founder. As for Dumbledore, after reconciling with Gellert, he settled in Godric's Hollow, where it was said they lived quite happily, having seemingly discovered a way to reunite with Albus's sister, Ariana. Aberforth, upon learning this, reconciled with his brother, though he still held considerable reservations regarding Gellert. In August of the same year, Hecat accepted Regulus's proposal, as their lengthy courtship finally reached a conclusion. Chapter 86, Side Story 1. You seem a bit mad in this world. 1. Timeline. Shortly after their wedding, while exploring a ruin, they were abruptly transported to another dimension. It was still during the summer break, in the alternate timeline where Harry was about to enter his 5th year. There are 2 Harrys, one referred to as Harry and the other as Harry Potter, while Tom Riddle retains his original name, as befitting the canon. Where am I? A slightly dazed Harry murmured as he slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his head. This place resembles a Muggle neighborhood. Tom, supporting his beloved, surveyed their surroundings, their wands conveniently lying beside them. Harry found himself cornered by Dementors. Dementors? Well, it seems we've attracted a bit of trouble. Tom Riddle observed Harry's predicament. It appears we've triggered some sort of mechanism. It is certain we find ourselves in a parallel world. Expecto Patronum. A silver cap burst forth from Harry's wand, scattering the two Dementors. Thank you, Voldemort. Just as Harry intended to express his gratitude, he noticed the two individuals who had aided him, their wands trained on Tom Riddle. Calm down. Perhaps you could share some information with us, one suggested. Who are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to me? Besides, the hair? Harry found himself momentarily bewildered upon seeing the other Harry. If my assumptions are correct, we hail from different parallel worlds. Don't be alarmed. Boy, you may lower your wand. This is Tom Riddle, my beloved. Upon hearing Harry's introduction of Tom Riddle, the other Harry was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered. I am Harry Potter. It may come as a surprise, but I am already 17 years old and wed to Tom. Well, that is indeed hard to fathom. I am Harry Potter, and as for you, Voldemort, the Tom Riddle of this world, we are sworn enemies. Well, judging by your appearance, you have become the savior. However, how is it that you know this? It is indeed perplexing, is it not? The intricacies of this matter are far too complex to elucidate in a brief exchange. Now, might you disclose your age? 15. Ah, 5th grade. It seems you have just undergone the trials of the Triwizard Tournament. Quite unfortunate. It appears that memory weighs heavily upon you. Would you care to share the affairs of this world? Perhaps we ought to seek a more tranquil setting. Harry pondered. I doubt Aunt Petunia will allow you entry. Harry sighed. Where is the Dumbledore from your world? Tom Riddle, who stood nearby, interjected. Oh, I am unaware. I have not received a single message from friends or him throughout the entire summer. Harry was equally distressed, having spent the entirety of the summer at Aunt Petunia's without a whisper of news. Just as they were lost in thought, the familiar sound of apparition echoed, and the arrival was none other than Albus Dumbledore. It appears we have two travelers from another time and space. Professor Dumbledore. Harry, I sincerely apologize, but you must remain for a few more days. We will come for you soon. Very well, I understand, Professor. Harry's expression was one of despondence. It cannot be said otherwise, Mr. Dumbledore. It is a pleasure to meet your counterpart in this world. Perhaps we can converse, but he must be present. There are matters he needs to be apprised of. It is his destiny. At this moment, Harry spoke up, halting Dumbledore's intent to send Harry back to Aunt Petunia's. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment, seemingly making a resolution. He led them through apparition to a square, silently reciting the address of number 12, Grimmauld Place. An ancient house emerged from between numbers 11 and 13. Ah, it seems your counterpart in this world still opted for the Black family residence. They entered the Black house. Dumbledore? Harry? How can there be two? Professor McGonagall was taken aback. Professor, these two are travelers from another time and space. Professor McGonagall. I am Harry Potter, and this is Tom Riddle, my beloved. The Dark Lord. McGonagall immediately became wary. Do remain calm. Minerva. Tom's tone was nonchalant. In our world, I am the defense against the dark arts instructor. We are colleagues. Additionally, I should mention that Harry and I were married shortly after his graduation. We were exploring ruins when we inadvertently triggered a magical array that transported us to this world. Unbelievable. Quite extraordinary, is it not, Professor? Furthermore, I will also become your colleague, Potions Master, after the summer break. With that, Harry winked at Minerva McGonagall. Potions Master? What do you mean by that? Harry expressed his confusion, unwilling to comprehend. His potion-making skills were far from remarkable. Do not be so astonished, young Harry. I assure you my potion-making is quite exceptional. The youngest master of potions? Tom Riddle raised an eyebrow as he regarded Harry. Let us proceed to the kitchen. It is more serene there. As they settled in the kitchen, Harry took a moment to visit Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley before quickly returning. Let us begin by discussing your circumstances here, shall we? That would be prudent. In our world, Tom. Oh, do not look at me like that, Tom. I am not referring to you. Dumbledore noted Tom Riddle's gaze and clarified. If you were to utter that phrase in his presence, I have no doubt he would cast an Avada Kedavra upon you. Tom Riddle's tone was lighthearted. Oh, I never doubted he would certainly do so. Dumbledore added honey to his tea, a lethal quantity of sugar, prompting Harry to wince. He was resurrected during the Triwizard Tournament in Harry's 4th year. The blood magic, coupled with the incantation, was his only swift means of revival. Tom Riddle mused. Unless he wishes to die once more. But he would remain inchoate, would he not? Allow me to express my curiosity. What do you mean by that? Harry and Dumbledore exchanged puzzled glances. Our worlds differ significantly. In our world, Tom and I are contemporaries. However, prior to that, it is rather complex. One might say I have lived 2 lives, as has Tom. In my first life, I served the Dark Lord. How is that possible? How could I serve him? Harry was incredulous, astounded that another version of himself could be a Death Eater. Calm yourself, Harry. Dumbledore quickly reassured him. My apologies, Professor, Harry muttered, anxiously fidgeting. I was merely swayed by him. However, I did not fully obey him. The one I trusted served Tom, not that Master Soul. Moreover, I provided intel to the Order of the Phoenix. After vanquishing the Dark Lord, you became the second savior, whose contributions were significant, yet ultimately resulted in your demise. All is in the past, Tom. Hold on, Master Soul. Dumbledore seized upon the key term. Yes, he created Horcruxes, dividing himself into 7 parts. However, he is only aware of 6 Horcruxes. The 7th was created inadvertently, unbeknownst to him. Horcruxes indeed. Slughorn certainly concealed certain truths, Dumbledore contemplated. Conveniently. I am aware of all the Horcruxes. Would you like to hear? Naturally, along with their locations. Very well. The 7 Horcruxes are the Diary, Salazar Slytherin's Locket, Helga Hufflepuff's Cup, Rowena Ravenclaw's Diadem, Marvolo Gaunt's Resurrection Stone Ring, the Snake Nagini, and the Savior himself, Harry Potter. How is that possible? Am I a Horcrux of Voldemort? Or did you think your ability to speak Parseltongue came from nowhere? On that fateful night in Godric's Hollow, as Voldemort murdered your parents, his soul fractured, and the Master Soul escaped the curse as rebound. The splintered soul latched onto the only living entity at that moment. Dumbledore continued, expounding upon Harry's words. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Dumbledore. Do not attempt to grasp the Resurrection Stone. The stone cannot truly resurrect the dead. It is cursed. If I recall correctly, the Minister of Magic is due for a change at the end of this term, and Voldemort will make his grand appearance. You must prepare, Dumbledore. After some conversation, Harry took Harry upstairs, much to Tom Riddle's reluctance. Look, Ron, I must admit, this version of you seems rather dashing. Upon encountering the second Harry, Sirius was bewildered, exclaiming, Is this my godson? 17? Long hair? Slytherin? He was utterly confounded, unable to believe it, yet still remained the godfather. Regardless of whether to Harry or this new Harry. In this impending back-to-school summer, Harry and Tom, accompanied by Dumbledore, ventured outdoors daily in search of Horcruxes. Occasionally, Dumbledore could not participate, leaving the duo to obliterate the Horcruxes on their own. Remarkably, before the commencement of the school year, they managed to eradicate all Horcruxes except for Nagini, including the one residing within Harry, having been tutored by Helios in soul magic. The removal of Harry's soul fragment proved to be a mere trifle. After conferring with Dumbledore, Harry and Tom resolved to lend their assistance at Hogwarts during their 5th year. Tom Riddle assumed the role of defense against the dark arts professor under the alias Tom Riddle, while Harry became the potions assistant to Severus Snape, maintaining his long hair which distinctly set him apart, adopting the name Harry Riddle. On the day of the new term, the young witches and wizards were utterly astonished at the sight of their 2 new professors, particularly Harry, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Savior, yet sported long hair and exuded an aristocratic aura, having graduated from Durmstrang. The students were rendered speechless, only able to express their excitement through shrieks, acknowledging the striking duo. As anticipated, after Harry and the others completed their OWLs, Harry encountered a vision of Voldemort luring him to the Ministry of Magic. Exchanging glances with Tom, they promptly informed Dumbledore and followed the members of the DA group who were acting recklessly, arriving late at the Ministry's Department of Mysteries. This version of him truly acted impulsively. Had he never considered that creature could deceive him? Harry sighed, pondering how he had survived to 15 in this world. After all, with Dumbledore present, this was merely a trial for him as the Savior. One could not deny the madness of this world's counterpart. Tom Riddle merely raised an eyebrow at this remark, choosing to remain silent. Soon, they reached the Department of Mysteries, where they were surrounded by Death Eaters. Upon their arrival, the ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, given the formidable strength of the 2. Sirius and Remus, who arrived later, remarked on their tardiness. Just as Bellatrix's curse was about to strike Sirius, Harry instinctively pushed him aside, deflecting the spell with a counter-curse, and swiftly cast a killing curse that obliterated Bellatrix from existence. Then Voldemort appeared, and upon laying eyes on Tom, an inexplicable confrontation ensued. Harry, holding Tom's hand, observed the spectacle, while the late-arriving Dumbledore seemed to have acquired some sweets, munching away as he watched the duel unfold. Harry, alongside Sirius and the others who arrived, couldn't he help but smirk at Dumbledore's antics. The battle continued to be a rout. Nagini was swiftly dispatched by Harry wielding the Sword of Gryffindor, leading to the destruction of all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Tom Riddle's final killing curse sent him into oblivion. You remain as ruthless as ever, Tom, Harry remarked, approaching him. Tom grasped Harry's hand, surveyed those around them, and said nothing. What could he say? After all, this world's version of him mirrored his previous existence, merely amplifying the hatred he bore from the first life. The tardy Cornelius Fudge and the Aurors, upon witnessing the slain Voldemort, rescinded all accusations against Dumbledore and the Savior Harry. As an additional note, Fudge was ousted, with Kingsley now taking office as the new minister. The day following Voldemort's demise, Harry and Tom returned to their own world, finding themselves once more amidst the ruins, as if time had ceased in their realm while it progressed in the other. Harry contemplated seeking out Helios upon their return, although for now, he wished to continue traveling with his beloved. Chapter 89, Extra 2, The Winter Rose, 1. I have never been fond of winter, for it brings an unyielding chill. But what of now? You know my answer. I am truly fortunate. In September of 1972, Regulus Arcturus Black, the youngest scion of the Black family, commenced his studies at Hogwarts. Unlike his rebellious brother, Sirius Orion Black, who was sorted into Gryffindor and branded a traitor by the family, Regulus bore the weight of the Black family's expectations. At the tender age of 11, he was already burdened with the family's legacy. As a Black, entering Slytherin was merely the beginning, coincidentally. That year marked Helios' 13th year as a professor of defense against the dark arts. Sirius, as Regulus's elder brother, thankfully had not forgotten his responsibilities, albeit he offered little assistance. Before Christmas, Sirius pulled Regulus to the astronomy tower, where Lily Evans, James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Severus Snape were gathered. Their first encounter was rushed and unexpected. Sirius, what have you been up to? Helios, guiding Lily through a spell, looked up to see Sirius hurrying in, dragging someone along behind him. Apologies, Helios. I've brought someone, my brother, Regulus Black. Trust me, Helios, his talent will astonish you. Sirius brought Regulus to Helios, who, glancing behind, saw a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Sirius, yet was meticulously groomed, wearing the silver-green emblem, with brown hair shorter and neater than Sirius's, and brown eyes that appeared momentarily dazed by the situation. Regulus Black of Slytherin, I presume? Professor Lestrange. Very well, Sirius. James is waiting for you over there. Hurry along. I'll need to assess your transfiguration spells later. Understood, Helios. Sirius dashed off toward James, unceremoniously leaving his brother behind. Shall we converse, Regulus? May I address you as such? Of course, Professor. Then please, have a seat. Would you prefer tea or milk? Tea, thank you. With a flick of his hand, Helios conjured 2 cups of tea. Professor, may I inquire about something? Certainly. Why are Potter, Evans, Snape, and Lupin, along with my brother, present here? This is a tutoring session, wherein I shall also impart some new knowledge. They possess considerable talent, and so do you. Is that why Sirius brought me here? I believe he cares for you as your brother, and he likely wishes for you to join us. Here, you can learn a great deal, be it about family, potions, spells, herbology, or alchemy. I can assist you in all these areas. Such a versatile professor you are. As a head of a family, it is essential to acquire such knowledge. Would you not agree? Regulus, you are likely more aware than I am. This is your choice. Should you opt to stay, I can teach you much. If you decide to leave, that is acceptable too. You may seek my counsel at any time. I understand. Chapter 90, Extra 2, The Winter Rose, 2. After much contemplation, Regulus resolved to remain, recognizing the necessity of this assistance, which proved advantageous both for him and for his family. Amidst his studies, the relationship between Regulus and Sirius gradually mended, albeit slowly, yet it was better than nothing. Regulus frequently sought out Sirius for guidance after their defense against the dark arts classes and during his free time, whether regarding family matters or academic inquiries. Sirius consistently provided the most accurate answers. Interestingly, this scholarly arrangement also eased the tension between James and Severus. Although they still exchanged scathing remarks when encountering one another, it had not escalated to physical confrontations. Lily expressed her relief, noting that it was a marked improvement from before. Regulus often engaged in discussions about potions with Severus, day after day, year after year, and it became apparent that at some point during their conversations, an uninvited Sirius Black would invariably intrude. While there were instances when Severus would unceremoniously cast Sirius out, more often he chose to endure the interruption. Keenly observant as ever, Regulus noted that in the preceding years, Severus had shown no tolerance towards the marauders. Yet, curiously, he had developed a measure of patience with his brother. He recognized that something had changed. Before long, his suspicions were confirmed. During his 5th year, coinciding with Sirius and their 6th-year classmates, after Christmas, the duo of Lily and James, as well as Sirius and Severus, collectively found themselves in relationships. Remus had also vented to Regulus, pondering whether Christmas possessed some magical influence that led to such a collective romantic awakening. Sirius, too, was present, and upon hearing this, merely smiled without comment. It was not only these two couples experiencing newfound romances. Through his persistent efforts, Dumbledore finally agreed to meet Grindelwald. Leaving the rest to Grindelwald himself, who had already exerted considerable effort as their longtime friend. As another winter set in, following the conclusion of their 6th year, Sirius officially fled the Black family. Walburga disowned him, and the weight of responsibility fell squarely upon the shoulders of the soon-to-be 16-year-old Regulus, who began to assume the duties of his family. He had contemplated following his brother's path, yet as the last heir of the Black family, he understood that since his brother had chosen freedom, he must shoulder the family's heavy burdens. He could not retreat. He must fulfill his role as a worthy member of the Black lineage, though he often forgot that he was merely a boy about to turn 16. As Hogwarts reopened, the Scarlet Train set forth once more, refusing to wait for any tardy young wizard. It would be impossible to claim he had never felt lost. Another Christmas arrived, and while Sirius, Severus, and James visited James's home, Regulus chose to remain at the castle, seeking a moment to breathe. Thus, he found himself alone at the Slytherin table, the embodiment of solitude and desolation. He concealed all his emotions, having spent the year evading his professor, Sirius's ally. During his 5th year, also at Christmas, he had discerned his professor's affections. Perhaps Remus was correct. That particular Christmas seemed to possess some enchantment, as the maturing youth uncovered their own feelings. Everyone except Remus, who had yet to find his own beloved. Regulus devised a plan, vowing not to relinquish it despite his mother's objections. However, he resolved to proceed cautiously, requiring some distance first. Sirius, perceptive as ever, noticed Regulus's peculiar demeanor. Yet, as someone who had lived for an indeterminate length of time, he chose not to speculate. Nevertheless, this Christmas, upon observing Regulus alone at the Slytherin table, he quickly identified the crux of the issue. Regulus was placing undue pressure upon himself. Remaining at Hogwarts during Christmas was his attempt to pause, to catch his breath, for the burdens of familial expectations and heavy thoughts were suffocating him. Chapter 91, Extra 2, The Winter Rose, 3. As a professor with a relatively good rapport with Regulus, Sirius decided it was time to speak with him, especially given that he was the sole Slytherin left at the school. Unsurprisingly, Sirius found Regulus atop the astronomy tower, not because it was particularly close to his office, but because it was a place Regulus often frequented whenever he was troubled, and Sirius could often find him there. Regulus, Sirius approached and stood beside him. Regulus remained silent, gazing out at the stars. Professor, he began, why can one person effortlessly cast aside their responsibilities, while another bears such profound anguish? Regulus, you are imposing too much pressure upon yourself. Perhaps you have even forgotten that you are merely 16. As for your inquiry, do you know what distinguishes you from your brother? Sirius spoke gently. Hearing this, Regulus shifted his gaze to Sirius. Do you understand? There lies a significant disparity in the personalities of you and your brother. Sirius yearns for freedom, is impulsive, and exhibits bravery. The Sorting Hat never errs. His character is well suited for Gryffindor. But you are different. You embody calmness, ambition, self-preservation, and a certain paranoia, traits emblematic of a true Slytherin. This divergence in personality has inevitably led to different choices between the two of you. However, it appears you have burdened yourself excessively, which is detrimental to your well-being. If I am correct, you are staying for Christmas merely to gather your breath. Professor, you seem to possess an uncanny ability to discern the essence of the matter. Regulus replied, that comes with experience. Allow me to share a secret. I, too, am unaware of how long I have lived. Many years ago, I lost track of my age and ceased to celebrate my birthday, as it brings me considerable trouble. As the head of a family, there are innumerable obligations, and I must manage more than just one family. Professor, don't you ever feel weary? Fortunately, there is but one family that truly deserves your attention, the Blacks, Regulus. Remember, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Strive to do your best, for your mother will never blame you. She will always remain your mother. And perhaps she has even forgotten that she was once a proud member of the Black family, possessing a character akin to Sirius. A mother and a brother. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Yet your brother is merely a replica of your mother. While Sirius has managed to relinquish the shackles of family obligation, your mother cannot. This is the unbreakable bond of an ancient lineage. However, you may yet attempt to illuminate a new dawn for the Blacks. With a flick of his wand, Helios conjured a rose that appeared upon the windowsill. A purple rose? Regulus picked up the bloom resting on the sill. Indeed, its language speaks of safeguarding love, tranquility, patience, melancholy, nobility, romantic sincerity, and precious uniqueness. It suits you perfectly, as well as your mother. Now, were it Sirius, he would undoubtedly receive a vibrant red rose, bold and ostentatious. Wouldn't you agree? It is indeed an apt metaphor, Professor. May this Christmas guide you in discovering your own path, Regulus. Chapter 92, Extra 2, The Winter Rose, 4. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. The graduation ceremony arrived in a rush, It has been a year since Sirius and his companions graduated. Yet this year's ceremony belongs to Regulus Black. As is well known, graduation ceremonies are often accompanied by a ball. Yet Regulus has yet to devise a plan for inviting his professor. Helios expressed his disinterest in attending, deeming it utterly tedious. Surely, he would not wish to sit at the faculty table, merely observing a throng of students dancing. He would rather immerse himself in his workshop, diligently completing his alchemical creations. However, Dumbledore would not hear of it. Albus insisted, "Do not seclude yourself in your workshop. It is detrimental to your health." Helios retorted, "I believe my health is quite robust, more so than yours." Ultimately, under the duress of Albus Dumbledore's insistence, Helios Slytherin reluctantly agreed to attend the graduation ceremony. As for the nature of that insistence, naturally, it involved Albus Wulfric Brian Dumbledore exclaiming, "Put down those materials. They are exorbitantly priced and only available from that particular country. Unless you agree to attend the graduation ceremony. Impossible. Then bid farewell to your materials." "Stop. I shall go. I shall go. Is that not sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore returned the materials to Helios. "Now, this is more like it. A little fresh air is beneficial for one's health. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You only know how to coerce me with materials." After such exertion, Helios found his enthusiasm for experimentation waning. Once Dumbledore had departed, he stood by the window of the astronomy tower, gazing at the stars. It is easy to speak of attending a ball. But finding a dance partner is another matter, Professor. Regulus had just ascended to the astronomy tower when he heard this remark. "Regulus? At this hour? You ought to be in the common room." "I am aware, Professor. However, the graduation ball is tomorrow night, so the headmaster is rather lenient with us this evening." "Very well, but what brings you here to seek me? Will you be attending the ball, Professor?" "Indeed, I have been coerced by that fellow Dumbledore." Helios settled onto the sofa, and as he did, a house elf arrived with tea. "Has the professor chosen a dance partner?" "Not yet. I am still in a quandary." Upon hearing this, Regulus's eyes brightened, and he took a seat on the sofa. "Might I, Regulus Arcturus Black, be fortunate enough to invite Mr. Helios Chloratia Haelric Cloytreth Lycanalis and Clystron as my dance partner?" With that, Regulus rose, gesturing to Helios in invitation. "Invite me to be your dance partner? Regulus, are you certain? As far as I know, there are many pureblood girls in Slytherin who would surely invite you." "I am aware, yet I declined their invitations. I wish for you to be my partner." "Why is that?" "Regulus, you must provide me with an explanation. I hold feelings for you, Helios." Helios raised an eyebrow, taken aback by this revelation. "Feelings for me? I fail to comprehend what there is about me that you might find appealing." "Everything. When did you first recognize your feelings?" "During the Christmas of my 5th year." "Ah, it seems that Christmas truly possesses some magical quality, prompting a flurry of newfound affections." Helios chuckled. "So what is your response?" "I agree to be your dance partner, Regulus Arcturus Black, and likewise, I shall reciprocate your feelings in kind." Helios placed his hand upon Regulus's. "Helios." The delighted serpent embraced his professor. A splendid evening, a magnificent ball. During the summer, Regulus brought Helios to the Black ancestral home. Helios Slytherin, as the head of a pureblood family, received a reaction from Walburga that was far better than anticipated. "Regulus, are you truly serious? You must realize he is significantly older than you." "I am aware, mother, but you cannot dictate my choices, particularly regarding marriage." "Very well." Walburga ultimately relented. Even if she attempted to intervene, the tenacity etched into the very bones of the Black family was something she understood she could not thwart. The winter rose shall eventually bloom, and though the climate may be frigid, it cannot conceal its brilliance and exuberance. Chapter 93, Extra 3, The Time Turner, 1. It is said that after Harry and Tom wed, Tom adopted the surname Slytherin. Then, in the 3rd year, Tom obtained the Philosopher's Stone from Helios, though it would be more accurate to say he procured it with great finesse. After all, he was pursued through 3 streets by Helios. Had it not been for Harry's timely intervention, it might have been a far more harrowing chase. Utilizing the Philosopher's Stone, the Blood Curse, and potions, he successfully brought forth 2 children, primarily because he could not bear to see Harry endure the pains of childbirth. "That does not justify your theft of my Philosopher's Stone." "Is that what the stone was intended for?" As for how it was ultimately acquired, it was, of course, through some exceedingly rare alchemical materials from that particular country, along with some from over there. The 2 children were named Albus Potter Slytherin and Alls Gauntes Slytherin. This year marks their entry into Hogwarts, which means they are about to commence their studies under the watchful eyes of their father. Albus bears a striking resemblance to Harry, with long black hair and dark eyes. At first glance, he appears to be a miniature version of Harry, save for the difference in eye color. Alls, on the other hand, is the opposite, short black hair and deep green eyes. "Albus, keep an eye on your brother. Do not let him wander. Your father and I will be waiting for you at Hogwarts." "Understood, father." Father, do you think we will be sorted into different houses? Al-Rayz inquired anxiously, fearing that if they were placed in separate houses, their father would chastise him. Do not worry, Alls. Regardless of which house you are sorted into, it is all preordained. So there is no need for concern. In truth, Harry harbors no concerns whatsoever. Al-Rayz is somewhat naive, yet not excessively so, sharing a resemblance with Harry's character, albeit lacking the sharp tongue. Albus, on the other hand, has inherited that trait. These two children have been tutored by Tom since their early years, embodying the quintessential Slytherin spirit, leaving little room for worry. After bidding farewell to the two children with a warm embrace, Harry accompanied Tom via apparition to Hogwarts, unaware that the start of the term was destined to be anything but tranquil. The children had been questioning me about what would happen if they were sorted into other houses. Tom, the impression you've left on them is quite profound. They are, after all, the heirs of Slytherin, and being sorted into another house would indeed be rather incongruous. My dear headmaster, do you not have enough on your plate? You are correct, yet the burden has increased largely due to your actions. The reluctance to fetch a new student has only added to my workload unnecessarily. You are aware, Harry, that I still have reservations regarding Muggles. Very well, I only know that if you do not prepare yourself soon, you shall find yourself in quite the predicament. My dear, are you thus threatening me? What do you think, Tom? Chapter 94, Side Story 3, The Time Turner, 2. The Hogwarts Express finally arrived at its destination, Hogwarts. As dusk descended, first years, follow me and watch your step. Hagrid, serving as both the keeper of keys and grounds and the care of magical creatures professor, guided the new students across the lake to Hogwarts. Lumos, watch your step, Al-Rayz. Oh, Albus, I am no longer a child. Yet you remain my little brother. Well, I must admit, that trait of yours does resemble our father. Albus raised an eyebrow in response, but said nothing further, continuing to use his wand to illuminate the path for his brother, preventing him from tripping. For reasons unknown, Al-Rayz had been frail since birth. Albus had overheard their father discussing this matter with their papa. It seemed the cause stemmed from their father. Al-Rayz's soul was somewhat weakened, as if a small piece were missing, rendering him fragile from birth and prone to excessive slumber. Their father and papa had instructed him to care for Al-Rayz diligently, assuring him that he would protect him, for he was his brother. The four of them boarded a boat. Rose, Scorpius. Sharp-eyed Al-Rayz instantly spotted his childhood companions. Hello, Albus, Al-Rayz. Scorpius, how is your mother? Not well. The blood curse has flared up again, but thanks to your father, it's less severe than before. How fortuitous that we are all in the same boat. As the four settled into the boat, Al-Rayz engaged Scorpius in conversation. Just by looking at you two brothers, it's evident you are Slytherins. I can only imagine that if our father knew we were sorted into other houses, I cannot guarantee our backsides would remain unscathed. Oh, Albus, do not say such things. We still have Papa to consider. At most, our punishment will be additional homework. You truly are unfortunate, but I am certain I will be in Gryffindor. That goes without saying. Rose, Godfather and Godmother are both Gryffindors. Amidst their chatter, the boat arrived at the lakeshore, and they followed Hagrid to a grand, ancient door. The door swung open to reveal a stern-looking witch clad in emerald robes. First years, Professor McGonagall. You may now proceed to the staff table, Hagrid. Very well. After a brief explanation, Professor McGonagall led them to a small chamber adjacent to the Great Hall, then departed to prepare. Upon her return, she escorted them into the hall. Al-Rayz and Albus immediately spotted Harry and Tom at the staff table. Harry nodded at them, signaling the commencement of the sorting ceremony. Rose Granger Weasley, Gryffindor. Hector Hedges, Ravenclaw. Scorpius Malfoy, Slytherin. As Albus Potter approached the stool, the sorting hat barely grazed his head before proclaiming Slytherin. Al-Rayz Gunter, Slytherin. Without a hitch, the brothers were sorted into Slytherin. Al-Rayz dashed to sit beside his brother, just as the sorting ceremony was about to conclude when an unexpected event transpired. Two children suddenly appeared in the Great Hall, one bearing a striking resemblance to Albus, or rather, to Harry, with green eyes and unruly black hair, while the other looked exactly like Scorpius. Chapter 95, Side Story 3, The Time Turner, 3. The two boys who had landed in the Hogwarts Great Hall anxiously surveyed their surroundings. Harry descended from the headmaster's position, kneeling before the two boys. Dad. Albus instinctively called out upon seeing Harry, momentarily stunning him. While it was unclear which child belonged to whom, was it not rather impolite to address someone as father without knowing them? Your robes indicate you are from Slytherin? Tom also approached, standing beside Harry. But you are my father, Harry Potter. Very well. Could you kindly tell me your names? Albus Severus Potter. Scorpius Malfoy. You are also named Albus? The Albus of this world stepped forward, accompanied by Al-Rayz. Allow me to introduce Albus Potter of Slytherin. This is my brother Al-Rayz Gunter of Slytherin, though I am not entirely certain how you two arrived here. I can assure you that I was not with you in that world, Harry. That is clearly nonsense, Tom. Albus was taken aback by Tom's remark. Might I inquire as to your mother's name, Albus? Oh, Ginny Weasley. We intended to use the time turner to witness the events of my father's past. But for some reason, we ended up here. Well, it seems you cannot return for the time being. Judging by your appearances, you must also be new students. Tom, since they are Slytherins, I entrust their care to you. Apologies, everyone, for my tardiness, came the late arrival of Helios. Time travelers? Helios, you have arrived a tad late. Oh, do not say that, Harry. I became so engrossed in research that I lost track of time. Very well, let us move on. The feast must continue. Please take a seat at the Slytherin table. The Albus and Scorpius from another world settled at the Slytherin table, and with a wave of Harry's arm, food appeared on everyone's plates. After the meal concluded and the customary speeches were made, each student was escorted back by their respective head of house. Naturally, Harry returned to the headmaster's office, while Tom had to manage the Slytherin prefects. Well, Albus, Alrays, please take these two to your dormitory. They will stay there temporarily until your papa devises a way to send them back. Understood, father. Albus led the two back to their dormitory, setting down their belongings. Oh, Albus, we should hurry. The prefect meeting is about to begin. I cannot help but believe that had our father known we did not attain the position of head of Slytherin, our fate would have been quite dire. May I inquire as to your father's name? Albus asked. Tom Marvolo Gaunt Slytherin. That name seems familiar. I feel as though I have heard it from my father. Albus pondered. Stop thinking about it. We must hurry, as most of the others have already gathered in the common room, Alaric urged from the side. Chapter 96, Interlude 3, The Time Turner, 4. A gathering of the new Slytherin students convened in the common room, with Tom standing prominently on the platform. One must admit that spatial magic is quite effective. Albus, accompanied by Alaric and two counterparts from parallel worlds, another Albus and Scorpius, arrived at the common room. In our world, this Albus learned about the head system from Alaric. Well, is it not chaotic without a head in your realm? Is there not a prefect? Albus and Scorpius inquired. Somewhat bewildered. The head holds greater authority than a prefect. If you successfully challenge and defeat a head from another year, you become the head for both your own year and that of the defeated. Each head is a paragon of their respective year, much like my father. At that time, he challenged every head except for his own father. As for why he refrained from challenging his father, he claimed he had no interest in competing with him. By the time my father reached his 6th year, no one could surpass him, and he became the head for all 6 years. Alaric elucidated to Albus Potter. Wait, are you saying that my father, Harry Potter, in this world is actually a Slytherin? Indeed, for my father teaches potions while his father instructs defense against the dark arts. My father is the headmaster, although I am unsure why Professor Dumbledore bestowed this position upon him. Originally, my father was meant to succeed Professor Slughorn as the head of Slytherin, but due to the responsibilities of being headmaster, his duties became rather burdensome, and thus it was passed to his father. Alaric explained while observing his father delivering a speech on the platform. Albus Potter suddenly felt as though this world's father might possess greater strength than his own. Well, from this moment on, those who succeed in their challenges as heads of their year may challenge others from different years. Albus Slytherin, I trust you shall not disappoint me. Naturally, father. Albus would not let him down. He inherited the virtues of both his fathers and their striking appearance. It must be said that as the offspring of two of Hogwarts' most handsome figures, his looks were indeed remarkable. Upon taking the stage, no one dared to challenge Albus Slytherin, for they all understood their own limitations. How could they possibly contend with the son of the second Dark Lord? Yes, although Tom gradually ceased those activities, the Death Eaters still existed, merely shifting their focus towards economic and commercial endeavors. Nevertheless, he continues to be referred to as the Dark Lord among the Death Eaters, a title known only within Slytherin and pureblood families. His image as the Dark Lord is indeed deeply entrenched, with no one daring to challenge Albus Slytherin. He was consequently appointed as the head of the first year. Naturally, he would not rest on his laurels. He sequentially challenged all 27 years, successfully ascending to the head of the 7th year. Yes, the head of the 7th year. Albus Potter and Scorpius Malfoy below were utterly astonished, while Alaric Slytherin and Scorpius Malfoy from this world found it perfectly normal. If Albus Slytherin had not secured the position of head for the 7th year, they would have considered it strange, given that even Alaric could not surpass his brother, as Alaric was physically weaker. In terms of spellcasting, the brothers were on par. But Albus needed to learn a bit more, under the pretext of protecting his younger brother. Chapter 97, Interlude 3, The Time Turner, 5. Alas, we have not yet located them. We can only detect traces of temporal magic, but cannot find their whereabouts. Hermione was comforting Harry, knowing as a mother how distressing it is for a father to be without news of his children. It is my fault, Hermione. I should not have spoken about Albus in that manner. Temporal magic. Harry, do you remember the 5th year? Professor Dumbledore. I recall. The me from another world and Voldemort. Are you suggesting perhaps the 2 children have also arrived in that world? And all we can do now is wait for that world to make contact or for them to return on their own. I understand, Professor. In the headmaster's office of another world. Helios, can we connect to that world? Harry sat at his desk, contemplating the 2 children who had crossed over. Certainly. I have good news for you. These 2 children hail from the world you and Tom previously visited. One might say they are old acquaintances. I know. But is there a way to send them back? Unfortunately, it seems they may have to remain here for some time. If I am not mistaken, the temporal forces brought them here for a reason. They undoubtedly carry a mission. Well, let us establish contact. We must inform him that his children are safe here. Very well, as you wish. Helios began to inscribe a magical circle, one capable of linking parallel worlds. The circle emitted a soft blue glow, and several figures appeared before Harry. Harry, it seems we have made contact. Harry waved his wand, summoning his main coon-shaped Patronus to venture to the Slytherin dungeons to summon Albus Potter and Scorpius Malfoy. Do not worry, they are quite well here. Helios stated that their arrival must have a purpose, so they surely bear a task that must be completed before they can return. I implore you to take good care of them. Soon, Albus and Alaric arrived, accompanied by Albus Potter and Scorpius Malfoy, with Tom trailing behind. Father, Albus exclaimed, relieved to see them unharmed. Harry, his complexion slightly sallow, clearly had not rested well. I am so sorry, Father. I should be the one apologizing, Albus. I should not have spoken to you in that manner, my child. Scorpius, how are you? An anxious Draco materialized within the magical circle. I am well, Father. Thank you for your care. Knowing he is safe puts me at ease. Draco bowed to Harry and the others. Fate is truly wondrous. Albus Potter, can you tell me if you understand the task that will allow you to return to your original world? Task. Let me think. We are to study here for a time, perhaps to help us understand our past mistakes. Very well. It appears your return is uncertain. I truly appreciate your assistance. Do not mention it, child. After all, you are as much my child as any. Indeed. I beg of you, Harry. Rest assured, you must also take care of yourself. Mr. Harry Potter, Chief of the Department of Law. Naturally. Chapter 98. Interlude 3. The Time Turner, 6. Thus, Albus Potter and Scorpius Malfoy resided in this world for a time, until the arrival of Christmas reminded them of their lack of accommodation. Albus and Albus' brother, of course, had thought of this, leading Albus Potter to follow Harry back, while Scorpius naturally went to the Malfoy residence. In this world, Scorpius remarked, Father may be quite astonished. Draco responded, the magical world is truly remarkable. I have unexpectedly gained a son. Will this truly not disturb you, Albus? Albus Potter felt somewhat at a loss. Of course, Father is already aware and he has consented. It's just that he feigns indifference, but his stubbornness holds little weight. At home, it is always Father who has the final say. Albus remarked, this illustrates the family hierarchy. My father's status is rather low. Tom interjected, Albus Slytherin. Your homework is doubled, and the shrinking potion must be submitted upon our return from the holidays. Albus replied, I concede, Father. Albus pulled Albus Potter aside to observe the unfolding drama. What are you up to? Harry's sudden appearance in the common room interrupted them. Oh, nothing, Harry. Have you packed your belongings? There's nothing to pack. I've taken care of recent matters. It promises to be a delightful holiday. Though this year we shall return to Godric's Hollow. Sirius and Mum sent me a letter yesterday. They haven't seen Albus and Albus for quite some time. Are Grandma and Grandpa still around in this world? Certainly, dear. I believe Mum will be quite pleased to see you. After gathering their belongings, they boarded the train home. Upon arrival, Tom took Albus and Albus, while Harry guided Albus Potter, and they apparat to Godric's Hollow. I've already informed Mum about you, so be prepared for her spoiling you. Finally, this time it's not just the 2 of us suffering, Albus chuckled. At that moment, Albus Potter was still a bit bewildered, unsure of their meaning, but he would understand later that evening. I can't eat anymore. Oh dear, you really are quite thin. Albus Potter was enduring Lily's relentless feeding while Albus and Albus struggled to suppress their laughter. He cast them a mournful glance when suddenly, Sirius emerged from nowhere and shoved a cookie into Albus' mouth, causing the previously laughing Albus to freeze in shock. Sirius, ever the enthusiast, continued to offer various sweets to Harry, along with Albus and Albus beside him. As for James, he was engaged in a one-on-one with Tom. Harry suspected that his dear father might be attempting to slay Tom with his gaze, though it was rather unrealistic. It was a tranquil and harmonious family gathering, filled with joy. After Christmas, upon their return to the Hogwarts Great Hall, Albus Potter and Scorpius Malfoy vanished into thin air, with everyone aware that they had returned to their own world. Chapter 99, Epilogue 4. Aftermath of War from Harry's perspective. Voldemort was defeated, the forces of justice prevailed, and the populace rejoiced in celebration. Yet, The greatest hero of this war, the savior Harry Potter, was conspicuously absent from the victory feast. Hermione and Ron were unaware of his whereabouts, but Harry had left them a note, requesting that they not seek him out as he desired solitude. Hermione, do you truly believe Harry is all right? I have never felt otherwise, Ron, especially after Professor Snape's death. That sense of unease has only intensified. How did Snape come into this? Well, your emotional intelligence remains unchanged, still akin to that of a spoon. Hey, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was rife with noise, while the Slytherin dungeon lay in desolate silence. In the dimly lit dungeon, a solitary figure sat, none other than Harry Potter, who was absent from the celebration. You deceived me yet again. Harry buried his face in his arms, silently weeping in the corner. Severus Snape, you deceitful wretch. You have betrayed me time and again. On this night post-war, some celebrated while others mourned. Harry Potter sat in the Slytherin dungeon, in the former office of head of Slytherin, Severus Snape, crying throughout the night. The following day, as others remained ensconced in slumber, Harry awoke, magically reducing the swelling around his eyes, and consumed a rejuvenation potion along with an enhancement elixir. Making his way to the edge of the Black Lake, he proposed to Professor McGonagall to remain at Hogwarts as a professor, declining the ministry's offer. He attended the trials concerning the Malfoy family, Severus Snape, and his godfather Sirius Black, vindicating them. From that moment onward, he appeared to revert to his former cheerful self. A sentiment shared by all, including Professor McGonagall. Swift as Hermione Granger, perhaps she was the only one to notice Harry's disquiet. She had urged him numerous times to consult a psychologist, but Harry refused, asserting he had no need for such assistance. Hermione, I believe my mental health is quite sound. I do not require a psychologist. This issue saw no retreat. Harry Potter, you must seek help. Hermione was unwavering on this matter, and under her insistence, Harry reluctantly visited a psychologist alone. Based on what you have described, I can assure you with 100% certainty, you are suffering from depression. I understand, doctor. Harry exited the hospital, promptly discarding the report into a trash bin. How could he not know his own condition? He was acutely aware, yet what of it? Since the deaths of Sirius Black, Fred Weasley, Albus Dumbledore, Severus Snape, and others he cherished, he, as the savior, was powerless to save them. At times, he pondered why he could not save them, why the savior could not save anyone. Why can I not save them? Why must this happen to me? Should I have never been born? What have I done wrong? Harry's condition deteriorated progressively, and on his 35th birthday he approached Professor McGonagall to resign. Returning alone to 12, Grimmauld Place, a place that once awaited his godfather, yet now seemed devoid of refuge. By the time Hermione and Ron discovered him, 3 days had passed. On his birthday, Harry had cast the killing curse upon himself, weary and yearning for rest. Chapter 100, Epilogue 4. Aftermath of War from Snape's Perspective. The moment Nagini bid him, Severus knew his time was at an end. Harry appeared in his line of sight before he departed, and he beheld those emerald eyes, once filled with myriad emotions, now brimming with sorrow. Professor, look at me, take it. You have your mother's eyes. I am so sorry. Harry took his memories. That last apology was for his careless words, having promised Harry he would survive, yet fate proved unyielding, and he ultimately could not endure. When did he fall in love with this boy? Was it during the Yule Ball of the Triwizard Tournament in their 4th year? Or was it during that drunken kiss in their 5th year? He did not know. Severus Snape did not know, as he succumbed to the depths of unconsciousness. An inexplicable lightness enveloped him. Upon awakening, he discovered his form had transformed into that of a specter, though none could perceive him. Not even he himself could fathom the reason behind this metamorphosis. He drifted into his office. The war had concluded, yet the hall was rife with cacophony. A clamor he found utterly disagreeable. Returning to the cellar, he beheld a shadow huddled in the corner, murmuring incantations that seemed to be curses directed at him. Upon gliding closer, he realized it was Harry, curled into a small ball, weeping in solitude. He yearned to embrace him, yet was rendered powerless to do so. He could only silently accompany him, watching as he wept through the night, until the break of dawn when he ingested a potion and mustered the strength to confront the aftermath of the conflict. He observed as Harry stood alone against a multitude during the trial at the Ministry of Magic, defending himself and his godfather, unveiling the truths that lay hidden. He witnessed Harry decline the Ministry's overtures, opting instead to remain at Hogwarts as the professor of defense against the dark arts. He also saw him being coerced by Hermione into seeking the counsel of a psychologist. Had he the ability to hear, he would have undoubtedly scolded him. What a fool you are, struggling to survive in my absence. If Harry could respond, he would surely retort, yet alas, he was beyond hearing. Severus watched as Harry emerged from his session with the psychologist, noting the diagnosis of seasonal affective disorder on the report. While his understanding of the ailment was limited, he recognized that it was not easily remedied. The key to unlocking its grip lay in the hands of a person who had long since departed. He witnessed Harry's unraveling, observing him live alone at 12, Grimmauld Place, year after year, each time forcing himself to rise, only to be awakened in the dead of night by nightmares, retreating beneath the covers to weep. Thus, Severus accompanied Harry through the passage of years until Harry reached the age of 35, at which point he tendered his resignation to Professor McGonagall and returned to 12, Grimmauld Place. On the eve of his birthday, Harry raised his wand to his heart. If you were still here, you would berate me for my foolishness, but I am so weary. Severus, I truly have no home left, and I yearn for rest. The wizarding world no longer requires a savior, nor does anyone need Harry Potter anymore. I love you, Severus Snape. Forgive me. Avada Kedavra. In that moment, as Harry brandished his wand, Severus instinctively desired to rush forward. However, his form merely passed through Harry, leaving him helpless to witness as Harry uttered the incantation and fell before him, powerless to intervene. Oh, Harry, why would you choose to end your life? Is it not enough to simply live? Forgetting me would have been the wisest choice. I am so sorry that I could not protect you until the very end. As Severus's essence began to dissipate, becoming translucent, he gradually faded from existence. I love you, yet you have broken your promise. I apologize for my failure, but please, forget me. I cannot forget. I despise you, yet I love you. The end of the narrative. If you found enjoyment in this tale, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. Thank you for your support.